everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to Le Mans Ultimate. If you're watching this as a video, it's not started yet. This is a live stream. You'll have to skip through, but you're welcome to click the like button. You're welcome to subscribe, and you're welcome to find out what our first impressions of this new racing simulator are. What are they? I don't know. Who cares? Nobody. But we'll see what it's like. It'll be good fun. It's coming out in 10 minutes. You'll be able to buy it on Steam. It's an early access game. That means you can access it early. That's all you need to know. There you go. That's it. End of stream. Done. We're finished. Most important thing is you've got a cup of tea. And that's it. Forget Sims. Cup of tea. Now, I've not even bought the game yet. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the... I've got to wait for LMU. I've got to wait for the LMU to happen. Well, we'll see. Will it have great force feedback? Will it change the world? Who knows? I don't know, Novotny, because you're not allowed to watch them. It's just you. You're banned from them. I think that's fair. I've just realised I'm wearing my shirt inside out. Don't. I was just like, hang on a minute. I'm sure this logo's on the other side. Fashion, guys. I'm reinventing it. Reinvented fashion. I'm so cool. Or I've got problems that elderly people have. I'm ahead of the curve, yeah. This actually saves you washing your clothes. Just wear them inside out. I've not bought it yet. We've got to wait. I've got to go to the Steam store. We've got to type in LMU. LMU sounds like a rare disease. Oh, I've got LMU. I'm sorry, sir. You have contracted LMU from the jungle. It's a fatal and painful death. Most deaths are fatal. Not all painful, but most most deaths are pretty fatal. Bit of a rubbish death if it's not fatal. Let's be honest. Hello, Norman Robinson from the Bermuda Islands. Norman Robinson from the Bermuda Islands. How's it going? Right, let's get steamy. Who's excited for Sims? I still can't buy it yet. I'm waiting. Hello. Do you still have the DD Girl? Yeah. Channel members on YouTube. Get the DD Girl. Channel members. I don't do predictions anymore. Mods on Twitch manage all the predictions. I'm all right. I'm a little bit tired from yesterday. We had good racing yesterday. I absolutely destroyed subscribers all night. Thirds, firsts. Embarrassed all the Game of Muscle viewers. Now, of course, I haven't got an early copy. I've got too much of a loudmouth. I speak my mind. That's not allowed in the world of sim racing or media. It's a very dangerous thing. If you're trying to market a product, you don't want to give it to someone that's too honest. unless you know it's a really good thing. So you know it's a risky maneuver, isn't it? Really. Cracked. I'm using the Atari ST version of the game. I'm using the tape version of the game. Commodore 64. I borrowed it off a friend, and we put it in the tape in the boombox, and I copied the tapes. This is an authentic, absolute first impressions. This is not a fraudulent first impressions. This is an absolute 100% grade A authentic. No refunds. First impressions. Don't copy that, Floppy. Jailbreak iPod version. We have 5 minutes until it comes out of Steam, apparently. So, are you guys excited? Who's buying it in chat? Recorded. A poll on first impressions. Okay. So a prediction. Oh, hang on. Prediction. Start a prediction. What's the prediction going to be? LMU. Out. I don't know what. I don't know what the prediction should be. Great or grating? Well, we'll put. There you go. LMU, is it worth getting? Yes. Great. No. Grating. There you go. That's the prediction. 30 minutes. LM yay or LM poo. That's just terrible. That's pathetic. Thank you, TU Gaming. No, I've already started ranting before the stream's begun. I've been warming up, pre-rant warm up. It's time to play a racing sim. This is the theme music for LMU. I've just written it. LMU, 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 LMU. It is a game with racing cars. LMU, 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 LMU. They can drive for 6 or 12 or 8 or long time. LMU, 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 LMU. Racing cars. Don't mention R Factor. Don't mention R Factor. It's not R Factor 2. It's LMU. Don't mention R Factor 2. Hey, let's play some LMU. It's a car with racing cars. Yes, it's true. Let's play some LMU. Racing cars for me and you. It's not R Factor 2, it's LMU. It comes out in 2 minutes. LMU. Factor 2, it's LMU. It's not R Factor 2, it's LMU. Don't mention R Factor 2. Don't mention R Factor 2. Max Verstappen said to uninstall R Factor 2. But now we've got a new game with a new title and new UI. I'm excited. I'm an excited guy. I'm ready for some endurance racing cars. We've got Ferraris, GT3 and even Porsche. Yeah. My auto-tune is broken. Don't worry about that. It's part of the song. There's now only 1 minute to go until we can. I've got to hear your voice. Get ready for LMU. Get ready for a racing game. Get ready for LMU. Le Mans Ultimate Le Mans. There's no women, it's only Le Mans. For Le Mans Ultimate Le Mans. That is actually French for hands. It's LMU. It's LMU Ultimate. It's LMU. Do not mention Factor 2. It's LMU. A game with cars like all the others. It's LMU. Okay, we're done now. We're done. This is how I do all game launches. That is the theme tune, by the way.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. So that is amazing.
It's the
probably
it's
one
the
of
theme
the
tune.
probably one of the
best.
one of the
Right,
or not the
here we
best
go.
destination to practice, like,
Who needs Sims when you can entertain yourself?
one.
There we go. It's available to buy. Add to cart. Purchase for myself. I agree to the terms. We've got to download it as well, guys. Might be here a while. Processing payment. Install content. Okay, install. There we go. Did you? Oh, it's coming, guys. 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you.
James, nachdenkendes Gesicht. Smiley mit herausgestreckter Zunge, Dr. Laut. Smiley mit herausgestreckter Zunge, Smiley mit herausgestreckter Zunge, Smiley mit herausgestreckter Zunge. Smiley mit Freudentränen sich vor Lachen auf dem Boden wälzen. Smiley mit Freudentränen. You naughty boy. Zwinkernder Smiley, 100 Punkte, Daumen hoch, mittlere Hautfarbe.
100 Punkte und Hautfarbe. Thank you for that. We're installing, guys. Always good fun. Thanks for that donation, Norman. Really appreciate it. Thanks for subscribing, guys. Welcome to the Gamer Muscle Club, where anything can happen, but not anything. Mostly sim racing. Put your hands in the air. Everybody downloading LMU. Everybody downloading LMU. Get on the LMU. Download the game, install it to find out it's the same as R-Factor 2. Don't mention R-Factor 2! Don't mention R-Factor 2. Do not make any comparisons between this and R-Factor 2 because Motorsport Games would not want anyone to draw any parallels between the pre-existing title and the new title. So at all costs, don't mention R-Factor 2. Oh, did I not get them? Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I'm saying the quiet bit out loud. Don't mention R-Factor. Don't mention. They put it on the page. It's in the marketing material, guys. It's on there. They should be. Everyone should be proud of R-Factor 2. I think R-Factor 2 is the second best sim after AC. So you know, be proud of it. I say. Put your hands in the air. If your name's Michi Hoyer, German sim racing legend, he can't use an underground ticket machine. Michi Hoyer for the win. Michi Hoyer. Michi Hoyer. Go and subscribe to Michi Hoyer. Basically, Michi Hoyer and R-Factor 2 are interchangeable interchangeable words. You might not know that. Some people don't know that. We're downloading still, guys. We'll have it soon. You guys getting pumped for LMU too? Is Dave Cam in chat? What's he doing? Get banned on this Dave Cam guy. To be fair, it is R Factor 2. No, it's not. New UI, new cars, new tracks, new sounds.
Mitchy Hoyer's
still there. Mitchy Hoyer's still there. Mitchy Hoyer. If Mitchy Hoyer's there, it's R Factor 2. You can't escape it. If Mitchy Hoyer is R Factor 2. Hang on, why are we having the same song twice? We're still downloaded, 20%. It's downloading. It's a downloading race. You should have had a code. Well, I mean, I don't need codes. I'm happy to support. I'm happy to support struggling developers. We're doing this authentically. I get it, but if it's like any like the game, hang on, what are you typing? It's not to be mentioned. What's the game that's not to be mentioned? Oh, ACC. It'll be better than ACC. We'll keep making stuff. By the way, guys, what you're listening to now is the LMU soundtrack. I downloaded it separately. Race cars, drive your cars all day and all night. Endurance racing in GT3. Endurance racing with you and me. We got the rain, we got the sun, we got the fog, we got the snow, we got the rain, we got the sun, we got the racing all day long. It's not R Factor 2. It's not R Factor 2. It's LMU. It's got the rain, it's got the sun, it's got the racing all day long. It's got the rain, it's got the sun, it's got the racing all day long. It is a game with racing cars. That's the theme tune, by the way. Just writ the theme tune. You might not have noticed that we just came up with that. LMU, it's a racing game that is not R Factor 2. LMU, it is definitely not R Factor 2. Oh, we're going to milk this joke. This joke's never ending. My missus told me to mute my phone for the first time ever. What's your missus's name, Rick Pink? What's her name? I can write her a song. Oh, what's her name? The rhythm's about to start. I need a name. Come on. What's her name? Say her name. I dare you. Quick! That's not a name. Give me a name. Kirsty. Okay. Don't believe you. likes to get around. Kirsty, she's got every disease known to man. Kirsty is actually being used by Pfizer as an experimental program to find out if there's a treatment for all these disorders. She's actually collected everything to the point that she's now an uber robot human immune to all diseases of the venereal variety. Robo Kirsty, robotic girlfriend from outer space. I bet you didn't think you were going to tune into that. That's what she dissed me first. It's probably not even her name. I think he made that name up. We're just waiting. We're just waiting here for the game. We're currently writing music, if that's what you can call it. We got 50% downloaded. Watch Dan Suzuki. Give him a sub. He's better than me. Ah! That's how you drink non-alcoholic beer, by the way. How could anyone possibly expect to tune into that? Expect the unexpected on the internet. That's what I say. Will Le Mans Ultimate be better than iRacing? What will be better, Thirsty Kirsty or Le Mans Ultimate? Ah, 53%. Are you excited, guys? I can feel the excitement. It's rising in the trousers of all sim racers. Will this sim be any good? Or will it suck? Or will it suck? Will it be fun to drive? Or will it be a total dive? We're downloading a new simulator. I think I might have to see you later. It's only at 56%. Like my enthusiasm in this descent of simulation madness. Simulation insanity. Simulation madness. Let's all go insane with tea. Le Mans Ultimates. The ultimate sim or the ultimate disappointment. Downloading at 14.7 megabits per second. Anything could happen, or not. Will people be happy with this software? Or will they be upset and miserable? But the most important thing to remember is, of course, it's not our Factor 2! No, it's not. It's not at all. It's not our Factor 2. Don't mention that other sim. It's not our Factor 2. With the new UI and some new cars and sounds. It's not our Factor 2. Keep that to yourself. Don't mention that at all. Le Mans Ultimate Racing Simulator. Le Mans Ultimate. I am Le Mans Ultimate. You will enjoy. I am Le Mans Ultimate. Oh, hang on, we've got some Prodigy going on here. Sounds like Prodigy. Coming at you from the sim rig. Coming at you. Hands in the air, hands in the air. We're waiting for this game to download. Lamar's Ultimate X Factor. It's not our Factor 2. It's Lamar's Ultimate. We're getting there. This is what a poor man's midlife crisis. I think the pigeon on the shoulder is probably an indication of how far gone we've gone. Let me in, I'm trying to F. We're 70%, guys. It's a song I wrote. Oh, well, look. I don't care what Simon Cowell says. His face is melting. I don't trust anybody whose face is melting unless there's someone that's been in a fire. If someone's been in a fire and their face is melted, or they're like a soldier or something, I trust them. But if you're like a rich person that's been judging poor people trying to make music, and then your face melts through your own actions, I don't trust you. On the non-alcoholic Carling today. It's my favourite drink at the moment. If only I'd just seen the pigeon. UK West. UK West represents. All the sim racers in the club, put your hands in the air. All the hot Eastern European babes, put your hands in the air. All the people currently undergoing a midlife crisis, hands in the air. Fizzy beer. Hands in the air. Hands in the air. I've never understood the whole hands in the air thing. Kirsty, thirsty Kirsty. If your name's Kirsty and you're thirsty, put your hands in the air. If you lost a limb in a disastrous sim racing incident, so you've only got one arm, put your hand in the air. Hitler? No, he was just copying other people. Dave Cam's a hot Eastern European chick in his head. That's why he walks around like this. If you've ever seen him, that's how he walks. I was confused at first. I was at Sim Racing Expo. First time I saw Dave a few years back in person. I was like, oh, he seems like a pretty normal northerner in his live streams. But then he was walking through the halls of Sim Racing Expo like that, and I was like, well, I'm not going to judge you. And I was like, why do you walk like that, Dave? And he went.
Oh, tell you, Gamer Muscle. I tell you, I walk like that because I actually, in the end, I'm actually a bit of a babe, a bit of a Eastern European babe, mate.
And I was like, Dave, that's nice. I'm happy for you, man. You be whatever you want to be. And then he was like,
alright, let's go clubbing and I'll show you my dance moves. Dave Cam on the dance floor. 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 Everybody do Dave Cam. Everybody do Dave Cam. Everybody do the Dave Cam. He's how he moves all night long. Do the Dave Cam.
It was a good night. It was a good night out, I'll be honest. It's the Dave Cam. Oh, what have we come up with today?
The Dave Cam, everybody do the Dave Cam.
Good move, that. So we've come up with, I can't even remember what we've come up with. We've come up with too much in half an hour.
Dave Cam on the vocals here. How does he reach those high notes?
Do the Dave Cam. This is all from my subconscious. I don't know what's going on. Thirsty Kirsty. Thirsty Kirsty and the Dave Cam crew. It's almost downloaded, 93%. Everybody do the Dave Cam, guys. Last night it was Kirith on the console. We need to do a Dave Cam emoji. Oh, 96%, guys. This is exciting stuff. I've never been this excited for a game to download. This is slow. Do the Dave Cam if you're hyped. 99%. I can't do it, man. There we go. Le Mans Ultimate, your game is ready to play. My game, I didn't make it. 0 out of 41 achievements. Right, load in. Let's see if this works. Okay, let's go. Studio 397. I'll switch the scene in a second. It's probably going to ask me for like login, my address, and
let's go.
Photos of my naked body or something. Alright, here we go. Studio 397. Oh, here we go. A nice intro video. Oh, it's at the inside line. Nice intro video. I hope Mitchell Hoyer was driving in that, otherwise I don't want to play. Connecting. Oh. Oh, no race control. That's good, to be honest, because I'm pretty against segregation, and I'm not sure if I believe in race control. To be honest, I think it's better to not control race. So I'm glad we're not connected to it. I really disagree with apartheid enforced through video games. You know, it's it's too easy. The joke's been made before. Continue. Oh, there we go. Create your profile. Oh, now we've got to be profiled. Dave Cam will know about this. First name. Well, I'll use my real name. UK West. UK West. Oh, we'll do this. I don't know why, but do the Dave Cam. Nationality. Oh, I can't. Afghanistan, Albania, Andorra. Where am I from? Bangladesh, Bahamas. Hang on, is North Korea in here? This is always the ultimate test. Right, North Korea. Oh, Zambia's represented. Get in there. Where's North Korea? There we go. Nicaragua. Don't say it! Where is it? Right, where are we going? Jesus Christ. Why is North Korea not in here? Do motorsport games not North Korea. Motorsport Games recognises North Korea as a country, but it has the same flag as Northern Mariana Islands. Why haven't they put the North Korean flag in there? Hang on, where's Norfolk Island? Right. Oh, I imagine there's a lot of Palestinian people playing this right now. Let's move on swiftly. Where are we? I imagine it's quite hard to play a simulator when a country's dropping bombs on you. Where are we going? I'm looking for the UK. Lesbos. My best country. Ah, no, that's it. Right, where? Oh, there we go. United Kingdom. On top of United States. Take that, United States. Once again, UK proving it's better than the United States. On top, always. Magma, make America Great Britain again. Let's get it. Why is it just J? J. Okay. Don't dox me, game. No! Knew it was going to do this. I'm going to put my... Oh, we're alright. I thought it was going to dox me. The games have a habit of doing this. But it was alright. I don't want all the hot women coming after me. Or viewers ordering me pizza. Right, here we go. I agree to the privacy policy. I agree to the competition rules. I don't want to receive marketing material. It's my job is to market stuff to people. Hang on, why is it changed from J to Y? Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Continue. Right, here we go. There we go. I don't know. Set difficulty settings. Choose preset. Am I a beginner, an intermediate, or an expert? I think I'd say I'm an expert. I'd like to say, you know, AI difficulty high. Oh, this is nice. Hang on. This is good that they've got... here you go, the presets. There you go. Low, damage off, driving line full, auto shift, brake assist. This is good. Nice, well thought out. Medium. I'm not sure I'd have an auto shift on for an intermediate, but... And I wouldn't have steering assist on either. But who knows? Maybe they're thinking. I guess an actual someone that knows what they're doing would just turn everything off anyway. So fair play, fair enough. Yeah, it's my first. Press any button. Where's the any button? Okay. First one is to turn the music off. Oh, this isn't going to be annoying having really long interludes between every single menu on each button click. That's not going to be annoying already. Right. I can't see the bloody text. Master volume, onboard volume. UI music. I'm sure the UI music is good, but I don't have a license for it, so we'll have to turn that off. It sounded like some nice dramatic classical music, so that's how you know it's legit. Get in the spirit. UI click button. There we go, it's fine. Right. Okay. We're going to keep it with defaults, really. We'll see what happens with the defaults. Oh, dear God. No, right. First complaint. First complaint. This is shit. No! No! Why would you want, like, a 3-second overlay between the menus? That is already... Like, it's not in sync with the simulator. Just have it fade to black. Look, it's glitching out. Get rid of that. Right, that's already. Fix that. This is early access, guys. Get rid of that, though. Get rid of that. Terrible. Absolutely awful. Absolutely... like, that... like, what? Guys, this is already... That should... Who had that idea? It's not a live stream. It's a video game. We don't need this. Come on! I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're trying to hide the loading time of the different menus, but then... Yeah, anyway, okay, so there you go. That's terrible. The rest of the UI looks nice, though. This looks nice. Right, there we go. Let's change some music. Oh no, I can't go off this screen. Well, let's just jump into let's see what happens if we click race weekend. Oh no. Yeah, we need the Star Wars wipe to go from like it needs to go like fade and then a spaceship flies over. They should have a car. Every time you go to a different menu, a car should like start its engine and drive out the pit lane really slowly, and then as the car drives past, it wipes. Oh, come on, guys. That's so dumb. Right. No, this is all right. This is snappy enough. Just have it like this everywhere else. So this is, well, we could just click continue. I've just clicked race. And we're just gonna see what happens. Out of the box experience. It's wants me to drive a Porsche straight away. The Jawa transporter slowly moves across the horizon. Oh dear. I mean, this looks quite nice. The actual graphical styling of the user interface looks quite nice. Practice weather stuff. Yeah, this seems all right. Fuck me. 20 seconds in, and that was already annoying. Like when you first load the game, do it when the game first loads. Have it do that once. That's fine. That's totally fine. Like Le Mans Ultimate, reveal the game. Do not have it between every menu. Come on. If that's the worst thing, that's all good. Ibama, thank you. Someone at Motorsport Games will have said, yeah, guys, that's a bit shit. And then someone will have gone, no, we think it's all right. And I'm on whoever said that it's shit. That's it. Game of Muscle spoken. Game of Muscle spoken.
Okay, let's go.
You probably can delete it with an INI file, yeah. It might take a while to load, but this is a big track. So we'll see. Normally with this game engine, first time you play it, it has to compile shaders and stuff. So second or third time it loads is probably better. We'll see. I think people have got used to Unreal loading.
Okay, let's go.
So this needs like, it looked like it crashed there. So really, ideally, you need something animated on the UI that maybe will stutter and stuff, which it probably will do. But it looked like it crashed there, but it didn't. All right, practice, live timing, setup. Oh, this looks nice and clear. The UI seems to be running really slowly though. Not sure what's going on here. Like the stuff, like the buttons are not very responsive. It's built on rFactor 2. Yeah, the UI is like really sluggish. I wonder why. Oh, it's okay. Let's drive. It's probably like a weird layer thing, but like, who knows what's going on. Oh, I did. Throttle pedal's obviously not bad. Well, the wheel's working straight away.
Let's go.
We need to bind throttle pedal. I've done nothing, by the way. That's it's interesting to run something and see what needs binding. Fair enough. We're using weirdo.
The pace car is out of control.
We're using housing belt pedals, so I mean, I guess it could find them, but yeah, the UI is like running really slow. I don't know what this is about. Oh no, like you don't want a UI to be running slow. Why would the UI be running so badly? It's really weird. Oh, there we go. Oh, are we on electric mode? Oh shit, I need to change the camera. Instant motion sickness. Oh, if they don't have a filter, I'm pretty sure they do. Also, I need to turn the game volume up. It was quiet. Oh my goodness. It's not the most drunk UI ever. Oh, look at this. I'm using Windows 10, so he's got the. Yeah, well, I'm not using Windows 11. Well, so all the animations and stuff need to be removed then from the UI. You can't. Like, you can't have background animations and shit if the UI doesn't run. You just have to get rid of it, don't you? A UI, the base function of a UI is it has to be snappy. That's why that interlude thing is terrible. Camera gameplay. I mean, this is unacceptable. Like, even as early access, this UI, this latency in the UI, basically means that if someone's a noob and they buy the game, they will think their computer's broken, and then they'll be like, oh, do you know what I mean? So they'll go into the game and they'll immediately be like, oh, it's shit. So like, you can't have this with a UI. Like, I mean, I can look past it, but. Where's your camera settings? It'll be all the animation shit. I bet it's all the like bollocks in the background that you don't need when you're playing a game. You don't need it. You don't need. You have a static image is fine. Lucky menu unlimited. Where's this? What I need is the camera filter. There is a search box, that's good. Well, yeah, rFactor 2's UI works fine, so or works good enough, so... And this is based off rFactor 2, so I'd imagine it's probably adding too much shit to it. Yeah, but your GPU won't... Yeah, but I'm using a 3080 Ti. And you can't force people to use VSync on a driving sim, can you? Is this an Nvidia thing? Does Nvidia need to sort it out? Good luck getting Nvidia to respond. Good luck with that. Oh, here we go. Locked Horizon. Is it locked to Horizon the camera filter, same as camera filtering? Restart? Restart what? Restart the game? But why restart the game? Gameplay yeah, no, we've done that. Why would we restart the game? Oh, engine on. That's quite cool. Oh, it's good that all we had to do is bind the... all we had to do was bind the... pedals. Oh, hang on. That's a me issue. I need to change my pedal settings. The Houseville pedals are set up for the iRacing. Oh, it launches the first time. Okay. Fair enough. I'll restart it then. Let's do that. That's annoying though, because it is... Right, let's restart. Yeah, rFactor 2 did that as well, but why? Why? Oh, hang on. This menu is running at 230 FPS. It was just the in-game menu. I'll restart it anyway. There has to be a way to force that, because any, like... You're getting back into R-Factor 1, R-Factor 2 territory where it doesn't just work, which is like the single most important part of this game, because R-Factor 2 drives great, force feedback's fantastic. This could like have hardly any content, hardly any features. The only thing that this game needs is to just work. Like it's already looks better than ACC, or it will handle better than ACC. Right. Jesus Christ. It can do that once. If it does that once, that's fine. I'm petitioning for that to be, it only does it once. Right, here we go. It's once you've got into the session. Yeah, I know it's early access. It's early access, but I genuinely like R-Factor 2, and it's the thing that's always, I mean, Studio 397 did an amazing job of getting R-Factor 2 up to where they got it to in the last like year or so, and then R-Factor 2's cursed because of its history. So this is like an opportunity to actually so I can recommend to someone that I know would enjoy R-Factor 2 physics and gameplay, car contact, netcode, everything else, and I can go, don't worry, you don't need to understand all this DLC workshop bollocks. You could just buy LMU and you'll be able to drive and you know what you're getting. Yeah, we can put VSync on, but that's not really... I mean, I use VSync because of live streaming, normally. It's not how most people are going to want to be playing driving sims, is it? So it's the in-game... The in-game UI that's dropping the frame rate to like, which then has this delay. Okay, so it's a temporary fix, fine. But it's okay. Yeah. I know. Are all cute? Are you on about Quest 3, Euclid? So no. So what's the one? The AMVR facial interface. It doesn't work perfectly with the Bobo VR, but ironically, if you've got the AMVR facial interface, you take the foam off it, you then put some like Velcro back to front on it, so it's on the interface, so there's no cushion, and then you use it with the Bobo VR, it blocks out the light, and it's really good, and you get full field of view. So yeah, the facial interfaces for the Quest 3, a lot of them have a different shape, and if you do sporting games, you like it pushed on your face. To be honest, the default Quest facial interfaces are really nice. AMVR is quite good if you're using the default head strap, or you like the headset tied on your face because it's got a larger lip on top, a larger flange. Right, we'll force the VSync on. Yeah, £25 is good. Yeah, I think £25 is a good price for this. You know, obviously it's early access. If you were going to buy like DLC for R-Factor 2 with the same sort of content, you know, I said I have no worries about the handling and the force feedback and the most important parts. The problem is, it's like it is this interface stuff. It's like the stuff separate to the. Why is it with iRacing? Everything they do, but the driving is amazing. The physics are complete shit in iRacing. Over the limit, and when you're racing under the limit, it's actually quite good. But like the physics are garbage. The actual driving and force feedback is pretty terrible in iRacing. But everything else, the online organisation, the user interface, the accessibility, the getting of the content, the installer, everything is all fantastic. Like everything iRacing does, but the driving is good. And then you have R-Factor 2, where everything, this is Le Mans Ultimate, but we're just talking about R-Factor 2, everything, the driving is really quite good, you know, but then everything else is garbage. Oh dear. So that's what that's what you need the right. Where's the graphics settings here? Here we go, graphics. Well, it'll just be rFactor 2, I'd imagine. Right, here we go. Let's try that. Oh dear. That overlay just needs to go. Get rid of the overlay! Right. We're not talking about no, don't mention rFactor 2. I think the presentation of the UI is quite nice in this. It's obvious where the buttons are and stuff. Yeah, also we just jumped into this. We didn't have to. I'm using a Mozart R12. I had to bind my accelerator and brake, but then that seemed to work. The shifters, all the default buttons seem to be there.
Okay, let's go.
So that's really good. Anton Valsalov, welcome.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
The normal.
That is amazing.
The normal.
It's probably one of the
best.
Probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
And you're not.
Weirdly, I don't think loading times have to be that good in a racing simulator compared to other games. Like you can actually. It's same with like games like Battlefield and things. Like if your average game session, once you're loaded into the game world, is going to be 20+ minutes. It doesn't really matter if it takes a minute or two for it to load, as long as it doesn't look like it's crashed, and as long as you see it loading. If anything, what you should do on the loading screen, guys, put loads of bollocks about what is loading, so people are like, oh wow, look at all this detail that's loading, look at all that's been done in the background. Even if it's a load of bollocks, just put like dynamic road surface loading, high resolution track mesh loading, just whatever bollocks. It doesn't matter. I know it doesn't even work like that, but like just put that at the bottom as text, and people will be like, oh, and it's an advertisement for people going, oh shit, it has a dynamic track with weather and everything. iRacing doesn't even have that yet. Oh, it has all this stuff. Like you need to like brainwash people into like, there's free ways in game development for making people aware of the actual work and complexity that I think a lot of developers miss out on. Yeah, for some historical facts, all this, like, just bollocks. Just absolute bollocks. Just stick it in there. Even with a bit of humour as well. Put like at one point it could be like, grandstand Bob loading in. So if you're gonna lie, or not lie fully, but like it's not actually what is actually loading, but it's like letting people know what's loading. Put some jokes in there, and then people will be like, oh yeah, I get it, it's loading the stuff, it's a bit of an exaggeration, oh there's also some jokes in there. That way you use humour to get away with lying through your teeth. Something I've never done ever. Right, here we go. This is cool though. That's really cool. Yeah, loaded driver exclude. Yeah, a bit of humour, guys. Yeah, I mean the physics are nice. Straight, like immediately. You know, feels like a car. I've got the wrong field of view, and we need to turn the bouncing off. Default force feedback settings are nice. Yeah, well, you can tell, Bram, you can tell straight away if a physics engine's bollocks or not. Physics feel fine. Yeah, but you know, you notice with I think they have blankets on them. No, you can't. Flies on the windscreen reach 300 kilometers per hour. What an achievement. I need to change this camera position though. I would say the default view is really zoomed out. Like, it would be, I would argue for it. I know people have smaller monitors and things, but why is the camera so low by default? I think it would make sense for it to be a bit higher. Obviously, everyone's got their own preference, but you don't need to be able to see the driver's feet, do you? I don't really. Is it? Also, the feet aren't animated, so maybe don't show that. It's really important, guys. Someone at Studio 397 or Motorsport Games, someone has a foot fetish. They're like, guys, look, I'm really passionate about this. We need to be able to see the feet. We need to. I won't work on this project unless we can see the feet. Well, I missed the break point and we're locked up. Well, it's weird with with animated feet. It's a bit weird in games because is it? Oh, flat spotted. Bloody hell! R-Factor 2 flat spotting. I think it's AMS2. The feet are animated, but they go through the pedals because the pedal's not animated. Yeah, it's R-Factor 2 physics. It's not a bad thing. That was a 432. It better have the seat voice sound in it. No, it's totally. Guess which sim I've been driving. It's I was gonna say it's totally drivable as I kill myself. We need to get the camera sorted out. We need to turn. Where is it? What? I need to turn the camera shake off. Where's that? Why? I get it. Like camera shake, people like it because it's like, oh, I'm moving. Is it in gameplay? I know you can use the search box. I've got locked Horizon on. That's not what I'm on about. There must be like a G-force setting, otherwise. Where would it be? Oh, in controls. Okay. Oh, we can just see. See. Oh, it's going to replace windscreen wiper. Hello. What? No. Well, that doesn't work. Why is that not working? For some reason it's not picking up keyboard input. Is it 'cause it's already taken? Nope. You have to click keyboard to set a keyboard binding. Where's that? What do you mean you have to at the top? Hey? I don't get what you mean. At the top! What do you mean at the top? Wheel, pedals, and keyboard. Oh. Wheel. Oh, keyboard. Ah, okay. I get it. There you go. Clearly, I need. Clearly, I'm too dumb. Fair enough. I understand why that's separated out. I imagine a lot of people might make that mistake because a lot of people are dumb as me. Hello. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, the G-force effects we need to turn off. Like the camera's like moving forwards and backwards and stuff from G-forces. Some gameplay. Camera shake, yeah. Where's that? Don't to calibrate. It would make more sense to put it in this section under visuals. It's in the wheel menu. Why? like if you find like Lock to Horizon or like some other thing, why would you then be like, well, why is it in here? Like, hang on, where is it? Why? Why would this be? I don't know. Right, here we go. Head physics. Okay. I mean, I get it. You probably got head vibration. What's? Oh yeah. So there we go. It's because of head. Yeah. I understand why. Like you got these options. The problem is, you need the options there. If you put them in one place, you end up with too many options in one place. I think the defaults could be toned down a lot so that most people would be like I'm personally, I'm fully aware that I'm on the have it as static as possible because I get motion sickness scale of things. And for like, I totally know that your average gamer likes a bit of wobble and stuff because if they're brand new to the sim, they're like, oh wow, there's so much stuff happening, and so it's good to have a bit there. But I think there's like someone's already bought a wheel probably to play this game, so there's probably like a more of a middle ground. Not that it really matters that much, right? Try that. Yeah, it's hard to. I think it's. The problem is if you know like the braking, having the camera move like this. A lot of people think that they equate that to realistic physics, and those are the type of people that are going to be the ones that don't fiddle around with settings. So you can't win. You can't win. There's no winning. Right, here we go. No! What is that? Just printed a document, guys. Oh, it's hard in the office. Just photocopying some documents. It is a nice sound, but where's the seat? Come on, can we have a seat? Come. Oh, I mean, it's a nice sound, but it's not a seat. Is this audio accessible? It is a really nice sound, to be fair. I feel like I'm wasting paper every time I move the seat. Can we? Is this audio file accessible? Ah! Didn't mean to do that. I want to replace this with a seat. Right. Press 3. Oh, mirrors. There we go. Yeah, we need to get the seat back. But this is a really nice sound. How about we compromise? Seat is for forwards and backwards. then they'd have to add in another variable.
Okay.
We've got our own seat sound. Boom! That's the best part of the game so far. Going from terrible electric to... Ah, there we go. You can still see her feet. Oh, we need... Oh, look at that! The defaults for the Moser wheel. Well done, guys. Look at that. I've not bound anything.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing.
Brake bars is pre-bound. 10 out of 10.
Probably one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 GT mods. It's really good.
For iRacers watching, that was called oversteer and countersteer. I know it's a difficult concept to understand.
Okay, let's go.
No, it's. I've played iRacing and I know that there's no such thing as counter steer without the tyres getting stuck over the limit. Ah, my brakes! May have moved the brake bars a bit too far back. May have got a bit too far back on the brake bars. Eee. I don't think there's any force feedback for braking. That's the same as R Factor 2. There's no load on the there's no load on the force feedback for braking, so you can't know how hard to brake before locking up outside of sound, like same as iRacing. Just don't brake. Yeah, I don't know why, AC is by far the best at that, but yeah, Race Room as well. I think it might be just an accident of the suspension. No, AMS2 doesn't either. AMS2 has like, it's just a suspension. It's the same as ACC. No, it doesn't actually line up properly to where the limit is properly. The problem with AMS2 is you're always driving in like monster slip. It doesn't really matter either way. The cars drive like absolute bricks, so you don't need to be precise anyway. The default graphics settings are all right. Right, this is running, hitting the frame rate. So they've got the default force feedback. I think is perfectly fine. The default graphics settings are nice. It picked up the wheel. Had to buy the pedals, but that's alright. Already, this is better than an EA game. Congratulations, Motorsport games have already done infinitely better than Forza Motorsport and any EA stuff. Well, like the in-car user interface, the speedo's nice. could really, I would say with the force feedback, it's got the R Factor 2 thing where the actual limit is a bit ill-defined in the force feedback compared to AC. Like in AC1, you can just jump in a car and you can feel exactly where the limit is straight away through the steering. Whereas this is you have to go by the visuals. Like the self-aligning and the details, it's got forgiving handling, but the point at where we're going from like actually productive slip to unproductive slip is not conveyed. But maybe we could check the force feedback. I think this AMS2 is still really lacking in dynamics. I think the diff is just really closed on this default setup, but this default setup actually seems okay, to be honest. The rear diff just needs opening a bit. That's why I'm understeering a lot, and also why, yeah, I think the diff's a bit closed in this default because I'm on the throttle, the back's coming out quite aggressively, and then turning in, the car's is understeering. So just opening the diff would help that. The diff coast, the diff power. As a default setup, as a jumping straight in, this is alright. I mean, this is already like infinitely better than iRacing. No, I don't know what.
The pace car is out of control.
It's all on automatic. A speed limiter. There we go. They bound all the buttons themselves, which is really good. It's with the Moser Formula rims, so someone's gone through and mapped the buttons, so you don't necessarily have to think about it, which is really nice. that's worth £5. Like, if you're someone that's bought a nice wheel and, you know, nice steering wheel, nice DD wheel, you're someone that's going to value a developer, even if their defaults aren't exactly what you'd want, but you value the developer doing good defaults. And it's the same with flight sims, like with DCS and stuff. Like I'm not a hardcore flight sim. I like simple planes, but I'm not like super mega hardcore with stuff. So it's such a huge chore for me when I jump into a flight sim to bind all the bloody HOTAS controls and stuff. So for me, when Microsoft bothers to auto bind, or a game auto binds a HOTAS to basic stuff, that is such a value that I would put that in the marketing material, actually, to be honest. If a developer's gone through the effort of binding with a bunch of like the Moser, Logitech, Fanatec, mate, you can't expect them to do it with everything because there's so many wheels now, but no, I don't really use whatever the defaults are. I don't really fiddle with the Moser software that much. I just turn the high frequency force feedback down. I need the diff more open. I can't get it to turn in. It seems all right. Like the force feedback's not as good as AC, so it's hard to just, you know, it's not as nice to just jump in and drive. But compared to like, you know, iRacing and other stuff, with the what's it going to do? Let's try proper track. There we go. Turn quick to main menu. That's it. Yeah, time to review it now. Is online working? GTE fixed Fuji Speedway. Oh, my Fuji is such a terrible track. it's so technical. You have to get your rating up. Starts in 34 minutes. Okay. Well, that'll be interesting to just see if we can jump in. How do I... So what have we got? Spa, Sebring, Portimao. Which is a really good track, but it's weird that Portimao is in this. I'll have a look at Spa. That'll be interesting. I mean, Fuji's shit. Bahrain's shit. Monza's good. Spa's good. Fuji's not shit. But Bahrain is legitimately shit. Fuji's alright, but I hate it. Sebring, Portimao, Spa. I'm not sure what Portimao's like with these types. With GT3s, Portimao's good. But yeah, like so. Five good tracks. Well, Fuji's good if you once you've learnt it. It's a really annoying track to learn. How do we add? Let's try GTE car. How do we add AI? Presumably they're already there. Oh, let's try the new Ferrari. Hang on. Oh, there you go. What's this? Is this the old one? Ah. Oh, you can't. What? What? Is that delayed? Oh dear. Hello? Alright. What's the difference? Aren't these both the same car? No, I put VSync on. It's just livery, right. Right. Qualifying practice. No, I don't know. Shouldn't it just be out of the box? Shouldn't it just be the right thing? Like if you click race weekend, it should just be the default. Hang on, what corner's this? Oh, it's no. Have I just loaded the same track as well by accident? Did I not select it? Oh, what? How did I do that? No, I wanted Spa. GT3 Spa. You noob. They need some menu music. Loading. Loading. The game is loading the wrong track. Loading. Loading. The game is loading the wrong track. Would you like to drive on the sim? Would you like to do the simulator thing? Well then maybe you shouldn't select the wrong track. The wrong track. 83% of the game has loaded. When it's at 100 you'll have to go back. Loading. Loading. We're loading the wrong die of old age. You're getting wrinkles. Turn the page. You are pathetic. You're nearly dead. You loaded the wrong track instead. Loading. Loading. Loading the wrong track. You have to go back. Loading. Loading. Loading the track. Loading the... Oh, there we go. There we go. Right, we're going to go back now. Christ. Oh, what have I clicked on? Oh, God. Exit current session. Oh, dear. Please hold. Right. I'm sure I clicked on this. It's just like you click on it, but nothing happens. Right, there we go. Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. GT3. This seems like a really weird way to browse car skins, you know, to be honest. Wouldn't it make more sense that you would have... You click Ferrari, or whatever car it is, and then it's like a... There's a sub-menu underneath the car with each car skin. If you want to keep it, like, really square and simple. So... This for the cars with this would be fine, but then squares under here with each livery, and then you could just go, oh, Ferrari, oh, that's the skin I want, continue. Instead, you have to like do this browsing through, yeah, and then you're not going to know what livery it is until you click through it. I'm dying of old age. Maybe the endurance is for the endurance of using the user interface. It's not the driving. It's can you endure Le Mans Ultimate UI? Right. Okay. Well, yeah, this car's a good benchmark. We've got Silverstone, Spa. Right. Start race week. Did I add? Did you say to add cars? What's this? Is that added all of them? Or do I have to click? No, there we go. There. Rules, tyre wear, real. There we go. Add more classes. How do I add more classes? Oh, I have to click on... Right, so these need to be like a tick or green for you to know. Like, it's not really obvious. Yeah, it should be like a naked lady dancing on them when you selected it. A GIF. Have Dave Cam on it doing this when you've clicked it. That'll do. 3 hour race default. Yeah, deal with it. Yeah, maybe the default should be like 20-minute race. We ain't got... We no half-arse in here. 24 hours the default. 6 hours the maximum at the moment. Yeah. If you can't commit 3 hours, what's wrong with you? To be fair, 1 hour of that is loading the track. For the first hour of that race is waiting for the track to load, and then and then you're like, shit, I'm gonna get to my car. God, imagine being a games developer. I'd rather put my face in a microwave. You need an hour of practice to set up the control. No, the controls were good. The default controls were actually really good. Lab Pong, and the default force feedback's perfectly fine. So you can make a cup of tea. So I guess that's a feature. Like you get like about 3 minutes to load the track, so you can have a cup of tea. You don't know whose idea it was. It's probably not having enough development time and having to get a product out faster than you have to get it out. That's the game developer. That's the story. that's game development for you. There's not enough time for ideas. It's not about, oh, who thought of what? It's about, oh, shit. There's not enough time to get anything done and nothing's working. Little do people know. Oh, no, is he? It's an absolute fraud, isn't it? It should be called Silverstone. It should be called De Spa Ultimate. The Belgium Ultimate. I like how the Spa Francorchamps banner at the top there. It's the real one. It looks terrible. There's quite a few racetracks out there with Comic Sans. Ah, what's going on with my windscreen? My car's wet. Why is my car moist? Ah, no, windscreen. No, windscreen dirt. Get rid of it. We're already driving on a monitor. Ah, Jesus Christ. Don't have windscreen dirt on, guys. It's terrible. Oh, no. It looks low res. It's not. In real life, your eyes look through it. Well, in VR, you probably, in VR it might be worse, but like in real life, you just look through it, you'd ignore it. It's hard to ignore in 2D. This car feels a bit weird. I mean, it's drivable. It feels like the setup's a bit weird, though. No, this sound's not very good either. It should have a UDP protocol or whatever it is. What's making that noise if I'm off the throttle? Like why have we got TC off the throttle? What's making that noise? Is that meant to be traction control? Spinning it in the seat. Maybe? Sounds like faulty plumbing. Oh, the engine sound on this car's not good. I mean, I don't know what this car sounds like in the cockpit in real life, but... The force feedback's clipping as well with this car by default. Force feedback. Now that's a nice tyre skid for locking up. I'm just running default graphics. The trees actually look really nice. I'm just running default graphics here. I've not changed anything. we haven't changed force feedback or even wheel settings or anything really. Well, I've just turned the force feedback down to the clipping, but I'm sure we could. This is probably like 2x AA. I think the default is pretty good. Oh, track limits. That won't count. Hang on, is that an LMP2 car? Oh, AI did a pretty realistic overtake. That's LMP2, right? Looks like it from behind. This is all default settings basically. We just jumped into a session, a single player. Oh, R Factor 2, no force feedback for braking. The classic R Factor 2. Oh, we got dirt right in the middle of the screen. Oh, thank you for the well, everybody. Thanks for the donation there. Really appreciate that. Well, everybody. Thanks for using our high skill donation link. I think the physics in R Factor 2 are nice. I just think if it had it lacks that you know, like this sort of braking or the grit, the force feedback for where you are at the limit is just really lacking compared to AC. So as you're going through corners, you can't feel through the force feedback if you are on the limit or not. Like you go by visuals. It's got really forgiving, realistic tyres. So you can't, you know, it's nice. It's not like iRacing where you can't counter steer and the cars don't slide properly. I've unbound the bloody wiper button. But it's just doesn't have that force feedback for where the tyres are at. So when you come to corners like this, you just have to memorise like iRacing. Which is weird because other aspects of the force feedback are nice. I think it's, the underlying physics, I think, I mean, no worse or like AC's more simplistic in many ways in its physics, but it works very conceivingly, like convincingly, if that makes sense. Some aspects of R Factor 2 I think are slightly better. But it doesn't have that force feedback. Like nothing really does, to be honest. Maybe race room. Oh no, here we go.
How I long for the sweet embrace of AC. Force feedback. The souffle front end feel that excites me so and fills my soul with joy. The things I do for money, this game is giving me depression. Still.
I haven't been.
But ask what I did for Apamo in Middlesbrough.
Thank you. I bet it's Izzy. I've not been paid to play this. Depressione. Assetto Corsa Depressione. No, I like how this handles. I'm just being critical. Like this is like a billion times more fun to drive than iRacing, ACC. It's on another level to. I don't know how people put up with ACC at all. iRacing is just entertaining, but it's terrible. I just feel like that one aspect of force feedback. If it had that, I think it would be basically on. Hello. It'd basically be on a par. Okay, the AI is driving into me. Well, I'm getting paid by viewers to watch it. Yeah. Thanks for watching the adverts. Thanks for donating. Yeah, well, I'll get paid for it by YouTube and not much. YouTube ad revenue is terrible. Twitch ad revenue is a lot better. But then again, the Twitch adverts are like spending a night in Guantanamo Bay, so. They just drove straight into the back of us.
90.51.
290.51. Oh, they've got the new R Factor voice. I think R Factor 2 does have the aspect of. So this is a thing that this is one thing that AC does really well that a lot of sims don't seem to do. R Factor 1, R Factor 2, iRacing, whatever, is that when you play R Factor 2, every or any other sim apart from AC basically, what happens is you turn and the car will basically, you're doing a power slide. When the car loses traction, it's a power slide and then the grip comes back. And everything is like a power slide and the grip comes back. So there's there's gaps in between when you're actually fully in control of the slip and the input of the car. Whereas in AC1, the key is that there's no gaps between, as long as you're not like doing something stupid, you always have fine control and adjustment when you're in slip. It's not like I've done a little bit of input, now the car's sliding, now it's coming back. So if you do in R Factor 2, it's very controllable when it comes back and it doesn't slide forever, and the car is neutrally balanced and you can pull it out of the slide. So it's not like iRacing where you are literally a total passenger if you slide at all. But it's the way to think of it is like if I was to go into this corner and then I would turn right a bit too much, the car then initiates a slide and then the slide comes out of it. If I did a really aggressive one, it would do an aggressive slide, it would take longer to come back. If I do a really small little poke, it would be a really small slide and it will almost instantly come back. Whereas in AC, I'm always connected. If I throw it in, always connected. If I do a little bit, I'm always connected to the vehicle. That is the crux of why AC is the most realistic sim to drive. That is it. You're always, and that's what real cars are like. You're always in control, unless you like really mess up or you've gone over wet or you've absolutely overcooked it. You never feel disconnected from the input. Like you're not waiting for the tyres to come back or something. Like you're always connected. And the reason, right, ironically, I think the reason why AC does that well, I think it's because they put a fake like value in there. I think it's fudged. I think there's like an auto correction or something. But I think there's like some like ham-fisted physics code stuck in there. But ironically, it makes the end result more realistic. So yeah, I have a suspicion. R Factor 2's by far the best after, I'd say, after AC.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation.
Yeah, this is like R Factor 2. It's good.
Even F1.
This is
GT mods. They're really good.
So basically, AC's at the absolute pinnacle. Then I'd say R Factor 2 is relatively close. I think if the force feedback was there as well for that slip, I think that would really help. So part of it is just feeling disconnected. Yeah, AMS2's crap, so you know, it's fine. It is what it is. It's drivable, but it's broken as iRacing, but in the opposite direction. It's just really messed up. It's all over the place.
That time was a 3:58.36.
Well, AMS2, you're basically always in a huge slip. A massive slip angle is totally productive, and just that, you know, there's no like weight transfer, or it doesn't seem to be at least. Like AMS2 is good fun, easily drivable, but it's like driving on snow or something. Like, as I said, it's as broken as iRacing, but in the opposite direction. That's the best way of describing it. R-Factor 2, like this LMU, R-Factor 2, and AC are way closer to what real cars are like. I think this is, you know, well, we'll fiddle with the force feedback. Maybe there's like quite a bit of damper or something. Race Room's actually pretty good, to be fair. They've done a really good job with Race Room. I think the problem with Race Room is it's just a bit sort of sloppy, if that makes sense. But Race Room actually drives pretty naturally, but as if the cars are like losing grip in slow motion, more so than AC. Like, as a criticism of AC's cars lose traction too slowly. Like, I think it's a bit too progressive. Like, compared to reality, slicks sort of pop out and pop in a lot quicker. Generally speaking, there's obviously cases where that's not the case. The problem with Race Room is just it's not got that many people playing it, which is a shame because it's really good. And also, if you've got a lower end force feedback wheel, the force feedback's quite subtle in Race Room, so you need to actually, you have to turn up the force feedback quite high to feel what's going on, which on lower end wheels is going to feel a bit muted. No VR yet, no, but they might probably do VR at a later date. AMS2 hate is based on wind direction. No, I've been totally consistent on AMS2 since it came out. So. Right, it just winds people up if you are absolutely honest with what you say. if you don't hold back. Right, we need to adjust force feedback here. What's this? Steering torque capability. What's this about? Is this smoothing? Is this interpolation or something? What is this? Why are we using new? Yeah, let's just put it on 0. I know one is all we have. I think it's the filter. Oh, it's the interpolation filter, I think. This still has that grainy force feedback thing that R-Factor 2 has. So I'm not quite sure what that's from. No, it's basically drives the same as R Factor 2, I think. I don't know if the online stuff works. Then yeah, definitely worth getting. For £25, if you've got online racing and there's people in it, you'll get £25 worth of value pretty easily. Also, the settings seem to work. Not like the settings are pretty good out of the box. We haven't had to do that much fiddling. Straight to the balls. Yeah, that's right. I know. Like this, I'm using a Moser R12 Formula wheel, and it had all the mappings on it right away, which is really nice. I can't use wipers because the bloody button's not mapped because I used it to move the seat. Right, let's do a AI race here. How do we skip to the session? Start next session. Yeah, I think it's worth £25. I mean, I don't know when the price would go up. It's definitely early access. Let's just go straight to race. It's definitely got some stuff that needs... I don't. If I was going to make a ballpark guess, I'd say it needs like 6 to 8 months of development. You know, I'm not that you couldn't enjoy it now, but like if you're, it depends where you're at with it. Like, if like. iRacers are going to be playing iRacing regardless. AC players, AC's got better physics or better force feedback, is basically free. So I don't know how any game can compete with that. R Factor 2, if you were an R Factor 2 fan, then you'd just get this and you'd play this for the endurance stuff. It's not bad. Like £25 isn't bad value money for the tracks and cars you get. ACC players don't realise that ACC has completely garbage force feedback and terrible physics. They genuinely think it's fine. So they're happy with ACC, so why would they bother with this? No, that's not what I said, Andrew. I said it needs 6 to 8 months to get the stuff polished that I'm complaining about, or that I so like the UI performance, maybe like load time tweaks, just just all the bits and bobs takes like 6 to 8 months to just polish. Yeah, and of course this game didn't take 6 months to develop. This right. But yeah, no, for £25, if you like... Thing is, if you like endurance stuff and you want to do an online race with endurance cars, well, we haven't done it yet, then maybe this could be a good package for you. What's going on here? Here we go. We're doing a race. Oh, we can skip the formation lap. There we go. I mean, if the online works and you can do a multi-class endurance race, then for that alone, then it'll be worth it. Do you know what I mean? If they've got the online rank stuff and the online ranking is you can jump in and do an endurance race, then it's definitely worth buying, isn't it? Because there's no other game that lets you do that.
Green flag, let's go.
I mean, well, iRacing does, but it has terrible. Okay. Well, the AI is not exactly perfect. Let's restart the race there. They had trouble on 2-1. They'd had a few drinks. They were like, nope, not going through that. They really accurately simulated T1 in multiplayer there. We are getting frame drops here. We get 100 FPS. Okay, they can't do the start of the race, so that's a bit of a problem. Oh, I'm in neutral. And we're in first! Okay, that's a bit of an issue. Yeah, well, so the AI doesn't work for you to do. The AI doesn't work for you to do the point of this game, does it? If they can't do a start, yeah, it's probably to do with how many cars you can that have got in the settings that can be displayed on screen at once. Well, I'm normally leading every single race, so we only need like 2 visible cars. Actually, this thing is AI is a difficult thing to get working well, but because this is like a defined package, you know, it's not got like a billion tracks. This is why I reckon sort of 6 to 8 months is probably a good ballpark for this being polished. Yeah, it's based on our Factor 2 engine. I need to turn the AI difficulty up because we're rinsing them. Can we do that in the fly? Right. How do we... I'll have to start a new weekend. Let's turn the difficulty up. Oh, when was the first online session? Oh, we missed it. As a prototype race. No, I mean, if the online's active, why turn the AI up? Because we on the first corner we overtook them and we were disappearing off. Oh, is it in the settings? I didn't see it. I thought you had to do it before the session. Difficulty. Well, you know, I ignore cogs. I have a phobia. Silver. It's not got a Silverstone. Spa, Portimao, Monza, a Saudi track, Sebring, Le Mans. So six or seven tracks. 7 tracks. Yeah, the cog's always going on in my head. They call me Mr. Coghead. Gamer Coghead. Oh. I think the difficulty for driving sims is how do you compete with both iRacing and AC? If like iRacing, terrible physics, but it has the online structure and the competition. There's a lot of people playing it. So if your goal is competitive online racing, you'll put aside the cars driving like cars because you'll be like, oh, well, I'm in an online race with lots of people. So that's sort of like lock that down. It's up to iRacing to fix their physics basically, which hopefully the next update they do. Then you've got AC, which is like free, effectively. Any car, any track, the best physics currently available to a home user, best force feedback, or like debate. You could even go, okay, debatably in the top 3 best physics. Like even if you're going to go, oh, AC1 has terrible, like is worse than R-Factor 2, fine or whatever. But like debatably the best physics, debatably the best force feedback for free, with LFM for ranked online racing for free. Arguably the best like graphics and some of the best VR. So how do you compete with that? And then for people that don't care about physics too much, have VR, like graphics, and AI that's pretty good to race against or perfectly fine to race against, you've got AMS2. So it's really hard. It's really hard, I think, for developers with sim titles to stand out. Do you know what I mean? It's really difficult. I honestly think, I mean, I can see if in my mind, if the rank racing in this works, and from a user's perspective, you're like, oh, I want to do an endurance. I like GT3. I like the endurance thing. I want to do an online endurance race, and there's like one happening every hour or so with a full grid. Then I can totally understand why you would play this. You know, you'd be like, oh yeah, I'll do that. It's like, it would make sense for 25 quid as well, bargain. So, but it's like what I was saying before. I honestly think there's a huge market for someone to make like an MX-5 racing sim that's really simple. MX-5s, that's all you have. And the whole game is MX-5 racing, ranked online racing. There's a race every hour, 20-minute race every hour. And the whole point of the game is that you unlock bits of body kit, mods to your car and stuff. They don't affect performance, but they make your car look good. And that's it. That is the game. So to keep it simple to the consumer, I think that the problem with even this, R-Factor 2, AC, iRacing, Race Room, the problem with all these games is, from a consumer's perspective, that's a wider market, it's too much. It's too complicated. It's too much shit. It's just too much. And then from a hardcore sim perspective, you've already got like loads of different titles, so it's, you know. Right, let's just go straight to race here. The point is, let's not make any new sim racing titles. No, I'm saying make a new sim racing title. The game is make something that's really hyper focused, like even more absurdly focused. So as I say, like so two ideas. One idea, MX-5 racing simulator. It's only MX5s. That's it. But you can unlock body kits. You can do like fancy paint stuff. But it's just MX5 racing. And it's online. It's just MX5 racing. Ranked online MX5 racing. That's it. It's like Rocket League, but MX5 racing. That is it. With you being able to unlock cool body kit stuff that, or be able to buy body kits and things and make it look nice. That's one idea, right? It's one of the most popular cars after GT3, and people would just be focused on the racing. Rocket League is a football of 3 cars, and people play that for thousands of hours. It's amazing. Racing an MX5 car is amazing. So just that in R-Factor 2 engine or AC engine is amazing. Or using the last simulator, the last garage. Using your physics in another game engine, but it's just MX5 with body kits and stuff. Amazing. That's one idea. Nice and simple, and I think even sim racers would like it. And I think casual people would like it. Other game, a game that's literally just Nordschleifer racing. All it has is the Nordschleifer in it, and the game is mostly based around just doing laps of Nordschleifer. It has a race mode. Every hour there's a race with like whatever car it is you've got in the game. But a large focus of the game is the Touriswagen component of it. And you have like a credit system. You have to buy a pass to go around it. As you drive, you unlock credits and money, which allows you to buy more lap passes for the Touriswagen. That allows you to buy visual vehicle upgrades, stickers. But it's literally just the Nordschleifer. That is the entire game. There's no expectation of any other track. It is Nordschleifer with cars that you can. You could add more cars to it gradually. That's all you need. There's too much stuff in driving sims, and they're too distracting. All you need is like one car. Fine. Yeah, people are already doing it. That's basically like most AC servers were like Monza Spa with GT3 cars. Or right now, people are just driving the Tatuus F4. Like if you were to just look for online racing, they are just driving the Tatuus F4 car. If you go in iRacing, the vast majority of iRacing players are just playing MX5, F4, and like there's quite a lot of people doing Formula V or Formula Ford. Like that. We don't need all the other stuff. Like ACC, I don't know how Kunos dropped the ball so hard on this. Despite ACC being a really bad graphics engine, looking awful, running terrible, and just being GT3 cars with a limited amount of tracks, just having LFM, just having basic ranked multiplayer with LFM out of the game, basically made ACC probably in the top 3 or 4 most popular simulators. It's really not a very good simulator. It's like hard to generally access. The physics of the graphics, it's not that good really. But it's a simple package. It's easy to understand. That's the problem with. It's like McDonald's. People will go to McDonald's and eat shit. But like even I do it because it's like, well, I know what that is. It's easy to understand. It's food that tastes like polystyrene. That's what Sims like. Anyway. We needed the air fryer of racing simulators. So how was it Le Mans? Yeah, it seems all right. We're just generally talking about sim stuff here. Let's go to the race here. Yeah, well, look at AC. Some of the most popular things in AC is people just driving around the bloody highway. The sim racers, I think, in general, also don't have. This is the worst thing developers can do, is ask sim racers. LFM's made this mistake. They ask sim racers what they want. Sim racers are the worst people when it comes to games design, and they don't even know what they like. Like, sim racers are morons. I mean, they watch this channel, so they've obviously got to be pretty stupid, you know. But, like, what people want is stuff like, if you're looking for actual success in the games industry, BeamNG is really popular because children like to drive cars into each other. It's a simple crashing thing. Euro Truck Simulator, people want to just cruise on roads and pretend to be driving a lorry. And yeah, Steve Worrell's in the chat. They just want to be doing. They just want to drive around and like use fuel and see numbers go up. That's why World of Warcraft is popular. They just want to see the numbers go up. World of Warcraft has terrible mechanics, terrible weapons, terrible lag. When it came out, the graphics and story were quite good. I'll give it that. But like, it's bloody awful. But it's got a number that goes up like one of those automatic button clicker games. That's what people want. And driving sims are perfect for that. Anyway, I'm done. By the way, guys, Steve Worrell, he's don't encourage him. He'll start going on about tracking everything in games. Sim racers are morons. Get out of the shirt. The worst thing that game developers can do, though, is honestly ask the users. Other than pretending to ask users, by all means say, "Oh, we're listening to the users," or do polls and whatever. That's fine. But a developer has to ignore sim racers because they will go, "We want rain. We want day night. We want." It's like they want stuff that they're never gonna actually play or use. Oh dear. What are we doing? Please follow Sarah McBovey. What? Oh, no, skipping it. There we go. Oh, we should do the full out lap, actually. Let's do the full out lap. See how that works. We will do an online race. I was just having a little rant there. Thank you, Janet Storm, for subscribing. No, this is genuinely been easier to launch and get going than R Factor 2. The UI's running a bit slow. Yeah, if you ask enough people, you'll never get a clear answer. Well, it's just absurd, though, isn't it? It's like a film director asking the audience, "What do you want from a film?" And they'll be like, "Wow, we want big explosions." I really want. All they will do is they'll say, it's like what investors do. They'll go, "Well, we want a film that's like this other film." It's like, no, if you're an artist, you have to know yourself. Like me, being the artist that I am, I know myself that putting a pigeon on my shoulder is pushing the boundaries. You know, I know that wearing a shirt inside out, which I did intentionally, nobody asked for that, but now it's, you know, I pushed the boundaries. I mean... to be fair, like iRacing have got it. They ignore the users mostly, and the users and they've been a popular sim purely by exploiting people and gaslighting them into that it's good value for money, which in some ways it is good value for money depending what you want. But you know, we put VSync on, it didn't fix it. Well, I made it a tiny bit better, but I'm sure there'll be a patch or update for that. Full out lap here. Pushing the boundaries. I'm making content that nobody wants for years now. Pick the worst niche. The worst video game niche. Genius. Yeah, iRacing online structure, R Factor 2 or physics, or AC physics and AC force feedback. There you go, done. But to be honest, in some ways, AC and R Factor 2 are harder to... They're more tiring to drive. It's like VR. VR is amazing, right? It's absolutely incredible, but like... It's tiring. It's like real go-karting. Do like 2 hours of go-karting. It's really good fun. It's really, really good fun. Or like a track day or something. It's amazing, bloody amazing, incredible. But try and do that for like 5 hours straight every single evening. It's, you know. Iron Lynx. Why has it got the Predator thing on it? Yeah, our frame rate's dropping quite a bit in the single player here with quite a lot with the... Well, we've got 3 classes of car. Yeah, we'll see. We've turned the AI up. Let's see what they do here. Yeah, no, I've done long VR sessions of driving, but like, try doing it every night. Yeah, Quest 3's way better for comfort, in fairness. Like,
Green, green, let's go.
nah, they've done it again. I don't think they can take T1 on this track. Let's try this. Oh, it's not going to work. Lol. Yeah, I'm not saying you can't drive in VR daily. I'm like a big promoter of VR. What is it with people taking stuff that you say out of context? It's basically the same. It's the same physics as R Factor 2. Maybe they've done some tweaks and stuff, but there you go. The AI's on 115. They're now faster than me. Yeah, I said, yeah. I literally sold 18 Quest 3s last week and 90 link cables. So, and that's just people that have used my affiliate link. So, probably more. So I think I could be considered a VR shill. Oh, the pink car's going for the send. A multi-level marketing seller.
Time 2:30.22.
Well, he's going for the pass. He did a pass. Good overtake. They seem a bit cautious on the overtaking. But that's probably better than them not being. Is over 100% then do they cheat on grip? In some sims they do. I don't know if they are, but like in some sims when you go over 100% the AI has magic physics. Which can be good, like it can mean that you can then race them better. Oh, come on. He's well harsh on the track limits. I guess you get a little... It's quite good, actually, having a small division of points, though. So if you do a big cut, you get more points. It's not just a fixed thing. It's actually quite good. That penalty system's good. Seems that way, at least. They don't seem to be able to. So the AI is about 2 or 3 tenths faster than me a lap on this difficulty setting, but they seem to be struggling to overtake. they're not wrecking me though. Now this is using R-Factor 2 as his G motor. Oh, I don't know what they call their physics, their graphics engine. Wall of muscle here. Yeah, they don't seem to be able to overtake pretty basic defending. I'd have been wrecked by now if this was multiplayer. We'll do a video going through our first impressions rather than repeating them over and over again. Everything's built from the ground up. What built from the ground up means is that everything's ground up. Ah! That's fair enough. That was a good pass. Fair play to him. It was a good move. I left the inside open. Tapped me. Didn't pump me. It was nice. That was good. Good overtake. Good AI overtake. But they're on the cautious side of aggression on the player, which is probably on average a better thing to do because you don't want to be just punted off the track, generally speaking. I think with AI, I think the better thing to do with sims in general is to reduce the damage from contacts, reduce the momentum that AI imparts to the player when there is a contact. And then that way you can still have an AI that's overly aggressive. So this is what AMS2 is quite like. Is that the AI...
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Thank you, Zabby. Really appreciate the sub. TTT. The AI can be really aggressive. Unrealistically aggressive. But the end result is that they actually can then do moves and can get past player drivers that are probably driving in a bit of a weird way. But then when they drive into you, the player's not unfairly punished, so it's kind of like it's like a game design. It's a fake way of getting a more realistic end result, and I think that works really well. We're going to have to try and do an online racing a bit though. Yeah. Game changing. I mean, how many game-changing thumbnails do you think we'll get? Game-changing! Oh dear. Anytime you see game-changing in a YouTube thumbnail... I am the champion of the ninjas. Yonda, thank you. Welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Appreciate the support. Yeah, if you subscribe on Twitch, you don't get adverts. You can also become a member on YouTube if you want to support us. Or you can do donations if you want to, but don't feel like you have to. Just appreciate everyone watching. The premium place for tea drinking and depression. What a place. Oh. Just let the wheel catch itself there. I don't know. It looks like Belgium. This is pretty realistic Belgian weather.
19.87.
It's probably got time acceleration on. I think the lighting actually looks quite nice, to be honest. The the trees look nice, and the default lighting settings are pretty well done. It's more on the grey side, muted, but I think that's more realistic. The stylistic choice they made is good. Yeah, whoever did the tree billboards did a good job. Yeah. So this lighting now looks really nice, like light through clouds, that kind of grey white British seaside weather. It's really nice. Are there crash physics? I don't know if they've got that. Oh, hello. The LMP cars tend to just drive into you in this. Oh, that's a hypercar. Can we? Can you bind a button in this game to increase and decrease force feedback whilst you're driving? Whoa, look at the speed that he's coming. Jesus Christ. I think this game could benefit from some green shells, bullet bills. The hypercar external sound is nice. Ah! I mean, I did go wide out of the corner, but a hypercar. I think that's on in. Let's see what happened here. I did wonder wide, but I mean, I'm coming. That was my car. I wasn't blocking. There you go. There's your crash physics. That was a classic. That was a classic Le Mans crash right there. What? Hang on, it's just we just got instant replay. Is that it? Why have I got no replay controls? my car just went. Nothing I could do. Yeah, look, we have visible vehicles on 12. I mean, graphically, because we're getting in this session, it's going down to like 110. So I think it's only running 2xAA. Let's go. We'll try and do some multiplayer. I need to eat something in a minute. I'll go and grab a pastry. Air fries and pastries, guys. What more could you want? Where's MSAA? Are we not running any AA? I thought we were running like at least 2. Hang on. Is this what is FSAA MSAA? Why are we using different terms in every single game? Oh, there we go. MSAA. So that we had no AA on. I'm playing at 4K, so that doesn't bode well for performance. shadows were on high. Is the game worth it? It depends. I'll do a video. Depends who you are and what you want. Anti-air? Yeah. Well, single player has a lot of cars in it, so we'll see. We'll see what multiplayer's like. It was running all right before. Alright, what we got online here? What's running? Prototype fixed. 8 minutes. Right, here we go. We can register. Oh, Mitchie Hoyer's in here! Mitchie Hoyer! Who else is in here? Do I recognise it? James Baldwin! It's the talented James. Right. Do you know any other names in here? Alfie Bevin. This guy's a F4 bandit, guys, in iRacing. This guy's an absolute bandit. Jesus Christ. The amount of times I've been wrecked by Alfie. Jesus Christ. You know it's bad when you know people's names from online sessions in other sims. Oh dear. We've got some esports guys in here as well. Is this people registered to this session? Right, let's register. Oh, I'm going to go for the LMP2 car because we've not tried that yet. Oh no, we have to anyway, no choice. Okay, whatever. It's hands in the air, hands in the air, LMP2. Hands in the air, hands in the air. It's time to play Le Mans Ultimate, Le Mans Ultimate, Le Mans Ultimate, Le Mans Ultimate. Whatever you do, don't mention that other game. Ultimate, Le Mans Ultimate, Le Mans Ultimate, Le Mans Ultimate. Whatever you do, don't mention the other game. We've got an LMP2 car. LMP2 car. We've got a LMP2. It's Le Mans Ultimate driving sim based on another sim that we cannot say. We've Le Mans Ultimate. What a time to play today. All the pros. Le Mans Ultimate, that's what we're playing. Le Mans Ultimate, this is the official soundtrack for the game. Welcome to Le Mans. There you go, see theme tune. Every time I sing we lose like 50 viewers. I don't care. What we're registering, but it's not working very well, is it? We're in trouble now. It's a banger. Order. That's because I've got auto tune. It's like a vocal steering assist, but it breaks occasionally. Registration denied. Send a mail. Yeah, every time you click register, a person has to take a letter.
Get ready.
Le Mans. It's Le Mans. Le Mans. It's Le Mans ultimate racing time. Click register. Click register. Click register and then wait for the loading sim. Endurance loading. Wait all night. Wait all day. Race control is down. Your game is broken. Your brain is broken. It is broken.
Is it not working? Is there too much demand? Too much day one demand? First time chatter? Wow. Forced to the feedback. It's not working. Cancel. Register. Try it again. Good tips.
Le Mans. Le Mans. We have registered for the race. It's Mitchie Hoyer. He's in your face. Mitchie Hoyer. Mitchie Hoyer. Watch out. It's Mitchie Hoyer. He's so fast. He's alien. It's Mitchie Hoyer. It's Mitchie Hoyer. There's no practice servers left to practice 6. Practice 6. Look at all these people in the game. Our factor 2 will never be the same. Mitchie Hoyer. Mitchie Hoyer.
Mitchie Hoyer. Right, we're loading. We're loading. Does nobody else sing their own songs when they're waiting for games to load? I don't know. Apparently it's starting, I can't even get into practice. Join event, join practice. It's all like messed up. Do I go back and forwards? Will that work? Let's see what happens. We'll just wait. I'm just going to get a pastry. I'll be back in a second. Mitchie Hoyer. I'll be back in a minute. Thanks for subscribing. this works, it'll be a miracle. Oh, I mean, there's a lot of people registered. The servers are probably getting into meltdown here. Computer says no. See, the problem is, right, that the hype for this game, or like all the people be trying it out because it's just come out, and unfortunately, when stuff doesn't work, I mean, people probably give it a second chance, but like, if this just works the first day, that has a massive, 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 massive impact. Obviously, that's difficult, and obviously, there's going to be more people on the first day than in the future, and it doesn't scale. You've lost your bad games launch virginity. I just, like, I know it's really difficult to scale servers and get things right and have it all working and everything, but like I know developers are always trying to do as much as they can, and games development is really hard, and game developers are stretched. So this message is more for like investors. Investors cost themselves shitloads of money by forcing games to come out when they're not really ready, or like instead of so the launch of a game should be like, okay, nothing's gonna be flawless, you know, there's gonna be problems, whatever, but like for a driving sim the threshold's pretty low, and like being able to join online, like if all that worked in this was just this on, I think the big draw for this for most sim racers, which was the hardcore market, which probably represent the people that if they're hardcore people sort of on board with it, then that will push it to a wider market, generally speaking, or get it entrenched in sim racing. If you impress them with like just the online can launch, which R-Factor 2 worked with its online, but obviously less people, and they can just join it and do an online race, the reception will be like massively positive. But I mean, maybe way more people have joined than they were expecting. I don't know. I don't know what their resources are, but as I say, it's more investors. Niels Nyux! Mate, I lost my bad game launch virginity 3 times. Guys, go and subscribe to Niels. He does really good. He does really good tutorial and guide videos. He's a bit of a noob. He's not very good at driving, but if you put that to one side and you concentrate on what he says, then you know you might enjoy his channel. But yeah, you have to ignore that he's probably one of the most incompetent. You know when you watch someone drive and you're like, they don't know what they're doing. That's the impression you get. But if you put that to one side, the content's all right. But yeah, so I don't know. I feel with Sims, I feel like there's just that there's that window of opportunity where I feel like if a sim is like vaguely okay at launch, it actually really like, not by okay I just mean it works. I don't mean it's like the best physics or anything. I feel like that has such a big impact in sim racing, because sim racers are so tired of broken games and are just desperate relative to other games. A sim, just even if it only had like two, like if this was just one track, if this early access was £25 and it was one track and it was just online ranking with one track, with even if it's just LMP2 or no, I don't know, one GT3 car, one LMP2, one hypercar, and it was just online ranking, but you buy the early access and it launches and you can get into an online race, people would be like, oh, it worked really well, great. Do you know what I mean? No, I will restart, but I don't want to lose my my online. I was trying to get into this online session here. It won't let me join. I'm trying to join. Do I have to restart the game? Oh dear. We've actually the single player actually worked all right-ish. I mean, we've not had any crashes. Right, let's try restarting. Get a pastry. Suffer. I'd say it's less suffering than R-Factor 2 though. Like the wheel buttons were all pre-banned. The force feedback was the default force feedbacks are okay. It's R-Factor 2 handling, so the physics are like okay. Right, let's close the desktop and let's go back in here. I mean, you know. But I guess you could say this is like the early access, and so they have another chance when you come out of early access. So you do this now, people expect, it's early access, people expect there to be problems, whatever. And then I just think it within, if it takes six to 8 months to really polish it, and then you have to make sure when it comes out of early access, you make a big thing out of it. But then I worry, how do you get people on board into the multiplayer system unless, you know. Did it remember that we've oh, you have to quit out of the game and reload it, but the event's underway. Well, maybe it'll work. Let me get my pastry. Hang on. Honestly, streamers and YouTubers are the problem. Paid or not, are overhyping game. Excuse me? Are you talking to? Like, I get so much shit from people precisely because I don't overhype stuff. There's a good reason why. You might have noticed I don't get many like keys for certain things. Turns out being a miserable critical bastard doesn't really help. I do hype VR though, don't get me wrong. Oh, here we go. Qualified, we got in. Yeah. I built a reputation for being too positive, especially around force feedback. The stupid thing is, because I'm such a miserable bastard, if I say something positive, people take it like the wrong, like too much the opposite direction. So we're like, the Quest 3, I think is amazing. I really like it. It's a VR headset, and it's a huge improvement on previous VR headsets, especially the lenses. Which I said, I did that Quest 3 video. I'm like, oh, this is really good, you know, and you can see I genuinely like it. And then so like people are just buying them straight away. And I'm like, guys, do some research. Just not buy shit. Don't spend like £500 because some random YouTuber happens to like something. I might have just had really good tea that day. Well, TF Prigen, this is what I say is a bit of a problem with sim racing, is that, for example, AC1 is such good, it's basically free and has every car and some of the best physics, some of the best force feedback. So it's like, and it's like AI doesn't work well in it. It's not that other sims don't have good features, but you've got AC1, which is basically free and really good as a simulator. iRacing has the online competition and enough people in it to be able to get a race any time of day. It's a bit rubbish physics, but it's fine. Like, it works. So between that, you're like, well, it's really different. This is why I was saying earlier. I think there is a market for actually more simple simulators that are realistic but have less in them, but is done really well. But I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of people spending a lot of money on steering wheels and stuff. What's the pitch to investors? Well, I'd imagine with this, there might be licensing obligations that you have to get the game out before a new season starts, maybe, I don't know. Or, I don't know. Getting any cash flow by releasing something. I don't know the intricacies of the business. Well, so AI, good quality large language model AI is a new thing, and it's going to take like, well, it's already affecting stuff, but for how it will impact games, it's probably going to take like 3 to 5 years. AI is going to absolutely massively change video games, from like graphics rendering using AI rendering instead of polygonal rendering. You could basically just change the graphics on the fly. There'll be so much stuff, and then like character dialogue, procedural generation. It's going to be like insane. It's going to be absolutely insane. But most of the games that exist now are using paradigms that were established 10, 15 years ago. Well, this is air fried frozen pastry in an air fryer. I mean, do I know the track? Of course I bloody know Portimao. Nice, nice cockpit. What's that, Jash? Why don't I talk to devs? I do talk to developers. Like, it's not that simple. It's hard to games are hard to program, and there's various reasons why they do things how they do them. Yeah, they're normally, if you're building a game, you're normally focused on all the bollocks that's involved in building a game, not just, oh, some aspect of force feedback that most people don't notice. Hang on. I don't know if we were meant to use that on there. Oh, this looks nice. Oh, we really need to tweak the setup. Yeah, this is a nice model. This looks good. Can't see out the car because of the A-frame. We need to Emil Bernstorff this. Is this open setup? We're going to get absolutely rinsed if it is. I mean, we'll get rinsed anyway, but... Oh my goodness. Man, this... The whoever does the setups in this sim really likes a locked diff. Oh no. Can we change the Oh, it's fixed setup. Is it not? Okay. Yeah, it's fixed setup. Well, mostly fixed. Yeah, it's the rookie thing. That's good to do. Oh, Dan Suzuki's in here, guys. Give him give Dan Suzuki a sub if you haven't. He's really good. He does reviews on YouTube and he's on Twitch. He does them in English, but he's German. But he does streaming in English and videos. Good channel. Good reviewer. Well, yeah. Subscribe to it. Yeah, Twitch. So a sub is on YouTube. A sub is a follow. It's not my fault that they use the same word to mean different things on different platforms. Oh, here we go. First ever online race. I'm not feeling optimistic. No, it'll probably have VR at a later date. Not sure what's going on here. Just waiting.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen,
please start your engine.
please start your engines. Okay, we start driving. I don't know what we're doing. Start driving, yeah. I'm ready to start driving. I was born ready. Let's punt him. Oh no, it's Lander from bloody iRacing. No, we've got the bloody iRacers in here. Oh no. I mean, we've done half a lap, so I'm sure we'll be fine. Probably check it. Like, there's no voice chat though, so we can't enjoy the experience properly. Yeah, they won't understand the idea of counter steering. No voice chat because that would be too fun. Why have we got a PC case fan at the top right? Just to keep you cool. Yeah, well, welcome everyone that's followed us as well and subscribed on YouTube and everything. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the donations as well, the support. Thanks for watching adverts. This race is brought to you by, sponsored by Tory austerity, conservative corruption, and PPE scandal. Let's get ready. Last to first challenge.
Green flag, let's go.
Everyone took that first corner really nicely, as you'd expect. Oh. What were you doing? Why did you stop? Oh, the understeer. This setup's really understeering. Oh man, it does not want to turn in. Ah! Just idiot. You can't just turn into the car that's on your inside. I don't know how he managed to turn in that aggressively. I kind of want to move the brake bars back, but I don't trust it. Ah, this car does not want to turn in at all. Oh my goodness. Like the diff is so locked. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it does flat spots. See, he's just demoed a flat spot. Oh my goodness! Like I can't get the car around that corner. Yeah, if you're not on the brake, this car will not turn at all. Basically, you can't go around the outside of people because of how stiff the setup is. Just let him go through. There's no point contesting that. Yeah, I mean, it seems alright. The default setup's just really bad. I think people are locking up because they can't get the car to rotate. So they're braking harder than they actually want to brake just to try and negate the understeer. But I'm worried if I move the brake bars back, it feels like it's going to snag because basically it feels like I'm fighting against the diff being really closed, which is whoever set up the default the sap on the other cars in this, they all seem to drive as if the diff coast is like locked. Which makes them really like a chore to drive. They're not easy though, because on the throttle, because the diff power is locked as well. So on the throttle, the car wants to rock it out. So you go from absolute no turning oversteer to monster throttle oversteer, which is the stupidest. Like, that's not. It's arbitrarily difficult setup. Like the absolute worst choice of setup. Well, this is worse than that, because this is oversteering on throttle, but understeering on braking. This is like the worst. This setup would be a nightmare for everyone. This is better than AMS 2.
That time was a 1:39.28.
I mean, at least in this you can catch the oversteer though, rather than just spinning. If this was iRacing, we'd have been dead. Like, there's no way we'd jump into a race and be driving. I'm obviously miles off the pace, but at least you can overdrive in this without just dying. And adjust for like what's wonky in the. This looks nice though. We're having an alright race here. Ah, it's pit limiter. Put my headlights on. Like, rather than dabbing the brake, turning the car and getting into that corner, I'm having to like coast the brake to turn. Like, I'm not on about trail braking. This is like mental. No, it's not that it's difficult. It's just, as I say, it's driving as if we have a locked rear diff, locked diff power, locked diff coast. So on throttle the back's popping out, and on braking the car's understeering. Which could be explained with the mixture of, as I say, diff and maybe caster settings as well. No, it's not. It's not an esports setup. Esports setup would be the throttle would be esports setup like that, but you would have an open diff coast, so the back rolls in as well. Esports setup is basically oversteer from everything. Yeah, this is oversteer throttle, understeer from brake, or understeer off throttle. You can drive around it though. If this was iRacing, I'd 100% be binned by now. Like I would have just not been able to handle the car. So at least because you can actually counter steer slip and you can slide. So that's a good example. Like there is no way. I've never driven Portimao on R-Factor 2 with this car, with this setup. There's no way I'd jump into iRacing and be vaguely like I'd have crashed. We'd have gone into a wall. There'd be no experimenting to find where the limit is.
Time 1:39.38.
Oh, let's follow the car in front. Now this is online, ranked online race.
Time
Ah, Dan Suzuki's in ninth. 2 minutes left. Been beaten by Dan Suzuki in our first ever race. Can you believe it? Absolute disgrace. I'm trying to get my head around the understeer. Yeah, the graphics are really nice.
Lap 1:38.93.
That's probably worth $25, I think, for a lot of people. There's some bugs and things, but so I'd say I'd wait 6 months. Then get more development. Well, that's not too bad for our first ever race. Car's super stiff to drive. I think we finished in 11th. I'll take it. We finished the race. Could have been worse. First timer, 2 achievements. The default setup really needs sorting out there, I think. Let's have a look here. See the results. Can we see the results? Oh, what's going on here? Alex, Marco Biscoff, Alex Smoyer, Nicholas Hildebrand. Oh, we got beaten by Alfie Bevin. Oh no. We got Suzuki'd. It's not too bad. We managed to get some places. We started last, so.
I am the champion of the
Oh, thank you, Valunium. Oh, it's Mabix. Nice. What happens now? Is that it? We can watch. Oh. Okay, we can't watch. Fine. Okay, that's it. I think we just leave. We just leave. Just Mitchie Hoyer. Right, so we leave this. Do we get a rating or something? Exit. There we go. That was all right. I think the car just needs tweaking, and oh, here we go, generating results. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why. So our Factor 2 competition system was really nice and smooth. This is nice. This is really good. Having this presented, positions gained, rank it. This is awesome. So this all worked. This was all smooth in our Factor 2. I don't know why it's a bit slow in this, but this kind of stuff's great, I think. So like, if this works. If it's like, oh, there's a race every hour with an endurance car of some kind, and you can jump in, and you get a result, that's great, that's fine. Yeah, this is nicely presented as well. That's all you need. Forget all the single player, forget everything else. The gameplay loop is, oh, it's endurance cars, LMP2, GT3, race every hour. That is enough. That's all you need. There's no VR at the moment. Right, when's we quit that? What's this about? It's just slow. They need to. Oh, GT fixed. Here we go. Let's do this. What they need to do is get rid of this bloody thing that comes in. And they somehow make the UI faster. Mitchie! I like that these rookie races are fixed. Let's go for the Porsche. It's normally my favourite car. There we go. Oh, there's no practice sessions available. Oh well. We'll just make up as we go along. performance is a little bit bad in that you have to I mean, we got circuit detail on medium, and our frame rate is we're just getting about 100 to 120, but if you've got VSync on, you need 120 easy. This is the problem with this type of game engine. Jack Gore, do I like flight sims? Yeah. Yeah, I went to the launch of Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 when it came out. I'm looking forward to Flight Sim 24. Yeah, Craig's, it doesn't have the force feedback detail that AC has at all for the limit. AC1, that is. Basically, it's just like R-Factor 2, so you can't really feel where the actual limit is of the tyres. You can feel like the rear coming out, you can correct it, but you have to drive off the visuals. To be honest, only really Assetto Corsa has that, like, absolute, you can feel exactly where the car's at all the time, and you know, I don't know why that's the case, but it's just how it is. No, Project Cars 2 doesn't have excellent tyre feel. It has like a really over-the-top tugging on the wheel for suspension. Get out filing account. It doesn't correlate to where the problem is the limit is indefinite in Project Cars 2 and AMS 2. Oh yeah, we have to kick a plot. Oh, there we go. Now I've got to reload the game. There we go. Well, it'd be a bit, to me, it'd be a bit weird to be butthurt over this. A £24 early access title. And then if you were someone that's going to put up with iRacing, which literally doesn't drive like cars. Like, I appreciate you can get used to iRacing, and it's really entertaining. It's a good video game. So it's entertaining. You got used to it. You have online racing. That's fine. It's really great for streaming, but there is a propensity, I think, because people, if you play a game for 15 years as well, and iRacing structurally works really well. It's very comfortable to play. It's, there's a lot of good stuff about it. It sounds great. It's not buggy, is it? But the fundamental point of a racing sim, you'd think, would be the physics, the tyre model, would probably be. You would imagine that would be the most important part of a racing simulator. It's the one thing that iRacing, the cars do not drive like cars at the limit. Like, you can't counter steer properly in iRacing. You can't. You genuinely can't drive in iRacing. Like, the word driving. So there's a difference between conducting a train on a track. Or, like, if you're in a road car and you're never doing any real slip and you just drive, okay, technically that is driving. But I would argue race driving is actually driving. It's not a skill issue. You can... if you think it's a skill issue, I don't know what to say to you. Well, he can do now, because this isn't R-Factor 2, is it?
Okay, let's go.
Go on the centrifugal track in iRacing if you don't believe me. Exactly, King of the Hats, yeah. He doesn't disagree. Daniel Morad just thinks that the braking in iRacing is generally better than the braking in ACC. And the car generally lines up to the general performance of his rear-wheel car. If you actually listen to what he said specifically, he doesn't actually disagree. He agrees the tyres get stuck over the lip. Like, anybody that's driven a real car will be like, yeah, that's not what tyres do. It's not. It's like not even vaguely debatable. It's like, go and drive a go-kart and you can see the differences. Go and ride a bicycle. Hello, random call sign. So, yeah, no, Daniel, it's weird that people mischaracterising what Morad said. Like, I know Morad as well. I've talked with him. So, he's not biased. So, Morad just did a specific comparison between his view with iRacing and ACC and what's pertinent and relevant to him, his equipment and what he looks for, his competition, and what's useful for his general training and whatever he's doing. He's not... Yeah, his point is just that you don't... The braking in ACC is... stab the brake away. I don't really play ACC, but so this is fine. I don't know. I would agree. ACC just feels a bit bland as well to drive in many ways. But it's not him. It's not him saying that iRacing's tyre model allows you to drive properly at the limit, which because it would be absurd. Like, oh guys, random call sign in chat. Go and give him a sub if you haven't. If you don't know him, he does loads of reviews. He does live streaming. Well, the thing is, in an actual race car, you can potentially mash the brake 100%. It's very difficult to lock up in a lot of situations in an actual race car, depending on the car. Well, first of all, if a car's got ABS and you set the ABS really aggressive, and the car's got a really good ABS system, you can actually just absolutely mash the brake. That is an option. It depends how the ABS is set up. Depends on car setup. Depends on a whole load of things. In a car that doesn't have ABS, like a Radical SR3, for example, it's actually quite hard to lock up in many ways. Like so in a sim, you can push the brake at 100% physically. In a real car, you can't. It's basically physically impossible to push the brake pad against the brake disc when you're at full speed or when you're at high speed. To overcome the dynamics of the grip of the tyre. So it's just not... The sims and braking are not completely analogous anyway. But then in iRacing, if you do lock up, it stays over the limit. And so you can't... The last race we did in this with that LMP2 car, I said the setup didn't feel very good. I'm not saying the physics are perfect in this or whatever. But there were so many situations in that where I just did normal catches. That's what a real driver would do in a real car. What you do in race room, AC, R-Factor 2, right? It's just real cars don't... Unless you're running like a full-on Max Verstappen mental car setup, real cars, especially these types of cars, GT3, LMP2... they're driven by shit drivers a lot of the time. This is like another thing that sim racers do not get. Most people, the over half the grid driving GT cars, even pro drivers, they are not go-kart kids that have done go-karting from 8 years old who only didn't just make into Formula 1. They're mostly rich people. They're just rich people. They're basically people that would be doing local go-karting. They just have hundreds of millions of pounds. Or I think it's like you could buy a seat for like £250,000 a year. Which I'm not saying they're totally unskilled. I'm not saying that I would be better than them, because real life's different to Sims, obviously. But the point is, these cars do not kill the people instantly that are driving them, because if they did, the car companies wouldn't make any money. It's all business. I mean, also, like, how many sim racers have they never been to real races? You can watch, like, F4 in real life, watch the 24 Hours of Spa, watch loads of people driving. You can visually see that a large number of drivers in these series are miles off pace, like multiple seconds off pace. They are not good drivers, really. You know, they're having fun and they pay to have fun. That's fine. And they could still be better than me. Like, I'm not saying I would do better before people say that, but like, there's so much like weird like brain damage that sim racers have over thinking that race drivers are pro just because they're in a race car. Anyway, but Daniel Morad's a legit good driver. He's like a works driver. So, and it's all beside the point. It's the same with what Daniel Morad said for ACC versus iRacing. I don't disagree with anything he said. People keep mischaracterising what he said to make separate arguments. And he's had so much shit from ACC fanboys as well. And he's like a really nice guy. So as an example of how nice Daniel Morad is, the first time I met him, he'd won he was doing an esports thing, and I just started taking the piss out of him, and I ran off with his prize money. And he just goes along with it. He just went along with it, and then he stole my camera as part of the joke. So immediately he wasn't like, "Oh, I'm a race driver." He was like, "Oh, someone's having a bit of fun. They're making a silly video. How can I make this more fun and more silly and go along with it?" And he was just like really down to it, really nice guy. So, you know, right, rant finished.
Reboot.
Here we go. Oh, sim racers, guys. Ah! What was that? Oh, that was practice. I need to turn my force back down as well because it's clipping. Where's the oh, cog? How do we change the oh. New type of punctuation. Rant finished.
Rant finished.
Kill all the humans.
Oh, no.
You will be eliminated.
Oh, here we go. Car specific force. About to turn it down. Oh, this laggy menu is so bad. We don't click apply on this. It was just a graphic settings. Oh, this looks nice. Wait, what track's this? Is this Spa? Are we in the other pit lane? Oh, where are we? Oh, Fuji. These are the wrong trees for Fuji. Looks nice though. You should fly to Fuji Microsoft Flight Sim. It's really good, guys. If you don't get a chance. It's surprising how close Fuji Speedway is to Tokyo and to the volcano. Yeah, I'll turn around and you'll be able to see Mount Fuji. There you go. No, where is it? Should be to the right. Oh, they've deleted Mount Fuji. Oh, this has nice. Oh, that is the most depressing Mount Fuji. I've turned the details down, but come on. It wouldn't take much more to... It's the worst Mount Fuji ever. Oh, God. The textures could be a bit higher resolution on the distant... On just that one object. Oh, no. Oh, the sand. Look at that. It looks so miserable. Mount Smooji. Oh no, it looks so bad. I turned the graphics down to get more performance. I didn't realise I'd sacrificed Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji's been denied. Yeah, there's no force feedback for the rear, like for balancing that slip. Like you can see that the rear's rotating around, which is quite nice, but there's no like depth to the force feedback for that. It's controllable, but it's just like Mound Fuji. sounds like the engine RPMs are separate to what the car's actually doing as well. Like the engine note relative to the rolling speed. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like the engine RPMs are not lining up with the rolling. Like the load on the engine from the... I was accidentally downshifting into neutral in the LMP2 car. Need more grip. Yeah, but in a real car, you can feel a lot of the engine through the seat, like engine vibrations. D Bodenberger, give me that Bodenberger. This handles a lot nicer than iRacing. But I mean, for a start, I would have binned it already like a whole bunch of times if this was iRacing. iRacing does not support you sliding the car around corners like this. Why by day one? I don't know. You want to get on the ranking boards. You like. I don't know. Why not? £25 to feel bad about yourself. Done nothing more sim racing than that. It's good fun. It's another sim to play. It's a nice package of content. I think for most people I'd wait 6 months. Has everyone got a full tank of fuel with this fixed setup? Don't know what that... It sounds like TC, but it's the rear rolling. It's making this weird sound. I don't know if it's meant to be like the tyres. I don't know what that sounds. I've never heard that in any other sim, and I don't remember hearing that in any onboards of cars. I have no idea what it is. No, it's like... Oh, I don't know. It's like we've got some broken plumbing. This is a much nicer track to drive in R-Factor 2 than iRacing. This is such a terrible track in iRacing, because every time you slide, it's like... Absolute tyre wrecker, this. Do I get to finish another lap, or will it auto?
Lap 140.07.
Noodle me. because LFM is largely a volunteer thing, but a lot of people donate. Oh. Not this time, Super Melon. Thanks everyone that's subscribed on YouTube, by the way. Really appreciate it. Welcome to all the new people that are watching in anticipation of new games. Appreciate you all tuning in. Gonna remind you to check out Dan Suzuki's live streaming. He's in the race with us. Di McCormack. This guy's a noob. There's a lot of amateur drivers in this game. For those of you that don't know, Di McCormack is like probably one of the top 5 best sim races in the world. So we've got a good chance of doing well here. Literally, like arguably in some content, probably one of the best, but easily top 5. Oh no! Oh, I thought it was going to be Sebastian Job. I was like, oh well, there we go. It's definitely over. Can only have one esports pro at a time. Oh dear. Right, we need to just crash into Dar McCormack because there's no chance.
Ladies and gentlemen, please start your
Please,
engine.
please start your engine. Why is he like sounds French Canadian? I think this is if you're into esports stuff and hang on, 38 laps. We got way too much. How do we turn the fuel? Oh, no way. How long's this race? Where's the information for the race? I'm gonna miss the start. Where's the fuel? I can't scroll any faster. Come on. Oh, we'll just... There we go. I don't even know where's the timer. There's no information on the screen that says, oh, we had a minute. I don't know if we can go back to the pit lane or not. Why would the default setup be so full of fuel? So I'm so shit anyway, it won't make any difference. I'm driving Porsche. Normally Ferrari that have these problems, not Porsche. Ladies! Ladies! It's French Canadian. Sorry, French Canadians, but your accent is insane. South of France. French accent makes less and less sense the more you go south, and also the more you go to Canada. Okay. Well, it's alright. We're so shit it won't make any difference. Round 2 against the Suzuki. Hang on, formation lap, but we're going to do a full lap. Cockpit's nice.
Green flag, let's go.
Oh, we're going. Wow, that was a very short formation lap. What on earth? That worked. the world's shortest formation lap. You might as well just do a standing start. Although, in fairness, a lot of these cars aren't geared for standing starts. Excuse me. I'm already on your inside, you can't just turn in. Yeah, that was nice. We had a car contact without it being death. Plus, you might have noticed we're like sliding around a bit and correcting the car so we can actually find the limit a bit. Even if the force feedback's not so good, we can drive over the limit without it being death. Which is a novel concept for sims like iRacing. Who's that? Was that Bedbonga? I don't know. See how this car's driving from lift-off oversteer there? That is literally non-existent in iRacing. Like, in iRacing, you do get lift-off oversteer, but it'd be like a locked singular trajectory. It wouldn't be like, oh, you can really subtly adjust the vehicle if you want to, or drastically, or whatever. I mean, we could do with force feedback that makes it a bit tighter, but I'm not saying the real car wouldn't maybe be a little bit more bitier, but D. Bordenberger. Bordenberger. That's a good name. Bodenberger. Can I have a serving of fries and a Bodenberger, please? Oh, yes. The Bodenberger's our favourite dish. Who doesn't love a Bodenberger? Right, yeah, I'm not really... We're not really being hyper-competitive here. We're just getting to grips with R-Factor 2. Sorry, Le Mans Ultimate. Whoops! Whoa! Don't say the 2 game. We got Jay Bearer coming up behind us. He's about to send his car in my arse. Oh, that's such a weird line through there. Is him a blind spot? What a battle! I do feel like what's catching me out a lot in this is the braking. I feel like the cars aren't slowing down fast enough. Oh, what are you doing? What a catch. Can't believe we caught that, bloody hell. What a punt to pass from him. Come on, mate. Oh, I don't know how we caught that, guys. One-handed wonder catch. On the throttle as well. That would have been death in iRacing. That probably would have been death in AC as well. That would have been death in everything. Maybe Race Room would have been alright. Yeah, Meatball. That would have been, yeah. That would have been go home. How dare you try and have a fun race. And the thing is, for GT3, you have to be able to do aggressive overtakes like that because the cars are so, like, similar and big. And, like, they've got ABS and stuff. You need to be able to actually have contacts like that without it being game over. Especially online with netcode. Does this car have ABS? Because we seem to be locking up very easily. Not that you... I don't know if there's like an ABS setting. Should have ABS. Or is it like GTE or something? Oh no, Modernberger's gone. Oh, it's GTE. Alright. Right, yeah, that's what I was thinking. So confusing, the different GT classes, where the cars all look the same but they have different. So GTE is a bit like GT. Doesn't it have lower downforce, higher top speed, no ABS, less slower acceleration? They tune it differently. Is it? Oh yeah, it's miles better than ACC. The graphics are crisp. The cars slide around nicely. They don't feel like they're locked in. ACC's so messed up. Force feedback's totally dead. I mean, this doesn't have the best force feedback compared to AC, but miles better than ACC. The physics in ACC, the cars are like you're driving on rails and then you have to quickly poke it back constantly. Oh dear God. And then graphically, ACC's all blurry unless you run loads of sharpening and temporal AA. Jesus, ACC's a crime. Absolute crime. LFM's really good with ACC. And the general feat, like the actual individual cars, like the car systems, there's a lot of good about ACC, but I think this Unreal Engine, I think Unreal Engine causes weird input delay, mushes the force feedback somehow. Oh, he's made a big error. Makes the graphics crappy. No, AMS2's completely bollocksed. What you want is you want how AC1 is at the limit with its force feedback, but even snappier and even faster in terms of how quickly the tyres snap out and return to grip. And it should be even snappier. And then how iRacing is under the limit. So how the cars initially roll before they get onto the tyres, and how that is under the limit, and maybe how iRacing suspension is. There you go. And then maybe like the depth, the way the tyres wear over time, and the depth of that wear, and how that affects grip levels from R Factor 2. There you go. Like the way the tyres heat up and stuff, I think is it's done better in rFactor 2. The tyre wear and heating. ACC's garbage. In like 10 years' time, no one will be talking about ACC. It'll be totally forgotten. People will still be playing AC1. People will still be playing AC1 and Richard Burns Rally. But ACC is good. Whoa! Sound pause. ACC is good for that it helped LFM grow. So it's good that you got like, which is then ended up with you having LFM for AC. So it served its purpose. Why would I have a big fight with Jardier? Like, yeah, I know Jardier quite well. Well, I mean, you know, obviously I beat. Jardier's a legend. We're a bad combo when I'm around Jardier. We're like really bad together. Like, we just gets progressively more stupid. like if I'd grown up with someone like Jardier around me, we would have both ended up in jail. Like, like it just gets progressively more and more stupid, and the jokes get stupider and stupider. He's a really good guy. But put it this way, if AC1 came out after ACC, everyone would stop playing ACC and go, oh, AC1, what a huge advancement in force feedback and physics and graphics and performance. Like, it would, like, you couldn't argue it. Oh, look, this new game's come out with all these mod tracks, all this content, day, night and stuff. It all runs really well. Oh yeah, it works really great with any force feedback wheel, really detailed. Oh yeah, faster frame rate. Oh, you know. Honestly, it's an upgrade. Yeah, Unreal Engine is being terrible for so much stuff. So Unreal Engine is great for simple FPS games, like more simple games, or like if you're doing quick development, a lot of first-person shooters. Hello, tires. But it's terrible for like large environment games, flying, driving, or it's terrible for like more niche stuff. I mean, even the thing is, even something like Rocket League, to be honest, I think it runs really badly relative to what it is. I'm getting like frame drops here, which we shouldn't really be getting. I need to turn graphics down even more. This track is just windy. Yeah, well, it depends. So there's two you can use Unreal Engine you can use the deferred or the forward renderer mode, but the forward renderer mode that has the old AA, which you use for like VR, isn't as well supported. But I don't think I'm using any post FX, but yeah, I'll have a look. Thanks for that. That was alright. It was nice driving though, to be fair. Well, that's pretty good. I mean, if we were more competitive. But yeah, if like with Le Mans Ultimate, if you load the game up and you're like, oh, I load the game up, I'm going to be able to get every hour a GT3. Oh, well done, Dan Suzuki. If you know you're going to be able to get a race in a GT3, LMP, Hypercar, whatever, on one of these tracks every hour, that's fine. That's like a reason to load it up, isn't it? You'll be like, oh, I wonder what's on there. Wonder what's on that. Oh, what's my ranking? Oh yeah, well the shader compiling stutters in Unreal are absolutely terrible. The bloody shader compiling. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I play a lot of Hell Let Loose. Oh, it's so fun. It's such a good game, but then Unreal is like blurry in a game where you're looking 200, 300 meters at little pixel head, like little helmets in the distance. And then you have like the stutter when you're running through the map. Oh, so annoying. Yeah. It's a shame because Unreal Engine was by far the best for a lot of stuff back in the day. Like Unreal 2003. It's since Unreal 3 basically. And I would argue since Unreal 3, that's when the latency issues started to happen. I don't know what happened or what changed. Even with first-person shooters, because I used to play a lot of Quake 3, Quake 2, Unreal Tournament, and to me, Unreal 3 felt wrong. Always felt like weird. Yeah, that's good driving there. Dude, keep going. I think we need to sort some graphic settings out here. Well done to Dan Suzuki. Darren McCormack, I mean, I don't know how he beat me. He's a bit of an amateur. Probably just lucky, really. Yeah, well, so the irony is, so it's not really the devs, it's like publishers try and force developers to use Unreal Engine, largely, because a lot of people are trained in how to use Unreal Engine. For a lot of type of games, it makes sense to use it because you can develop a lot of stuff very quickly. You can get a lot of stuff that would normally require programmers, like highly skilled programmers, can be done with like blueprints and fairly basic scripting. So you can offset a lot of staff costs on people that are not hardcore programmers. Yeah. So, and then there's a lot of training. It's understood in the industry. The problem is, that's great if you're doing a game that's like a traditional Unreal Engine game, like a normal first-person shooter, platformer, you know. But if you're doing a game that's like a racing sim, or like a really, like Hell Let Loose is not like a normal first-person shooter, you can see like two or three square miles. You can't go, oh, let's do Normandy Beach realistically, but somehow we're going to block the view off so it runs smooth, you know. So also, and we were talking about this before, the problem with Unreal is this is what people have told me, because I've never worked on projects with new Unreal, but like the development is like, oh, it's really fast development, everything's working, oh, we've added more details, we've added more assets, we've built new maps, we've added new weapons, we've added more features, we've added extra little DLC stuff, we've added more effects, it's all working, frame rate's great, game's running great, and then there's a tipping point where you add in just slightly too big a map, or slightly too many assets, or whatever, or some underlying code has to change with the gameplay, or like some vehicle spawning system, or some asset management thing, or whatever, and the game goes from, oh, it's running absolutely perfectly on most equipment, to doesn't run for shit, and then you can't necessarily know the exact thing to remove out, or you can't remove that thing out because it's fundamental to the game. You just hadn't implemented it into the game until you got a year and a half in the game development cycle. So you're then screwed. I wouldn't be surprised if this is what has happened with the WRC games, where EA have gone, we want to use Unreal because it's industry standard. They probably did a initial test with it, got some like tracks working, the general stuff in it. Well, it is every game ever, but I think with Unreal Engine, it's on another level. I mean, it's any creative project. To be fair, even years ago, I do like 3D modeling in 3ds Max, 3D Studio. It was just after they rebranded it the first time, and you'd get to about 120,000 polys in your scene, and then it'd be like, oh, you can't load the file now. Congratulations. Oh, you put one too many textures in the scene. Sorry. Now you have to wait 30 minutes for your file to load, and you can't even save it because it crashes. Oh, thank you. This really helps. All right, there we go. We gained some safety. We lost some driver rank. Beautiful. Yeah, we did. It was all right, actually. Right. Oh, we got. What's this? Why are we doing Algarve again? Sure. Well, let's do it. Let's go for it. We need to turn the graphics down though. Let's register for this. I think Unreal 5, from the impression I get, Unreal 5 is a bit better. But what you find with Unreal Engine, ironically. So the previous Unreal Engine, developers that have been using it for like 4, 5, 6 years, they are well aware of the shitty aspects of it to avoid and pre-compile shaders and limit what the poly count of objects and whatever. Like they know what causes the issues because they know the engine. So even though it's technically worse, you know what the issues are to avoid. So you end up with a better result. Whereas Unreal 5 might do, I think it does like, like the whole nanite and all the like light shading and everything and asset management and how it breaks everything up. Really, really good. But nobody's really familiar with exactly what breaks with it necessarily. Well, Scotty Boy, they've largely, the last update they did, they largely fixed a lot of the micro stutters, but I think WRC has a lot of other issues as well. What was it? Someone said it was post-processing effects, post effects. Hang on. All right, okay. People will keep fighting Rensport. Well, no, so the problem with Rensport at the moment, well, for me, it doesn't have a lock to horizon, so if I play it, I'll get really ill. I get... If I don't have camera filtering or some form of lock... It doesn't have to be locked to horizon, just good camera filtering like iRacing, AC has it, this has it now. Like R-Factor 2 before they put that camera filtering, I couldn't play it. Like, it literally makes me, like, sick the next day, like... really bad motion sickness. I don't know why it lasts for so long. Like, it cooks your brain. So that's my big problem with Rensport. Like the new track, the new city track's quite a nice track, and there's no reason why it's quite fun to drive. I wouldn't say it's as like the physics are nowhere near as good as AC or R Factor 2. I don't think, but because it's not necessarily not fun. If that makes sense. Yeah, but Rensport isn't just GT3. That's just the cars that they did for their ESLR1 stuff. But yeah, like I think Rensport has the problem of launching or not launching. Like, it's early access, but you need to launch with more content. Like, you need to launch with a defined product. I'm on the Moser at the moment. We'll probably do a review video soon and then probably go to the Fanatec CSL DD Plus. And then we can review that. But this is all. The Moser R12 has been absolutely fantastic. I've probably got about over 1,000 hours on it. It's been really good. Yeah, the thing is as well, like, I know people that work for that work at on Rensport, and they're not really nice people. So this is the other thing is, like, from a consumer perspective, it's not really relevant to consumers. So when I'm doing YouTube content and live streaming, I'm sort of approaching things from a consumer perspective of like, well, what's the game like to play? Because you know, people are spending money. A lot of people don't have much money, but you know, a lot of the people that work on these games are, well, they're terrible people, like all games developers. But so I like to see them be successful. I like to see the games do well, if that makes sense. It's people's jobs. You want people to be able to make money out of what they do. Look at this. You know, the way this loads in, I wonder if there's a way to make the loading more elegant of the track content. Or maybe, or does it have to be drawn on the screen somewhere for it to, because of how it works? I don't know. If you could put like a something blocking the camera whilst it loads in, so you get rid of that janky car floating on the track part. Yeah, if there's still developers here for this game, when the game loads, I guess maybe it's predefined. Then maybe there's like it's already predefined the order in which it loads things. But like, if there's a possibility that when it loads into the environment, if there's like a sprite that can be loaded first in front of the background view that blocks out the other stuff loading, that would look a lot tidier. I'd imagine they'd have already done that if they could. Because you don't want to see cars fly. I never got that in ACC. Like, they are cars dropping from the sky. It's like, why not hide it with something? Or all Unreal Engine games where the environment loads in and it's all blurry and then goes sharp. It's like, well, that's just ruined the illusion of it being a real thing. So just to hide it. Algar, yeah, it's a difficult track to learn. Does pits work properly? I don't know. Maybe. Algarve's insane. It's a really good track, though. And also, Algarve's got really good runoff. So, for me, personally, if I was going to get a chance to drive like an F4 car, I would love to drive it around Algarve because it's an absolute roller coaster of a circuit. But, so you've got a mental track, but it's quite wide, and you've got a lot of runoff, so you could really push a car and not worry that you're going to drive it into a wall. I'm sure I'd find a way, but... Someone should have done that. Real engine. the real engine. Yeah. I remember. Do you remember when Unreal first came out with that intro of the camera flying around the castle? And like how exciting that was, and it had like reflections and stuff. And the environment looked really big. And the music. Oh, the music in Unreal was so good. Yeah, that sort of stuff used to get me well excited. Fanatec or Moser feel? The Fanatec DD Plus is better than the Moser R12 from what I remember. I've not tried it recently. The Moser R12 is fine though. It feels very similar to like a... It's like running a small Mage on slightly weaker force feedback. It's a good motor, and the software seems to work fine. Basically, Simagic, Moser, Fanatec, Acertec, Simucube, they're all fine. Like the problem is the simulators, not the force feedback wheels. If I had to say, if I'm being, and this is like nitpicky, stupid from someone that drives thousands of hours every like year. The Acertec and the Simucubes have a like probably the nicest feel, and from my experience. I've not used enough SimMagic stuff to really be able to just off the top of my head remember exactly what it feels like. But the Acertec and Simucube feels really nice. Really good drivers, really good, and their quick release is good. The Fanatec DD Plus feels really nice as well, and the QR2 is nice. But I mean, it's whichever company gives me a. Are we doing Fuji again? No, Portimao. I'm so confused. Yeah, whichever company pays me the most is the best. If they want to donate now, if the Acertec CEO's watching and they want to let me drive their LMP3 car, that's fine. Then Acertec's the best. Red light! What are we? Can I go? Will I get penalised? Look at me paying attention to the traffic lights. I wouldn't mind a holiday. Oh. Well, that's why it went red. I'd have a holiday in China if SimMagic wants to send me to China or Moza. Come and visit them. Have some nice Chinese food. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the camera stuff when I've used it. Like, it might be alright, but it's still quite expensive. So. Oh, we need to take some fuel out, don't we? How long's this race? But yeah, again, like the guys I've met that work at like Fanatec, Acertec, the people I've met from Moza, the CEO of SimMagic, they seem like nice people. You know, they're sort of sim hobbyists, the crazy sim racers. You know. Ah, this mouse. Some new batteries. Oh, they're all 60 minutes, perfect. So how much fuel do I need for this? I need to eat something. What am I going to put in my air fryer? I hope I bought some pizza. Oh, hang on, what we got here? Wheel lock. I like this this formatting of the setup screen is really nice and clear, and makes what is a lot of shit quite legible. I mean, maybe it could still be better, but it's, given how much of a dump of information it is, it's quite good. Ah, yeah, you can. What do you mean use the right mouse button? Oh, it does 5 at a time. Okay. Yeah, I like fixed setup racing. What is the diff settings on these? Can it? Why we can still change the camber though? I know we can't. Why? Let's see. Where is it? Power, coast, preload. I mean, I don't even know how they relate in this car. I definitely think opening the diff though. Alright, let's do some driving. I think this LMP2 car, because it's quite forgiving normally, you can have it be quite rotaty off the throttle. They're quite, I think LMP2 and LMP3 cars. Oh, look at the reflection. That's nice. See the in the front right wheel cover. It's a really nice reflection. Look at that. I'll probably turn the reflections down. They don't need to be that good. I tried it briefly. It's not really good enough, this software. The hardware's probably all right, and it's just I think it's a standard stepper motor. They had it, they had it set up so bad, like you can tell they don't really know what they're doing. Like it's probably not that bad. I had a little fiddle, but if you're at a trade show, I don't want to mess around with settings of someone's booth, even though I'm pretty sure what I would set up, you know, it wouldn't be to my preference, it'd be to what I think would make the thing look better. But it's not my job to change their settings, is it? So, but like, I feel really bad for it. It's like, oh no, like they clearly have no idea of like how to make their product look better. You'd be surprised how common that is, like on like even really, really expensive stuff, where companies, less so now, it's got a lot better. Like, but motion rigs in the past would be set up like insane, or wheels with like so much damper on it, you literally can't feel the force feedback from the sim at all. It'd just be like stiff, like you're driving a go-kart. I mean, you know, I'm not having a go because a lot of the time the people. That's why you should check out SimStaff if you're a sim company doing events. But a lot of the time the people that do the events are like just quickly employed and they're not sim racers, and it's a dick to set stuff up, and they're probably tired, and so you know. How's the force feedback compared? It's same as R-Factor 2. For the 1000th time, I only respond to people that donate first, and then I answer. Sorry. If you want a fast response, you have to pay for it. I'm like a BT call centre. Yeah, just think of it as R-Factor 2, but with a neater package of content, but with a bit of polish. Oh, it's just the more generally easier to jump in and drive, more polish to it. I think give this 6 months, and I think it's you know, it's way more fun to drive than ACC. So graphics look nice, sounds pretty good on a lot of the cars. Handling's R-Factor 2 basically. A little bit buggy. Like Neil's Niox was saying, he was having issues with stability, so it might depend on your system. I've not had issues with stability actually, but yeah, the UI runs really slow, and it's a bit, you know, it needs more polish. I mean, I wouldn't still be streaming it if it was shit. Like, how long have we been streaming for? 4 hours? No, I don't know. Because I'm pretty tired today. I didn't get to sleep till 2 in the morning. We were playing AC till midnight, beating subscribers, which was really good fun. And I couldn't. I was listening to audiobooks. That's fair enough. I mean, I would recommend Neil's Niox's channel. He's, as I say, he's not a very good driver. He could learn a lot watching my driving, but he's like driver coaching, and he's what he says about Sims is really good. I like him as well. Like he says what he's thinking. You know, to be honest, is a pro tip, guys, for in life. A pro tip in life, right? I mean, no, it's probably bad advice. like personally, I much prefer people that just say what they're thinking, and even if I disagree with it. Not in Neil Knight's case. I don't think I'd disagree with anything he says, but like in general, I wish people were like just more direct. Like this is why I like Germans, generally speaking. I don't know, people go, "Oh, Germans are grumpy." It's like no, they're just being honest. They're just saying what they think. It's like how much easier is life when people are like just say what they think. It's like like. It's even, I think it's even worse in business. Like if you've ever done like meetings and stuff for working on projects or something, and people that are just like, oh yeah, we can do that. Oh yeah, that's fine. Oh, that's not a problem. Oh yeah, and then like a week later, they're like, oh yeah, no, we couldn't do that. just say. No, we think that's shit. So much easier. Everything's easier when people just miserable. Drive to Survive. Wow. Ladies, please. No, I like AMS1 as well. No, AMS1's like really nice and punchy. If you mixed AC force feedback and controllability in the slides with AMS1 punchiness, and yeah. There's a directness to MS1 that's really nice. Oh shit, we need to do fuel. Oh, where is it? Where's the fuel? I'm too dumb. Oh, hang on. Okay. No, that's not fuel. Thought it was litres. Where is it? Guys, I'm too stupid. Oh, here it is. Oh, my mouse has stopped. 22 litres. 16 minutes, here we go. 10 laps. Oh, this will do, whatever. I don't care. No, I'm on about Niels Nyox. He's esports driver. He has his own channel. Niels Housenveld, he's a moron. He doesn't like air fryers. He's the worst. Oh, that Housenveld is a brand. Absolutely disgusting. I would never promote such a irresponsible, disgusting brand like Housenveld. You know, when I just see their logo and I vomit in my mouth and then regurgitate it twice. So that's how much Housenveld, their equipment, their company ethos, and Niels himself, probably one of the worst people I've ever come across. I mean, I'm joking, but they don't know how to make a cup of tea, so really, can you trust them? Literally, at Sim Racing Expo, one of their staff tried to put milk on the tea bag. So, and I have it on video. I've got video evidence of it. It did happen. Hello. Right, let's try and do a bit better here.
Green flag, let's go.
Whoa! Oh! Got any damage from that? Oh, a little bit. Mate, stop pitting me. Ah, the understeer is so bad. Ah, what are you doing? Jesus Christ. No wonder everyone's like driving into everyone. They can't get the car to turn. We've got a bit of damage from all the punting here. This is a fun car to race, though, I think. Just if they're just the default setup. .360 no scope. Not sure where he's going. I'm worried if I move the brake bars back, we'll just lose the rear rather than it turning in better. Yeah, that was actually, in fairness to Kunos, that was a really good idea. The having a safe and aggressive setup as defaults, really, really good idea. And they're not like the best, but they're like, they weren't awful. That was considering that all that requires is someone just setting up some basic setups. Just sticking them in the game, which any game could do. Like, doesn't require any like advanced programming or anything. So it's a good. Whoever came up with that idea is good. Probably Aris. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't turn. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Hang on. Have I got to stop and go? What's going on? No. Why is that menu there? I don't know what's going on here. I couldn't turn the car through the corner then, just understeered. And wouldn't turn. So, like, entirely my fault. That's why you need voice chat, so I can scream sorry at people. It's the same as R Factor 2. So I quite like how R Factor 2 drives. Oh. Yeah, that's the problem with having the brake bars further back. It just snags and then you rotate rather than it turning. I think the graphics look really nice here. Like the lighting, and they've done a good thing of setting the ranked race at like 4 PM, 8 AM, which makes the game look a lot better. It's quite comfortable to play. They've done a really good job. Like the art team have done a good job on this. No, so Aris basically did car implementation for Kunos. So, like, you have the physics engine, and then you have someone that creates the... I mean, I'm sure he did other stuff as well, but, like, his main thing was setting... Like, when you've got a car model, and then you have to rig it all up, set it all up, and then you have to put in all the details into a file. For some reason, people are really confused over what he did and where... Whoa! What happened there? What happened there? People are really confused with driving sims with the difference between the physics programmers that actually do the math behind the tire model, programmers that do gameplay and, you know, like structural parts of the game, and then people that are effectively artists or scripters. I'm not saying anything is necessarily more or less important, although programmers are the most important. Yeah, he did. I'm sure he did some scripting, but like, as I say, that's different. For some reason, it's like you get a lot of mods for AC, and people are like, "Oh, the physics." It's like, no, the physics is bloody Stefano. Like, at the end of the day, when you play R Factor 2, AC, Racing, whatever, every single piece of content is effectively defined by the underlying tyre model physics, like, or suspension, or, you know, the actual underlying math for the physics engine. Different cars can be done badly, better and worse, and it does, you know, it will affect things. But the core of what makes a sim what it is that fundamental physics code. So, like, put it this way. You could play any of these driving sims with your eyes closed, and you'd be able to go, oh, that's R Factor 1, that's R Factor 2, that's Live for Speed, that's AC6, do you know what I mean? I'm really good at coming 11th. I'm pro. UK West. UK West. So dumb. It's UK understeer at the moment. Where's Mitchy Hoyer? Is Mitchy Hoyer playing? Mitchy Hoyer. Well, I think I might have to put some chicken nuggets in the air fryer. Nugget muscle. Yeah, this car sounds a bit dull in reality, though. I don't think it sounds bad. The only thing with the car sound on this that's throwing me off a little bit is when you're at low speed and the RPM notes at lower RPMs. Yeah, if you listen to onboards of these cars, I think the hypercar sounds the best in this game, though. The GT3 cars don't sound very nice. Yeah. A real car has a lot of weird dynamics and a lot of weird rattling noises and subtlety to how it's echoing and subtlety to the... Yeah. This is definitely a little bit flat, I agree. But this isn't... So one of the things, ACC, people are like, oh, it's got the best sound. And it's like, well, okay. But if you play ACC for like 3 hours straight, I get a headache from it. Because it's so loud, like overly compressed, over the top. We'll do a review video, otherwise every time someone comes in chat I have to say what I think. Hang on, we got the old Robinson helicopter still. They should probably upgrade that helicopter model. The 1970s weird helicopter. I think it's a Robinson. I'm sure which one. An R22, yeah. I know what that is. Whoa! Track cut. Nah, I know what a Bell 47 is. I know what a Cessna is. I know what a Chinook is. I know there's like 12 models of Chinook. I know I have okay, considering I'm like I'm not a plane nerd. I know a lot relative to the fact that I'm not like a massive plane nut. You know, I would like to maybe one day get a pilot's license for like light aircraft. I definitely want to do some glider flying in real life, but yeah, I'm not. I'm very casual. So what I'm saying is, given how casual I am, I feel like I know a lot relative to my casual knowledge of. But I'm not like a train sim or a train spotter of planes, like, you know. Most of the stuff I know about aviation is due to me having an irrational fear of flying. And so I was like, I need to know how this all works so I can at least feel a bit calm. Yeah, we've disabled it on this Fenrir. I can show you the setting. There's a head physics thing, and there's also a lock to horizon option. Plane spotter and pilot. Not tried dynamic weather. It'll probably be the same as how it is in R-Factor 2. Oh, supposedly they've added more stuff to it. I'm looking forward to actually doing some more Microsoft Flight Sim. I want to do some like island hopping around Hawaii. And then I'm really looking forward to Flight Sim 24 because I'm such a casual. I kind of want like missions, if that makes sense, and not through like some shitty add-on. I want it to be part of the game. I know the add-ons are quite good, But then also I can't be arsed with VATSIM because it's too. It doesn't make sense because it's like the mechanics aren't actually built into the sim. So, but I'm looking forward to like AI. There's a mod that does AI ATC, and it works really quite well. But hopefully Microsoft will like add in that themselves. That'd be really good. Because I think air traffic control, communicating with ATC with a small aircraft is a large part of flying. That's probably most of the gameplay loop of real flying. It's the hardest part. Spotting other planes and communicating with air traffic control, do what they say and communicating back to them. I think it's probably one of the hardest parts of flying. If you like, assuming you know how to actually, you know, if you've got a good feel for a yoke and pedals, which I do. Oh, battle here, Jay Burton. I don't recommend being on the outside of me around this corner. Ah! I'd already finished. We were that far down. Ah, the race wasn't. There wasn't enough time. Banned. You might want to extend the race length for people that haven't finished there. Did the best I could. We had a bit of a punt at the start. Woo! Well, that went well. Too much fast. I need to get some food on. We'll keep streaming. We did the server crash. Yeah, I think as long as the jumping multiplayer part of it is like it's the same as the R-Factor 2 ranking. As long as you've got people to race against, the fundamentals are there. LMU, everybody playing. LMU, playing LMU, get onto LMU. Race car, driving race cars in a simulator. We do a German remix. Ich bin LMU. Get in your vehicle. Ride in the simulator. We're losing rank and rating. I didn't do anything wrong. I got driven into. It wasn't my fault. Never my fault. Always you. Here we go. Well, we're gaining positions from where we start. I take that as a win. That's cool having your history like this. Oh, driver rank, bronze. Microsoft Flight Sim is in Game Pass, yeah. Why are we just doing alternating between two tracks? How do I unlock this? SR0. Oh, we just need to drive around safely. Oh, I'm gonna have some food first. We need to not drive into people. Well, oh yeah, someone said about the camera settings. So it was it in gameplay? Where was it? No, it's in controls. Was it calibrate? Yeah, here you go. Head vibration, turn that off, and head physics turn to 0, and that gets rid of a lot of the movement. And then in graphics, was it graphics? Was it in gameplay? Where was the Or is it camera? I don't know where it was. Lock to horizon. Here we go. No. Where was Lock to horizon? Where was Locked Horizon? Oh, we can adjust AI aggression here. There we go. Yeah, I'm just using one monitor at the moment. Oh, I'm on back. It's a mouse. Where was the... can any of you remember where the Lock to Horizon thing was? Steering settings. No, it's not. It's in graphics. Where is it? I mean, we already changed it, but I can't find the setting now. Head setting. You've got head vibration and head physics you want to turn off, but that's separate. Yeah, but where is that setting? What tab is it on? Could just type it in. No. No. Well, it's in graphics. You mainly play iRacing. Hang on. I mainly play iRacing and never went away from ACC because I feel it's arcade. No, it's not arcade. ACC's not arcade. It's just not very good. How does this game feel so far? It's alright, yeah, if you like R-Factor 2. If you're sort of on the fence, I would give it like wait a little bit before playing it. But how slidey? Hello, Kim. On a scale from teabag slide to Viking slide. Well, I'd say at least. Well, tepid teabag. I mean, it's not Viking slidey. How you doing, Kim? We need to play some Chivalry. I've not played that for ages. Where's this bloody setting, guys? It's like this is like a maze of settings. It's not in graphics. It's there. Yeah, the search thing doesn't work for some reason. It's locked to horizon. It's in graphics. This mouse. I'm going to like bludgeon myself to death with the mouse in a minute. Right, I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to get some food and then we'll keep driving. Appreciate everyone watching now. Thanks for deciding to waste your time here. If you've got any complaints, send them to Kim. Click on his name. Send complaints to him. He loves being complained to. It's one of his hobbies.
Complain to Kim.
If you got a complaint, go to Kim. He's the man, they call him Kim. Send a complaint in the post right now. Send a complaint with some feces in the post. He likes the complaints, he collects them the most. It's Kim Complainer. I hate this channel. I hate your face. I hate everything about the human race. I really want to air my frustration. I'm disgruntled, distraught and dismayed. Well, you need to send it to Kim. Send it to Kim. Send your complaint to
Kim.
You don't like it, you're having a bad time. Click on his name and tell him and whine. It's the Kim remix. Right, back in a minute.
I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. done with you. I'm not 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 done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done.
Hello? Oh, God. Hello? 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 Welcome to the Game of Muscle YouTube channel. It's a magical place filled with force feedback and a lack of hair follicles. What a dreamy place. What are we doing here? Why are we spending our time watching this shit? Right, we got what are we doing? Oh, the battery. Why would I sit down? Is it the batteries or is it this? Let's see. Oh, it was the battery. I've got to stand up again. I'm going to get up in a minute for some food. Why would you think this is unreal? Right, let me get my batteries. Oh god, it's a workout. It's a workout getting in and out of a sim rig like 300 times a day. Oh, right. Just like to check where you're tuning in from, guys. If you're in chat. Let's see where the demographic is. Naomi, hello. That's all right. USA. Pittsburgh. USA. All the Yanks are in here. God, I didn't invite any of you. What? British, mate. Alright, mate. Belgium? Whereabouts in Belgium? Is you repping the Liège Massive? Well, if you go over 20 miles an hour, you might miss a sheep, so it makes sense to keep the speed down. I just wanted you to know that I enjoy my Get out. Right, that's it. I'm timing you out. Timing him out for that. Time out. How dare you? How dare you? 7 messages in and he's talking about coffee. Hello, Thomas. Is the 600-second time? That's like 10 minutes. 10-minute timeout. How? Ah! I don't know how to. I don't know how you untime out people. Oh well, enjoy it. Probably did him a favour. You can think about what he typed there. Oh, I'll be a good dictator. Does it suck? Are we talking about your mum or the game? The game's alright. I don't know about your mum. LOL. LOL. That's the maturity level that we've got here. Your mum. Yeah, they pre-banned the controls pretty well. It's absolutely too much. Thirsty Kirsty. We've been helping them write a new theme tune. LMU, fast cars for me and you. LMU. Hands in the air, hands in the air. For LMU, hands in the air, hands in the air. For LMU. Do the Dave Cam, do the Dave Cam, do the Dave Cam dance tonight. Do the Dave Cam, do the Dave Cam, he likes to move alright. LMU, fast cars for me and you. LMU, don't mention R factor 2. LMU, fastest cars for me and you. LMP2, GTE. LMU, what a game. LMU, it sometimes crashes, that is true. LMU, what a sim. It's not based on R factor 2, or maybe it is. Do the Dave Cam, do the Dave Cam. What a sexy bold man. No, it's finished. That's it. That's the end of that one. Another tune. Oh man, we've written like 40 songs today. I'm like the Simon Cowell of sim racing. I just need to inject my face so it starts falling off, and then we're there. do the Dave Cam. Right, what's going on here? Oh yeah, my food's cooking, and we're going to do another race. What else do we need to test? It all needs testing. I was going to see if this breaks the stream. It's quite possible that it will do. It seems to be running smooth. What's the next online race we can join? Oh, in 28 minutes. We basically just need to get the save train up. Oh, here we go. So we're just using... Are they going to change this track every single day? Or will it just... Yeah, I'm enjoying the racing. I think the fixed setups could be more oversteery. But, yeah, we've got more tweaking. The UI could be a bit snappier. They do the open setups for the more advanced things. We need to get our rating higher. Class win 0, podium 0, fastest lap 0. We're bronze. Well, this is nicely, it's not R factor 2, but endurance stuff. So far, our best position is 10th. We need to do better. That could be our goal, to do better than 10th. If you didn't laugh while singing, I would think it was a real song. You might want to go to your doctors. You might be suffering from a concussion. The moment you think that my singing is a real song, we've got problems. Henry Canson, how is the game? 6. What number, guys? What would you give the game in chat? I think about a 6.5. I'd say it's about this much at the moment. What do you think, guys? Can we have some numbers in chat for what they think the game is? 6.9. It's definitely a game. If you're wondering what we're doing here, guys, I'm just waiting for my food to cook. Then we're going to eat it. We got some chips and some chicken, and then we're going to continue racing. So we're just taking it easy, little breather. ACC doesn't get a rating. It's a fake pasta. ACC. Fake C, rubbish C, terrible C. It will make you want to put a brick through your forehead. Hold your breath for 10 hours. Put your face in a blender. Jump into a volcano. ACC, it's a fake C, fake C. ACC, it is terrible, you see. ACC, what a garbage racing sim. ACC, put it in the bin. ACC, ruining lives. ACC, why does it drive? ACC, what a mess. It
Shouldn't have been made.
Helium Muscle represents. AC1, the only AC1 is lots of fun. AC1 is where it's at. That's where the ACC is fake and it's at. ACC, terrible sin. ACC, put it in the bin. ACC. Oh, I'm done. Oh, just wait, that's it. This is what I do. This is what I spend most of my time doing, guys. I don't get out much. Right, back in a minute. Back in a minute. I'm going to get some food. How's it going, guys? Ah, 19 minutes till the next race. We've got some sweet potato fries. It's not even potato. I don't know why they call sweet potato. It's all a lie. How's everybody doing today? Are we on Tuesday? Or is it Wednesday? What day of the week is it? Tuesday. Can we have everybody that has an air fryer in chat type air fryer if you own one? If you don't own one, don't pretend that you're cool and you have one. Just admit that you're a loser without an air fryer. We must have at least 10 viewers with an air fryer. Well, Novotny, you'd say that as a silver. Yes, Jason Murphy with the air fryer. Represent. Oh, Koalos. Look at these enlightened fellows. Dave Cam with the air fryer. Macintosh man, air fry. Air fry. Woo! Cook your food with an air fryer. It's the best way to warm things up. Get your food in the air fryer. It makes air fry your dinner.
Air fryer, man.
It's a way to live, guys. That's the #1 hit. That song's called Air Fryer. Well, chips, pastry. Yeah. You can adjust it quickly. Technically, a GPU is an air fryer. They just need to put a bucket underneath it. Sorted. The Ninja ones were out of stock when I bought mine. But they're well good. Like, my life has been, I'd say, I would even dare to say that an air fryer is possibly better than a rice cooker. I'd go so far as to say that. I mean, you can do fresh croissants, chips instantly, vegetables. Look, there seems to be like... Oh, Chris Tat, thank you.
So, is it any good? LMU worth the loot?
Yeah, I think you can have fun with it. It's a bit buggy, but you can have fun. Air fryers are a scam. Look at these noobs in chat that clearly have never used an air fryer. Like, the power of an air fryer is too much for them to understand. Imagine if you were to give an air fryer to like a medieval king. They would like give you the keys to the kingdom. They'd be like, "Oh, what is this device?" Merely a heater and a fan. Who would have thought? Um, 15 minutes to do like really good chips in an air fryer. Also, it crisps them off better than a normal oven, unless you've got a really expensive oven. And it cooks them more evenly. What else can you do? Pastries are amazing in it. Vegetables, amazing. Chips. Like if you're doing like fish and chips, battered fish is amazing. It's like you can do like battered fish in like 10 minutes. Yeah, pizza. Fresh like ready-made pizza you can do in 7 minutes, and it comes out like nice and crispy. Yeah, it actually does pizza really well. I've not tried a frozen pizza, but reheating bread. Oh, it's endless. It's just about endless. I mean, not done beef in it though. I don't think I'd do a steak in it. You don't really grill steak, do you? Yeah, but see the air fryer Illuminati, the air fryer deniers. Yeah. Oh, really good for cheese on toast. Really good for like toasted sandwiches, because you can toast the bread. Oh yeah, you can spray the bread with like a bit of spray oil, and it does like you can do like fried toast, but really quickly, and it's not like covered in oil. I finished your wife off when I showed her my air fryer. I'm done. You can try that. You take your air fryer to bed all oiled up. UK has an appliance unique to the country. Olga's British. Olga, I mean. Olga's from Russia. She's not British. Oh yeah, outdoor pizza oven's pretty good, but that's so you can only really use it for pizza. So, I tell you what, outdoor tandoor oven would be really good. Every 10 minutes he talks. We've been streaming for like how many hours? 6 hours. We just had some porridge and I have to eat. Yeah, tandoor oven is like the ultimate. You can make naan breads with it. Imagine that. Proper naan bread. Or like proper like shish kebab stuff. I've looked into it. They're quite expensive. They're like £2,000. Right, let's register for this. 11 minutes. Oh, where's my mouse gone? Who's still in here? Do we recognise any of these losers? Don't recognise them. Where's Mitchie Hoyer gone? I need to upload a picture. I need to get him a muscle logo here. I don't recognise any of these people. Ah, nice one. Ah, the guy, what's the guy that programmed SimHub? He's a legend. French guy. Absolutely awesome. Yeah, if you don't have SimHub, guys, you really should get it. Worth paying for as well. The guy behind it, basically one person does all of it. Go on my YouTube channel and type in SimHub legend and It's just me going, oh, here he is. He's really good. He's cool. Really, really nice, friendly guy. He said he was a fan of the channel, so I was like, well, fine, that's it. The Simba programmer, he's up there. I think in terms of sim legends, you have like Niels Housingveld, you have like Stefano. You know, there's a bunch of them. The Live for Speed programmer, I can't even say his name. You know, there's like 20 or so in the high. Well, we need to make a video about this. The legends, the true legends of sim racing. You can get SimHub for like a few pounds. You don't even need to pay that much. Scowen Roberts, but you don't pronounce it like. You do. Is it Sh? Stefano and Housingveld can't even use it in the same sentence. What? Why not? You know, Housingveld was like one of the early guys to do like car mods for R-Factor 1, making the cars drivable. And I don't know when Netcar Pro first came out, or Netcar first came out about the same time. So you could argue, because R-Factor 1 had great underlying physics, but Niels was one of the early guys to get R-Factor 1 actually driving like cars. So for me, from my perspective, you know, I mean, you've got the guy that programmed Richard Burns Rally. I've forgotten his name, but that drove like cars. If your goal is you want to drive simulated cars because you like actual handling, then you know, these are the legends. Forget what Niels did for pedals. Forget that part. That's not relevant. It's all about the modding. Look at that. What Niels Housingveld? What Housingveld Engineering? Don't know what you got. Don't know what that is. You're not rich by any stretch of the imagination, but you can afford to max out donations. Well, that's good, because the maximum donation amount for this channel is £900. So, I mean, you know, I mean... I would donate to... I would donate to... what software is worth getting? SimHub. Shader Patch. Pure. Low Fuel Motorsport. There you go. That's 4 things worth supporting. Would you recommend Forza Motorsport 23 or AMS2? Probably AMS2, to be honest. Forza Motorsport's totally messed up. Do you feel like this game is going to die off quickly? I want to purchase it, but I don't want to regret it if the game loses its player base. Well, first thing you should know, all sim racing, anything you buy in sim racing will always be regret. That's what you're buying. You know, like, don't buy it until like it's out of early access. If you're sort of on the fence and you don't know if it's going to be popular. If you want to like play something because you want something popular, just go by what's already popular and already active. So like AC with LFM, ACC with LFM, iRacing. You know, just do it based off that. I mean, I don't know. I could see they're still having quite... It depends how much they cycle the content and how quickly they update it and stuff. Yeah. But I don't know how popular it'll be. So, like... You know, I don't know. It's hard, yeah, it's really hard to say if it'll still be... R-Factor 2 had reasonably active player base still. And But yeah, no, it's hard to know absolutely how I could see this always having like 1 or 2 splits, to be honest.
3, 2.
Are you an idiot?
Go.
Here's 50
Oh,
bucks.
you-
I spot you the other $1087 und 24 Cent over your next 23 Livestream.
You idiot! $50 is shitloads, you absolute idiot. You I really appreciate it, but that's like 10 boxes of Yorkshire tea. Oh, thank you very much. $50? That's how dumb people are. That $50 is gone to me. Like, what am I doing? You said you aren't wealthy as well. Ah, Jesus Christ. You could have bought Le Mans Ultimate 3 times. You could have bought 1 car for iRacing for that. I do appreciate it, though. It will be spent unwisely. Probably on... probably on a trip to Europe to meet up with attractive European women. That's basically where the money goes now. that's basically the donation fund, so I appreciate it. But thank you. But yeah, oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, yes. I definitely, next time we're in Germany, we're getting Duna kebab. Well, this year I think we're going to do a trip to Berlin to go clubbing, and then find a wife. Yeah, find a German wife. Oh no! Delete it. Hang on. Let me just undo what we all the positivity. I don't remember hearing anything positive about Niels. It's gone. It's gone. All I hear is every time someone mentions Niels, I just hear this noise. Don't know what that is. Don't know. All the practice servers are full. We can't even... Well, we'll just wait here. Jesus Christ. It's the problem with live streaming. You say something nice and then the person's watching. You have to remember, guys, that Niels does not like air fryers. He's part of the big air fryer hating industry. My chip is undercooked, though. This must have been underneath all the other chips. My air fryer's let me down. Oh! Hang on. What's going on now? Hang on, what's happening? Why are we loading? I didn't click on anything. Hang on! Oh, why are we loading? Did the event start? What's this about? Niels actually communicates via spreadsheet. You can't make your teammates better with practice. I think there should be more house music. I don't normally like house music, but I think we should have more house music in games. Like, do you remember Need for Speed 2? Not Underground 2, but like the 1997. No, 98. No, that was Need for Speed. Hot Pursuit was 90. I think it was 97 or 96 or 97. The soundtrack for that was so good. That was more trance techno. Bring on the 60 FPS. Oh, it loaded the session. It's happening. Yeah, I need to make some more trance music. I like making really shitty dance music. I like... What I was watching some stuff with Deadmau5 recently because he does. I think he's really good as a producer. But he was complaining about like ROM-based plugins. You know, like Nexus. For those of you that don't know, so when you make music, you have like synthesizers. You can either set up all the knobs and dials and tweak everything and produce your own actual unique sound, or you can buy these things which are basically synthesizers but with ROMs, presets basically. You select the preset and then it just does everything like the sound works right. So Deadmau5 was complaining about, not fully complaining, it's a reasonable complaint, just saying about how people overuse these ROMs and stuff, and then they call themselves producers, but they're, you know. But the thing is, most of like the really big, like successful hit dance tracks ever, pop music or just loads of music, is people literally just using the first option on like a keyboard or like the most, like the default settings, and then just do it and be like, oh, that sounds catchy, or doing weird shit with it.
3, 2, 1,
Vadroik TV.
How you liking it? Needs work, but I think it's
Yeah,
good.
I think it's a nice R-Factor 2, simplified, focused around endurance racing. So yeah, I can see. I think it needs like 6 months of work, at least. I've been playing it. I've been having a fun time. I wouldn't be streaming if you know. I find it hard to continue streaming more than 4 hours if I'm not enjoying something. Although, mind you, we play iRacing for 10 hours, so you can't trust anything I say. The big artist is also selling the presets as well, yeah. Yeah, no, so the music thing, I get what Deadmau5 is saying, you know, but I just kind of feel like, I actually think just dicking around with ROMs and those defaults, and if you're having fun with it, what does it matter? Like, I think that's, for me, that's also the same if you bought a piano, it's the default ROM. If you buy a guitar, the guitar is the sound. Like, I think the problem, it's like the mods for AC actually. It's exactly the same thing. Just because with a synthesizer, you can have a billion different synthesizers or a billion different settings, doesn't mean you need to fiddle with them actually. Just using a default setting and then making a song, you're like, oh, I like how that sounds. Do you know what I mean? I think if you're a creative person and you're doing creative stuff, you can spend so much time dicking around trying to find like the ultimate thing or tweaking stuff rather than actually just finishing something. You know, so I feel like just doing stuff is always good, even if it is a bit shit. So, again, Deadmau5's point is right, so I'm nitpicking what he's saying, taking it out of context a bit, but I was so happy when, you know, that EJ thing came out on PC4, they released it on a PC format thing, and when I was like 12 or 13, I didn't know where you get synthesizers from. I had an Atari ST, I knew you could do like samples and things, but I didn't really understand any of it. And it was only till I got to like 17 or 18 where I found out about Fruity Loops and all those kind of things and that sort of stuff. So there was like a 5 or 6 year period where I would have been really into making music. I'm not as thick as I am or was for being older, like that you miss out on. So I think just having something that people can play with no pressure to do anything is always good. Hang on, what's going on here? I thought we were... What's going on? I thought we were just loaded in there. I thought we were in the session now. I was well confused. Oh, I think it's broken. I think we've got some technical issue. The problem with modern dance music, A1, the people trying to complicate the process, yeah. The thing is, it's so easy to produce stuff. Oh, hang on, what's going on here? there's so many videos explaining things now as well. That's what it's amazing. Since like probably since about 2009 or 10, the way that you can find information. Hang on, why does this just say practice? Is this just put us in, this is put us in a practice session? What's going on here? Or is the race about to start? What's going on? Is this right? Ah, maybe it'll go to it. Yeah, well, you definitely, you notice that. I think when this practice finishes, it should go to the race. It'll be alright. It is really weird when you listen to a lot of music and you're just like, did they even like, what are they thinking? Like, you can't even hear stuff properly. But yeah, it doesn't show any of the other information that's going to. We'll take some fuel out here. What's this about? No tape. Does it reset these settings when we go to... oh, it's on 8 laps. We'll see if it resets the settings when it goes to the race. One day, Chili Dog. One day. The dream will happen eventually. Don't worry. How you doing as well? Cheers, everyone. Nice cup of tea. I haven't noticed the grass, actually. I mean, the grass in AC's phenomenal. What else were we playing? I think AMS2 has really nice grass. I'm alright, yeah. We'll, I had, like, no... Last 3 or 4 days, I had, like, no motivation. Like, at all. For anything. It's really weird. I've been sleeping well, and I was just like... I couldn't... Like, normally, I wake up and I'm like, oh, there's so much stuff that I need to do, or could do, or should be doing. Last 4 days, it's just like, can't be bothered. Like, it's just really weird, because it's good, you know, there's stuff I like doing. I like walking and things. I like stuff. It's just like, absolutely no. Just like, yeah, it's weird though, but because I don't feel that bad. I think it is depression, but fortunately for me, it's just apathy. I think it would be worse if I had a real job and real responsibilities, then it'd be really bad. But because I could just go, because I could just, what did I do? I watched the Varoufakis documentary on economics. It's a really good documentary. Highly recommend watching that, guys. I wanted to continue watching For All Mankind on Apple Play, but Apple Play wouldn't even accept my money, so that didn't work. Yeah, normally I watch shit Netflix for like 2 or 3 days. That's how I deal with it. Yeah, right, no spoilers because I've only seen a few episodes, but I like how it's filmed. Oh, look at this. Collision issue, and then it's like ghosted them. That's cool. Oh, let's go. The understeer wagon. think the lighting looks really nice in this, you know. Our main thing is we need to avoid other cars, because we need to get our safety rating up. How about you guys in chat? What do you think of this track? I really like Portimao. I think it's a really good track. I know it's kind of divisive as far as tracks go. I think it's a hard track to overtake with GT3, and it's a really hard track to get the most out of vehicles with. I think it's a track that's more suited to like radical, like SR3s, Porsche RSR, stuff that's quite small, and like Formula Fords would be good. I've never raced around here, but that sort of thing. Yeah, I did a lot of it in Race Room. This is using G motor. It's R Factor 2 graphics engine. But they've Studio 397 did quite a lot of improvements to it, and now Motorsport Games, who bought Studio 397, have continued working on it, improving the reflections, the shading, you know. I think it still needs a lot of work, but it looks good. It's the thing is with having it's shit. The thing is with multiplayer stuff, having ranked multiplayer, one of the big values of that is that you can have the time of day set, you can have the race setting set, so the developer of the game can make it look as good as possible. AC's a lot better, I think. The force feedback in AC, the base driving is better.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the
Nailed that.
Well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT
I mean,
mods.
I really regret giving my
good.
phone number to Max Verstappen, because he keeps calling, and it's always the same thing. He won't stop talking about it. It's really annoying. You know. So, pro tip, guys, never give your phone number to Max Verstappen. I don't know which real world race driver is probably the most like who would if you had to be forced to talk to a real world race driver, it's definitely gonna have to be one of the older ones. I reckon Alonso would be alright. I think you could have a nice dinner with Alonso. Yeah, I reckon Alonso would be okay. Oh yeah, Vettel. Yeah, Vettel seems nice. I've never met Vettel, so I don't know what he's like. But he seems nice. Yeah, you can't go wrong with Germans. Kimi Räikkönen. I think Hamilton's all right, actually. He's not using the race card. We've been through this before. If you are a minority in a given group or thing, you will face a lot of bullshit, and that will obviously rub off on you. Oh, there we go. Black Queer and Pateki Motorsports in the US. In the south of US, even better. Well, I'm sorry, but if you're not disabled and also trans, you've missed out on. You need to tick every box. You also need your parents need to have died in some horrendous accident. You need your mum needs to have been run over by a cross-channel ferry. Then you get a chance of winning X Factor. That's what I've learnt. Does head tracking work? It should do, because it's got track IR support in R-Factor 2. I'm not sure how it's implemented. It might do. Well, I'm a little bit off the pace. I'm so bad at this R-Factor 2. I will do a video at some point. My lines are amazing, yeah. We'll do a video at some point going through it, because otherwise I have to repeat myself a million times. Oh, we didn't take the fuel out because it reset. Oh, no. Oh, well. How many lap? Was it 16 minutes? So that's gonna be like.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Please start your engine. Hello. 14 laps. Oh, it's gonna be like 10, 12 laps. Let's do 13. Jesus, I don't know. Meh. No, he sounds French Canadian. He doesn't even sound French. He sounds like he's got a cold. It's like a really either French Canadian or really Southern French accent. Hang on, where's he going? What's going on here? No, I know. They need to put it back in. They have this. They have a boring, serious sound. Is 11 laps of fuel enough? I feel like it should be. Race is 16 minutes. It's like a... I didn't look at the lap times, but... Oh, well. I don't know. Don't know what the poll result is. What's this guy doing? Why is there a guy driving around? What's going on? Oh, here we go, here we go. Formation lap. Not sure what was happening there. Mate, just turned into me. We're not even at the corner. It's alright. Saved it. Did he lock up and then rotate on the lockup, maybe? All my hard moves. For what? Oh, the understeer. Oh, I won't slow down. Well, this is going well with the safety rating, isn't it? I mean, this default setup is so bad. It's like, why? It does not turn. It's my excuse, guys. Setup. But everyone's got the same set. Yeah. Look, it's all set up. Everyone's braking too hard with the brake bars too far back, so they're then rotating. Yeah, you just have to ride the brake. Whoa, what's going on behind us? You have to ride the brake like a lunatic to keep it turning. And then you have to get on the throttle really early. The diff is just mental. But that's why you're seeing everyone understeering, and then but you move the brake bias back, and then what happens is they lock, and then the car insta rotates, and it snap oversteers. So there's a limit to what you get from brake bias. No, the setup's bollocks. I just explained it 3 times. The diff coast is too locked. Diff power is also locked. Yes, but that doesn't. It doesn't matter if it's. Everyone's driving the same car, so it's going to be fair. But it just means that the car's going to be super understeery, and it means that people are going to be trail braking extra hard to rotate the car more, and it means that they're going to understeer into each other, and it means they're going to, when they lock up, because they've moved the brake bars further back to try and compensate for the lack of open diff, they then snap oversteer. So it's like, I'm just explaining what's happening. I'm not, it's fair. It's like if everyone had a massively understeery setup. It means that everyone's going to understeer. Not that it's unfair, it just means it's actually counterintuitively less safe. Oh, see, that's from having my brake bars too far back. That's a good line in that corner. I think that's a new line. We may have flat spotted the tyres a little bit here. Get. Oh, dear God. Why do people not understand the difference between what? And I don't understand why it's hard to understand for some people. If a car has an understeery setup, it will produce a certain result and will force people to drive a certain way. I don't know, that's not controversial. It's not about the driver. It's just like that's the effect of setup. If a setup's understeery, the car will be understeery. Snag the brakes, huh? Also, if you have a more oversteery car, you tend. Oh, hello, Champion Joe. Welcome. It's when you brake, the back rotates straight away, so then it's just easier. Welcome along. Yeah, the race is good. Welcome along, guys. Thanks for the raid, Champion Joe. I think what people... So the myth that exists in sim racing... Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, we're having good. The myth that exists is that understeery... First of all, that understeer is safe and that understeer is easier. That's one, like, really pervasive myth that 60%, 70% of sim racers seem to think. So that's a bit of a problem. And then they don't. A lot of sim racers don't realise that when you have a more oversteery car, it actually makes it easier to feel where the limit is, because when you brake, the back starts to step out. You then feel that through the steering, and you can then use that as a reference for rotating the car into the corner and knowing how much you can push. Whereas if a car just understeers at the point of when braking or getting to the limit, you're not going to get any forces acting on your steering wheel. So, you know, especially with a sim that doesn't have any like force feedback for understeer. By the way, guys, go and check out Champion Joe if you haven't. He does lots of reviews, he does lots of Assetto Corsa. He has a German and a British channel. It is R Factor 2, basically. R Factor 2 with more polished UI. No, this is online. Like, look how much the guy on the inside is understeering into the car on the outside there. It's because there's literally nothing he can do. It's not like he can push the brake to rotate the car more. It's not like he can turn to turn more. It's always going to be understeer. He's trapped. You get trapped into a line. I think someone's lagging out.
That time was a 1:40.23.
Also, if a car is generally more oversteery, it starts to rotate from the steering really early on, or really early on from lift-off oversteer. if a car's generally understeery, you really have to like push it into oversteer, which then forces you to be really ham-fisted on the brake, the accelerator, and the steering, which then makes you push over, which is then more likely to induce snap oversteer, which is a lot less controllable than gradually rolled onto oversteer from a more open diff. I mean, anyone that doubts that oversteer is safer than understeer or better for driving, go and play bloody Richard Burns Rally or Dirt Rally 1 and 2 and try and genuinely push as fast as you can on a rally stage and tell me what's more annoying. Understeering off the track because you've gone slightly too fast into the corner, or having to countersteer a bit more often because the vehicle's a bit more rotating. Like, I don't know how you would ever change the narrative on understeer is safe, because I think there's so many sim racers that can't catch oversteer, and they think sim racing is build up to speed slowly and gradually like roll into a power slide. That's what they think racing is. They have no concept of racing being balance. You have to have a higher safety rating. You have to rank yourself up, which we're doing. You can feel flat spots as a bump. You can't really feel the braking on this in this. It's the same as R Factor 2. There's basically no force feedback for understeer or braking for the limit. Hello, Orimu. You can feel suspension compression. You can feel the sort of general load of the car wanting to rotate, so you can catch the rear. But the actual productive limit is very vague in the force feedback. Yeah, but they shouldn't be. If they're on a track day, if they can't counter steer, they shouldn't be doing a track day, or they shouldn't be driving quickly because they don't have car control. So it's. But I mean, when I've been to track days, the amount of drivers that are not even vaguely driving at the limit is like 90% of the people there. It'll be different if you do a track day with like a race license, like a test session. But like, there's lots of people with Lotuses, Radicals, Porsches, God knows what, like proper nice cars, and they go to a track day, and nothing against it, it's their car, do whatever they want with it, they pay good money for it, they're having fun, that's the main thing, so I'm not having to go at them, but they are not driving the car at the limit to actually experience the designed envelope of that vehicle. So, and I've been to track days where there's other people with Radicals there, and they are literally pottering around the track to the extent that them having a Radical with downforce is totally irrelevant. They could have just not bothered buying that car. They'd be better off in a much slower car. Literally. Literally. Like, I'm not having to go at people. Do whatever they do. But why spend so much money on something where you can't actually experience the point of that thing? It don't make any sense. It's like people that do those Formula 1 driving experiences, and it's some like weirdo knockoff Formula cockpit at a go-kart track where they're driving around in second gear, and they pay like £800, and it's like, okay, that's nice, but you're... Whoa, what is going on there? We've got like... Oh, okay, he's been ghosted. Yeah, exactly. You'd be much... No joke. You'd be better off buying like a shit box and absolutely ragging the crap out of it. And my thing as well, that my personal thing is, if you can't basically afford to replace the vehicle, you're not going to ever drive it properly, are you? So that's what I'm like with. So like, my kayaks are like really cheapo kayaks, because if I like, I don't know, if I drown in it, I don't know, like my mountain bike's a £300 mountain bike, £250 mountain bike. If it breaks, I'll just replace it, fine. Whereas if you have like a really nice bike, but if it breaks or you get stolen, then you're not going to take it out and use it. Yeah, that's fine. Like I say, someone might just really like that car and it's like a watch or something. So I'm sure a lot of them would go, yeah, they'll probably agree, oh, it's a bit pointless, but it's entertainment, isn't it? I mean, I can't afford a set of tyres, let alone crashing. But to be honest, that's why things like Palmer Motorsport's really good, because they actually encourage and let people drive. There's so many track day things in the UK where they really, you know, they've got a Formula car, but they put road tyres on it, and they've really underdone the engine, and then they put traffic cones everywhere so you can't actually drive the corners properly, and it's like, just go and drive a go-kart. A rental car will literally be closer to driving a Formula car. Yeah, I quite like go-karts. They handle weird, but I quite like it. I'd really like to... What I would like is if you had like a rental car that had less rear grip and more faster power delivery. So that you would... So at a rental track, you have to modulate the throttle and counter steer out of corners. I'd really like that. I think I can't remember what it was, but I saw a thing where someone was saying that German rental carts, they tend to set everything up to be much more pointy and oversteery, whereas British kart tracks, they tend to make it understeery again. Don't know how true that is, but wouldn't be surprised. Hang on, what's this question? Mitchie Hoyer just said that this is the best tyre model he's seen for addressing tyre warm-up and not allowing power sliding to be possible to make it quicker. What's my take? I mean, well, Mitchie's a lot better driver than me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never had a problem with the tyres in temperature stuff. I don't know. my issue with R Factor 2 is just the lack of force feedback at the limit for the absolute limit of feeling where things are compared to AC. But it's really drivable.
Mind the gap.
Well, that was good, wasn't it? Our success. We're going to do GTE. We survived it. We gained some places. I guess.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Adams, thank you very much. Not all the bugs. No, it's got some new bugs. It's fixed some bugs and introduced some new ones just to keep you on your toes. Well, here we go. We needed to gain safety rating. Don't know if we did. I feel like we got driven into. Plus 6 positions. We're not doing very good at qualifying in this. Mostly because I can't load in. Safety rating. Oh, there we go. We're moving up. Driver ranking's going down. Safety rating's going up. I'll take it. Oh, we need to do a Fuji Speedway with the Porsche. Oh, it's miles better than iRacing, yeah. I mean, iRacing, as I've said a million times, iRacing isn't driving. I don't know what it is. It's like bobsledding or something. Here we go. 4 minutes. These are all like really full. Yeah, I could see how over time, like I say, I think with like 6 months more development, I think this will. They'll have like there's some issues at the moment with the UI running a bit slowly. But I mean, other than that, what else has there been? I've not had any crashes. Servers can be a bit janky to join sometimes, like the buttons aren't always responsive. The game automatically picked up the wheel buttons and everything. I had to bomb the pedals, but all that stuff.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Hey, Suze, thank you.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Yes.
You want to rock it?
Yes.
It's not the best. It should run better for how it looks, but it looks quite nice at times. I've turned the graphics. What do we put MSAA on 2x? We have turned some things down, like the post effects thing. Someone said that had a big. The post effects seems to have a big effect on performance. Yeah. I mean, the racing's been fun. Like the. Hang on, why do we have Sebring in the background? We've had the quality of driving in this, like the netcode, car contacts, the actual car handling is a lot better than iRacing. I think the sound generally is better in iRacing.
Yeah.
Thanks for the E. I wouldn't hold your breath on WRC because that game's been an absolute nightmare. I think Codemasters will. On the hype train on Twitch, if you donate and stuff, you get if you become a member, and you might get a badge, which I know you guys are really heavily invested in. Yeah, yeah, you know, iRacing's got the player base, got the competition. That's why people play it. It's not very realistic handling wise. Like you can't overdrive, you can't counter steer properly, you can't have proper car contact. You know. But then the sound's nicer, the camera is nice. iRacing's pretty stable. It's easy to get into. There's lots of splits. It's a few different cars, you know. iRacing's iRacing. I haven't, but it'll be the same as rFactor 2, really. I'd imagine. I quite like the UI on this for the most part. If it ran smoother. Oh, here we go. When's this? Saturday the 24th. 2.4 hours of Le Mans. How many cars can be in a single split in this? Oh yeah, I don't know how no, you drive it by yourself. I don't know if we've got team mode stuff set up with this. Oh, what's this weekly races? Tomorrow at 1:30. LMP Masters. Oh, it's just LMP2. Yeah, so I mean, I can see if you've got. So what I can think is appealing about this, even if you're someone that plays iRacing or AC and stuff, is you know, if you want to jump on, you want to drive something different. That's like, if this happens to have a different car track combo than what's on LFM or iRacing, or there's a one-off big event that's got a bunch of stuff racing, you know. Does that picture background picture change every time we go to it? Yeah. It's the same as R Factor 2. It's okay, but there's not much detail for where the actual limit is compared to AC1. It's a lot better than, I'd say it's probably better than iRacing generally. Much better than ACC. I think AMS1 maybe has better force feedback, and AC has more detail. Yeah, if you for the flat spotting, this is like an R Factor 2 thing. If you reduce high frequency details on your wheel, either with a bit of damper or like the Moser, you can reduce high frequency noise, and that makes the flat spotting less crazy. There's an in-game filter option as well, but that blocks useful information as well sometimes. So just get her to sit on the sim rig, and then she'll love it. Can you? I don't think you can see your individual driver's rating in this. Oh, everyone's going Porsche. It's the only car that oversteers in this. It's okay, but it could be better. I tend to be hitting like 120 FPS, but I've turned the graphics down. Yeah, the menu's laggy. It's a bug at the moment. No, it doesn't have VR support yet. You know what? I'm gonna. I've not tried the QR2 properly. It was good when I used it at Sim Racing Expo. Hello, Andy Mon. As well. There's a bit of a dead zone in the centre of the steering here, look. What's that about? Got the, yeah, like a huge... What's that? Like, look. It's like we're having to turn the wheels over the caster or something. No, I haven't changed anything with the controls. We're running all defaults. I've specifically not changed settings. Well, we turned the force feedback down. Also, I just adjusted the caster, not the caster settings, the wheel rotation here to try and make it faster, but it didn't seem to have made it faster. It just reduced the rotation. Should be faster. Maybe there's some weird stuff going on with yeah, that's not faster steering. It's just hitting the bump stop sooner. Up. So turn my wheel to the right. Right. And then yeah, that didn't make the steering faster. It's just changing the limiting how much it moves. It's messed up. Yeah, there's something messed up with the steering sensitivity, caster, and how that's then linking to the input. That's weird. What do you mean? What's the Porsche wheel do? Logo do? No, it is the same in game. What do you mean the logo moves out of sync? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. On the top of the wheel? I don't know what you mean. The logo's not in the middle of the pivot point. Is it? Maybe it's just a graphical thing. What do you mean that the logo's out of sync? It looks alright on my screen. Do you mean the text at the top? Oh, hello. Maybe some like weird video encoding thing going on. I don't know. I don't know. It must be like a YouTube thing. I don't know what you guys are on about. It's probably encoding because the logo's white on black.
That time was a 140.14. Time 139.31.
Wow, we're nice and consistent. Jesus. Back from the bridge. Oh, in it. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you came back from the camp. Back from the tea camp. That's good. Oh dear. Man, what a track to. Yeah, it's just a shame there's no. Oh, did it not? Do we have all the fuel in the car? Jesus Christ! It resets the fuel. It's a shame. It doesn't have force feedback for the limit, basically. Like you drive off the side and it's R factor 2. Because why is it that only AC has that absolute limit tyre feel?
Ladies and
gentlemen,
please start your engine.
My engine, I begin. I am starting my engine. Engine, le engine. Well, we're doing better. We get, or well, maybe. Look at all the J's on the. You guys can't see it. We have like 4 J's in a row on the timing board. Hey, why is it put the? I just took it out. There's some bugs with the fuel. Oh well. Maybe it puts it to max when you go to the. Oh, I don't know. Maybe my team just hates the environment. It's so that we've got enough fuel so we can drive home. Oh well, doesn't matter. This is multiplayer, yeah. You're about to be able to see that from T1. Look at the Porsche steering wheel. Absolutely ridiculous steering wheel. Oh. Get ready. Ah! The world's shortest formation lap.
green flag. Let's go.
Oh dear God. Come. Oh, fucking grass. Fucking idiots. Other guy punted us onto the grass. What is wrong with sim racers? Ah, the grass is well slippy. Oh well. Ah, car's wrecked. Right, that's it. Sim racers ruined everything. Ah, what an idiot. How do we watch the replay? Oh, it's not working. Like, someone came from the outside and just turned right into us and then punted us onto the grass, and then the grass in this is somehow slippier than our racing grass. What a moron. Well, that was good. Enjoyed that race. What can you do? What can you do? Well, yeah, I mean, the double online racing is fine, but this isn't gonna work, is it? Yeah, I mean, I think it's so. Generally, I think it's all right. The problem is, it's not like really fully polished, and ultimately, it is just rFactor 2 with a different user interface. So, like, they've done stuff to it that's different, but like, from a player's perspective, what is this really offering over? Like, if you already play rFactor 2, what is this actually offering over what rFactor 2? Like, the menu runs worse than rFactor 2. It looks nice. It's better set out the box. So, if you were like a new player coming to, you know, sort of rFactor 2 stuff, we didn't know anything about it. When this is finished early access, you'll be like, oh yeah, I know what I'm getting. It's a World Endurance Series package with that, so then it makes sense. But from a perspective of someone that's, if you're an rFactor 2 player, yeah, I guess for £26, you like rFactor 2, you'd be like, oh well, it's the same. You might as well have this in a separate game to rFactor 2. It doesn't really make any difference if this was DLC or not. But then the downside is that the UI runs slow and it's got some bugs and things in it that aren't currently in rFactor 2. But if it funnels people online, but then this will effectively kill rFactor 2 multiplayer. So if you're an rFactor 2 fan, basically why would anyone really bother with rFactor 2 multiplayer? They'll just play this because this is also going to be the more popular cars in rFactor 2. So you know, and then if you already play AC with low fuel motorsport, that runs better, feels better. This has more pit players in it at the moment in the launch. If you play iRacing, you probably just play iRacing. Well, I think they need to get away from rFactor 2. I just think, like, so it makes sense. This is early access, and so maybe you go, okay, like 6 months to 8 months, and it comes out of early access, and it's a finished game. But I kind of feel like this needs to launch even early access, because rFactor 2's been early access, and this is basically rFactor 2. So I kind of feel like this needs to have been basically perfect at launch. Otherwise, you're continuing the same meme of R Factor 2 being not easy, or, you know. I mean, they have done stuff like at the wheel support and everything. So it's not like it's terrible. And the default settings are great and everything. But I don't know. From my perspective, from a pure sim racer perspective, for me as a sim racer, I'd be like, well, why would I play this over AC or iRacing? I mean, I'd rather drive this than iRacing, but then iRacing's got more competition, so. You know, I guess if there's people playing it, if it's active and they've got good events, if it's if they do good events for this, then there'll be a reason to play it over other sims. But it's not about only choosing one. It's about you have a limited amount of time, and so you're gonna do whichever one's best at doing whatever it does. So. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but that does apply to everything. That's a problem with sim racing, isn't it? Like, if AC is basically free, has best force feedback and best physics, then you have to, in order to justify people to use another sim, you have to do something a lot better. So having the in-game ranking is a good, you know, that's a big step. That's why people still play iRacing despite it having garbage physics. You've got a lot of people on it. It's got in-game ranking. You know what you're getting. You don't have to think too much. You can be like, oh, I'm gonna do a race, okay. I'd imagine most people that are fans of GT3 racing, they would just go to ACC still, wouldn't they? They'd be like, I mean, ACC doesn't have ranking built into it. But LFM's kind of like really well known, so. It's in a bit of a weird spot, this game, in terms of who it's like. Obviously, there are fans of R Factor 2 that just happen to like its physics. But I mean, this does just feel like you're playing R Factor 2. It's still got like the grainy force feedback. You still don't have the cars are a bit R Factor 2 slidey with no force feedback to directly connect to that slidiness. The interface is clunky. It looks nice, but it's quite clunky. The audio of the cars is quite nice, but seems a little bit disconnected. There's like a weird thing with the steering wheel in the game that feels a bit disconnected with the way the rotation of the wheel actually affects the vehicle. The braking feels a little bit disconnected as well. So. But the graphics are nice. Tracks look nice. Car models are nice. It's all the nice stuff from R Factor 2's there. I think it just would have been like they shouldn't have done the early access now. They should have waited. Like, I know they probably can't, just business, whatever. But I think it would be much better if this released after another 6 to 8 months of development. So, because it's that whole thing. It needs to be polished. I think sim racers. I mean, I'm like this, but I think this is the case with a lot of sim racers. I just think there's AC1 is so good for what it is. iRacing is so good for what it is. And ultimately, you're driving the same cars on the same bloody tracks. So you can't, at a bare minimum, you can't have it can't be like, oh, it's a work in progress. Whatever the game, whatever the sim is, like, you know what I mean? It's like I just think there's like only so much. I know this is early access, you know, but it's like with the bloody ACC. It took like 4 years to get basically polished, and then I think people are just tired of it. So people are just absolutely tired of, oh, we'll buy a game, or it's available. Great, you don't have to buy it. So, well, what's the loss? But it's like, well, fine. So when do you pay attention to it? No, it's not expecting too much. The expectation is the basics of the game operate. And no, AC was fantastic from launch. AC, this is Pete, that's bollocks. AC1 did a tech demo that demonstrated with the Lotus Elise or Evora with just one track in the car for like a month before it came out, and it demonstrated that AC continued Netcar Pro force feedback, had a nice new graphics engine and really nice cars, and it ran absolutely fantastic. Because I got it the day it came out because I'm a Kunos fanboy. I've had every single Netcar Pro, FEA. Yeah, AC was always great. The problem with AC was just a lack of additional content or features, but everything in it was pretty polished. Like, you might not have liked the user interface; it was a bit clunky, but it all worked. It was pretty stable, loaded quickly, being able to put apps on the screen. It's all pretty streamlined. So, yeah, there's more in LMU than Rennsport, yeah. And there's more reason to play LMU than Rennsport at this point in time, for sure. Unless you're like an esports player. Yeah, I think the thing is, you're better off having much less in a game, but it works, than more that doesn't work, or just anything that doesn't work. Yeah, AC lacked content. It wasn't, but there was nothing really wrong with it. It was just like, oh, we have to wait for multiplayer, we have to wait for this and that. It wasn't like, oh, the menu doesn't work. Like, fundamentally, with even Netcar Pro, fundamentally, the driving was good. It's the same with like Live for Speed. Early versions of Live for Speed lacked a lot of stuff, or even R-Factor 1. I mean, R-Factor 1 was always a bit weird, but like Live for Speed, the driving was good straight away. So, and the menus worked. I mean, Live for Speed's got mental menus, but it's easy to interact with. I just think it's the R-Factor 2 engine is so clunky. Like, as much as you like try and polish it up and do stuff to it, like it shouldn't be that I get this game for the first time, early access, anybody, and you have this like this stuff, and then this delay between going through the menus. Like, I get it. The developers trying to do the best. They've got to get it out, whatever. But this immediately, this just makes me go, oh, this is shit. Even though like the underlying physics and driving, I mean, you might think, oh, that's nitpicking because it's just the UI. But it's like, this is like something, if you're doing like a Flash game, or like the most basic thing in a video game that you have to get right is a user interface being snappy. So it sets things up as being like a clunky, non-polished experience. That's the problem. It's like the difference between you know when you use like a computer, like the whole Apple thing versus Windows, when Apple does it right, not when Apple's dick it up. The point is, you'd have like a Windows CE smartphone, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you can do Word documents, you can do all this stuff, it's got loads of functionality there, but it's an absolute chore to interact with, whereas when you got like an iPhone when they first came out, it's like, oh, push that button, oh, nice big keypad, nice big text, oh, that works, you know. That user ability, because it's an entertainment product, so that actually ends up being one of the top things. Yeah, I don't have a problem with the physics in this at all. I think the physics are great. The force feedback not as good as AC for the limit, but the physics are fine. Like the driving is actually pretty good. It's all the surrounding stuff. It's the complete opposite problem that iRacing has, where the driving is shit, but the entire structure, the online ranking, well, the driving and netcode are absolutely bollocks in iRacing, but the online structure, the content, the tracks, how it all works is really, really good. It's just the reality of games development. You probably have to get something out by a certain date due to license obligations or whatever. So I'm not having a go at the developers. I'm just saying what I think is just the nature of from a player's perspective. Yeah, well, Forza as well is another really good example. Like, Forza Motorsport did not have to be that good, but you buy it, and that's a console game, and it's complete. Forza's worse than this because it's a much bigger dev team, and they have much longer, and it's like recycled shit from previous games with loads of like mental bugs in it. It's like Forza's like the worst at that. But it's not even like indie teams or small developers. Like, it's for some reason we're like, I don't know why we're doing this sort of. I just think people are tired of it. And WRC as well. WRC, the new WRC game by Codemasters. You shouldn't buy a game and just be like, I mean, at least this is early access and they've offered it for a good price, so you know. But Forza and WRC, it's like, what on earth? Well, they're like the frame stuttering, all this like shit. It's like, just, you know, the basics. It's not about it being a good or bad game. It's like, no, it's like playing a pre-alpha or something as a game tester. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, the thing is, I feel like this game basically lives and dies on if the multiplayer stays active. So if you're like, oh well, I know, as I said before, if you know you've got a big event and you know you've got people in it, then you'll be like, oh. Yeah, the visual design of the UI is alright. It's just the performance of it, which is their work. They'll probably fix it, I guess. I mean, how many Sims are there that just feel like they're not finished? Like AMS2. I mean, iRacing. Who knows what the weather update's going to be like with iRacing, its next update. Thing is, if iRacing does their update and they get they actually make it so the tyres work like tyres, and then it's got the. I mean, the weather I don't think is neither here nor there. It'll just be funny. But if the update actually genuinely makes the tyres work like tyres, then the only thing then for iRacing compared to other sims will basically be cost. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not really about value for money. I'm not saying I think £25 for what you get in this isn't a bad price proposition. It depends what perspective you're coming at it from. You know, if you've already got R Factor 2, or if you're an R Factor 2 fan, well, you just buy it, you won't care. If you're a weirdo sim racer, you just buy any sim and you don't really care. You just be like, oh well, you know, it is what it is. I'm sure it'll improve. So that's the sort of hobbyist sim racer side of me. Is like, oh well, whatever, you know, it's another driving game, great, see what happens. If you're someone that is like, oh, I really want to play a good driving game because I got a full-time job, I've got a family, I can only escape the wife for like an hour a day, or the family or whatever, or I get 3 hours a week maximum entertainment time doing a driving sim, then you're in the thing of like, the price of it's not the problem. It's oh, can I get a good gameplay experience? That's why a lot of people do iRacing, because they're like, oh shit, 2 hours, I've got an hour at best, right? Oh, I load up iRacing, I can have a race. And if you ignore the fiddling part of AC, you can load up AC and you can have a race in LFM. AMS2 even, if you're not like too picky on physics and you want to do VR, you're like, oh, I can do some AI racing. Well, if you've got a husband as well, if you've got a husband, a wife, or whatever, I don't, you know, most of my audience are pretty gay, so it wouldn't surprise me. We're all gay here. The last really good driving game that came out where I loaded it up and genuinely just enjoyed it was Forza Horizon 4, was it? Forza Horizon 4, which is not a perfect game by all means, and it's got issues, but that was the last driving game, which is like 3 or 4 years ago, where I bought it, started playing it, and was like, oh, look, there's stuff to do. That looks nice. This is kind of pleasant. It's a bit silly. It's a bit cheesy. Toad GTV. Oh, don't. I'm not keeping it real. Well, even the the thing is, in many ways, older games were a lot more simple in some ways. But again, from a player's perspective, does that even matter? So, like, the old F1, like, was it F1 97? Where you load a game up, and the first thing you're introduced with is, like, the season, or, like, challenges. Here's some challenges to do. In your face, and you know the game's only, like... This is another thing with games. It's like they want to have, like... to take,
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Guy Verza, thank you. They want to take all your time, every single game, rather than it being, oh, it's 15 hours. Like... The best games I've ever played, generally speaking, Half-Life 1 took 15 hours to complete. Shadow of the Colossus, it's about 7 to 10 hours to play through. Serious Sam 1 and 2,
I'm hot, and you're not.
About 8 hours. Portal 1, about 4 or 5 hours. Portal 2, 10 hours. Max Payne 1, about 10 hours or so, 7 hours, and Max Payne 2, again, like another like 10, under 10 hours. Half-Life Alyx, about 10, 15 hours. Those are all the best games I've ever played. They take like 15 hours. It's like the best films you watch generally aren't like 15 hours long or like 6 hours long, are they? Like, Gary Clark, I'm liking LMU so far, and long may the love for this game continue with or without you. I'm not saying I like universally dislike it. I'm just being reasonable. it's not about achievements nights. It's about like so like with the Gran Turismo games, the older Gran Turismo games, having that single player structure of doing stupid arbitrary things which are a bit silly, it's actually quite fun. If you so when it comes to playing games, you can sort of break down player types into like there's people that specifically just only play games for stories. There's people that predominantly play for completionists. There's people that specifically play for like the innate mechanics and you know and varying in between. I'm not saying that's what LMU has to be, by the way. I was just making a comment about how for me personally, I think the best games I've ever played. Oh, Peggle. That I wish they did more Peggle. They totally shitted that up. Peggle was amazing. That takes about 6 hours to complete. Plants vs Zombies. That's about 5 hours to complete.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, but then I think the problem for the typical sim racer will the technical aspects of the UI. There's already been quite a few other streamers and stuff going, oh, it doesn't run very well. So yeah, mate, like that's why for this game, I think the most important thing is that the basic usability works. Once you've done that, the actual handling, the force feedback, the ranked online is all better than like ACC and some other stuff. So then it's totally fine. Richard B. Yeah, well, Big Red Racing, that was really fun. I've not played the Talos Principle. I know it's by the same people that did Serious Sam. It's a Crow Team game. I need to play that in VR actually. I was thinking of buying like Myst, but I think I'm too thick to complete it. I tried Riven when that came out and I really struggled. But Myst, I think it's on sale actually on the Oculus store at the moment. Might get that. Yeah, well, Midtown Madness really didn't have much to do in it, but as a kid, I thought it was fun just driving the wrong way down the motorway. Oh, Midtown Madness multiplayer though, where you have the cops and robbers mode on Y-Play, that was amazing, absolutely incredible. That was like the most intense multiplayer with a driving game I've ever played. In VR, there's a really good submarine sim I played with the DK2, which was awesome. Hello, kitten. Did not realise there was a VR Myst. Yeah, well, it's the first one. It's slightly before the fully remastered Myst that they did more recently. But it's a real time version of Myst. It's like the second to last updated version of the original Myst that has VR support. So stuff like the water and some of the effects aren't as good as the totally remastered one, but it's supposed to be all right. So as I said, it's on sale. It's like £12 or something. So on the Quest 3 and Quest 2. Wasn't Wanderer done by me? So what? I don't know if it's a must, but I've not tried it yet. What's the they did a new game for VR specifically, the guys behind Myst and Riven, but I didn't really like it that much. It was alright, it wasn't terrible, but it was I just didn't enjoy it. I mean, we could do some racing in AC. I mean, I haven't like not enjoyed like in terms of this, like it's it's a weird one because it's like it's as fun as R Factor 2 is, which I don't not enjoy it. It's just I don't enjoy it as much as AC. I'm trying to think like how I could see us jumping on this and racing it every now and again and doing like occasional races. I can't see myself jumping on this and like getting really, really hardcore into it. I don't know. What do you guys think with this? It's that lack of force feedback at the limit, I think, puts me off R Factor 2 sort of stuff. Not AC. Look, AC's just the best, generally speaking. I prefer some aspects of the tyres in R Factor 2. It's just how they wear out over time, how they handle one if you do like a really big slide. But I prefer how pokey and responsive AC tyres are, and then the force feedback. Yeah, the big virtual Le Mans should be on this, so that's good. That's good for marketing. And oh yeah, if this has team support, so that could be a really good thing. If you've got if they do special events in this, and you can join with a team like you can in R Factor 2, and it works, and you've got the multi-split thing that iRacing has, but with the physics in this that are better, then that's something that I think is quite appealing to like a really wide audience. Because the whole thing with that, you know, like the iRacing events like Le Mans or 24 Hours a Daytona and that kind of stuff, the appeal of that is that a bunch of like 30 plus year old guys or girls or whatever, but like 30 plus year olds who normally don't have much time, can wangle it with their family to be like, oh, 3 times a year, can I do a get together with my friends on Friday to Sunday or whatever, and make a big thing out of it? Do you know what I mean? And then that's for some reason that's the pass normally for a lot of people. Like their partners will be like, yeah, okay, we'll let you have that weekend. I don't know why. Apparently, like doing 2 hours a night is less acceptable than a whole weekend, but I guess no, but that is how it is for a lot of people, Shumi. That's why that works. It's like the whole football game thing. People struggle to have like their own free time when they're in the house, and then they can convince their partner. It's like, well, Sunday midday is football day, so I'm allowed to go off with my mates and watch football. I mean, it's not the kind of relationship I would go for, but it's very common. I drink Yorkshire tea. It's probably the cheapest good quality tea that you can get. The tea brands. Hang on, F1 West Coast. Excuse me, I'm UK West. F1 West Coast. We're going to be in competition. Yorkshire tea, Lipton if you're in Europe, because you can get it in Europe for some reason. Not iced tea, but like Lipton tea bags. Twinings English breakfast and Twinings every day. Tea's really good, but it's overpriced and the company's pretentious. Van Dam's do really nice spiced Indian spice tea. Lidl's Gold Blend is quite nice. It's like a rip-off of Twinings. Coffee boy here, 5 cups today. Yeah, but do you have a coffee machine, Bobby? I've got a DeLonghi Dedica, and I make double espresso shots with that. I think you just get used to it, to be honest, if you drink a lot of coffee. I don't think I've ever had Dorset Clipper. I don't know what that is. Why does everyone make the same game? What driving sims? I'd imagine certain licenses are probably easier to get in some ways, and also stuff like GT3 is just popular, and then also a lot of these games are based on like technology that's been developed over decades, because it's quite hard to do the underlying physics technology, and so you sort of end up with pottering along of the same sorts of things. No, PG Tips is shit. What is it? What is it with you guys? You have Ninja brand coffee pot. Ninja's my favourite cookware company. I wanted to get a Ninja air fryer, but they sold out of them. I've got Ninja frying pan. Well, it's a wok. Ninja's awesome. little bit pricey, but yeah, you want a DeLonghi Dedica. It's really good, really easy to run. It doesn't quite do 15 bar of pressure, but it'll do like a good, you know, a grind of coffee by hand. Does good double espressos. Sorted. You have to buy like a different basket to really get the crema nice, but it's good. A wok, a grill, and an air fryer. Right, what we could try? Let's try a hypercar here. Bahrain. Oh, the track models are nice in this as well. So I mean, the thing is, well, we haven't tried Sebring yet. The thing is, you do have to consider that iRacing would cost like £20 for just one track and a car. So, like, on a pure value for money, I don't think the cost is actually the issue with Sims, to be honest. But on a pure value for money thing, you really can't complain. But then, so on one scale you have iRacing, but then you have AC on the other side. So, like, that's price. Price is a hard thing to value. It's quite hard to determine with these sorts of things. This stream is sponsored by Tory Austerity and brought to you by PPE Scandal and oligarchy's support of Tory party members. So now I'm not implying that the Conservative Party and Tory members are corrupt. What I am saying, though, is that there seems to be quite a connection between Tory governmental decisions and money going to various directions that are in certain individuals' interests and not the population's interest. Now, some might call that corruption. Some might just call that typical Tory governance. Yeah, look, Yorkshire Tea. I asked Yorkshire Tea
The pace car is out of control.
if they wanted to sponsor me, and they said no, we're not interested. So I need to work on that. Maybe they're run by Conservatives. Oh, this is it's a fast loading game. That's the main thing to take home. It's the main lesson. Does VR take time to acclimatise to? Yeah, for a lot of people. I think it does load faster once you've loaded once or twice. I think maybe it is compiling shaders. No, but no. So Labour are terrible. Don't get me wrong. I don't think Labour are good, and I actually think Labour are pretty right wing. But Labour aren't just as bad. That's a mistake that people make. They're not. They really are not just as bad. Like, yeah, both Conservatives and Labour are a disaster, and they're not addressing the core things that need to be sorted out. They're not addressing wealth inequality properly. They're not doing electoral reform, and until that happens, things won't get better. But like, objectively, they're not just as bad. They're both shit, but they're not both just as bad. One is like a diarrhea shit, and the other one is like a well-formed shit that sticks to your shoe. Both are terrible. One is easier to avoid. One chases you down the hill. One stays stationary. That's where we're at with them. Yeah, you are forced. Yeah, I get your gist. Like, you should watch the Varoufakis documentary. It's really good as a sort of summary of... It's a really good summary. In the Eye of the Storm. of I don't agree with everything, all his views on it, on stuff in general. Like I think he has a bit of a naive view about Greek politics. Or I think he has a somewhat naive view of democracy and how dumb people are. But generally, I think he's on the money, like as much as you could be. Here you go. Well, this is well worth watching. It's entertaining as well. There you go. Try and link it. Chat. Well, you should probably still vote, like the thing is, you should vote in like local elections, not just a general election. And not voting, yeah, you might as well still vote. So, or even do hello Mohammed, or even do like a protest ballot. You know, you might as well go to a polling centre and spoil the ballot, or like, you know, if you're doing a protest vote, make it obvious that you're doing a protest vote. Is what I'm saying. But I totally get, like, at the end of the day, if you're suffering from the effects of austerity and, you know, you have your job shit, you maybe got health problems, you're paying through your face through a rental mortgage or something, thinking about voting and even spending your free time voting on something that probably won't actually solve anything that's directly pertinent to you. Yeah, I totally get why you wouldn't go out and vote. But that's also partly by design as well, isn't it? The whole like apathy that comes from how purposefully difficult and shitty things have been made. No, not Akazu. Yeah, yes and no. It's not tied to the amount of taxes you pay. It's tied to. So it's not about that. So the voting has the same weight. Oh, you mean it should? No, why? No, the opposite. So, as it is right now, it's your political power is based on how much wealth you have. And normally that's a result of how much property you own due to how much property you've inherited. That's what gets you, in the UK and most of Europe, that's what gets you more political power. This is cool. That doesn't get old. Right. So this is running a bit slow. AI seems to cause the frame rate to drop quite a bit. Turn 7 Racing. Yeah, I do, and I don't dislike it. I think it needs a bit more polish. The car setups are really understeery on the brakes. There's also like a dislocation in the steering, which is weird. Yeah, it's better 4-speed back than ACC, but still no, doesn't really tell you where the limit is. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like there's something weird with the steering. Do you know what? It feels a bit like the speed sensitivity issue. There's a bug with Gmotor stuff. Hang on. I didn't change anything from the defaults. Oh, this is running so bad. It's out now in early access. Thanks, Tim. Where's speed sensitivity? Where would that be? Because that was a bug in Race Room. We'll do a first impressions video. Otherwise, I repeat myself. My chat room blocks the game. Well, there doesn't seem to be an option for it in here. It could be in Calibrate. We just looked through that. So it's all it's no, I don't think it's even an option in this. Oh, hang on. I didn't even see this. We've got some other force feedback stuff we can mess around with. Don't think it's particularly... I don't know what steering resistance coefficient means, but... Like they're more just effects rather than... Oh, we don't want that. Why would that be on 150%? You do not want that. Turn that down. Yeah, I know that there is a steering rate. Yeah, there is, but I don't know. We'll just so this is set to. We could turn that off and just use this based off. It was all lined up though. I mean, they've set this. They got this set up for a Moser wheel, all the defaults. So this shouldn't really affect it. Yeah, it feels like the speed. So in Race Room, and I think it is an option in rFactor 2, by default, speed sensitive steering is on, even when you turn all assists off. And what that does is, for gamepads basically, and for keyboard steering, as you go faster, the steering gets weaker. Or no, one or the other. But it doesn't quite feel like that. It just feels more like there's a weird dead zone to this, or a bit of a dead zone to the steering in the center. Yeah, it feels a bit non-linear. Yeah, I turned it back round. That's how I get through the day with one shirt. But we've got all these assists off. Steering out, you know, all the assists are off, so no, there is no dead zone. Just tell me what the two settings are, but I think we've adjusted those settings. It's not that the visual wheel is all lined up. It's like the physics aren't lining up with the input. Like, look at that. It's like there's no actual... I mean, there's a little bit. But yeah, it's like it's non-linear in the centre. Do you see what I mean? It's like this is non-linear relative to this. What is it? Oh, you have to edit an INI file. Oh, no! No, we have to edit an INI file. It's still R-Factor 2. It's still R-Factor 2. No!
No!
It's still R-Factor 2. Oh no! Come on, we're gonna edit an INI file. Oh. Oh. Input.json, the INI file. The INI file. Control F, search for steering sensitivity. Well, it is R-Factor 2 engine, so why are you saying in R-Factor? Oh, is that you saying edit that INI file? The nights that say INI. Oh, I see. Okay, well, let's do that. Let's give it a go. Oh no, guys. R-Factor. Don't forget to set. You need to install the drivers with a floppy disk first. You need to make sure you Audigy. You need to go into BIOS. You need to boot into the sound. Correct. You need 16-bit sound channels. It does feel, yeah, it did feel like steering sensitivity. Right, let's have a look. That would explain the deadness in the centre. They should be able to fix this themselves pretty quickly. Why is this not working? Oh, here we go. Le Mans Ultimate user data. Player. Can't believe we're doing this. Direct input. Oh my goodness. Steering aggression. Steering sense. Mine's on 1, so should be fine. No, it's something else. Something else is the issue. Something else is the issue. Yeah. It would make sense that wouldn't work if it was the wrong thing. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure what. No, there's this whole. There's a whole load of misconceptions. So a car will rotate from its, I imagine, its center of gravity. I don't know. Or it'll depend on a whole bunch of things, like if the front tires are losing grip, or if the rear is, or like it depends how you're considering it. It's not necessarily incorrect for a car to rotate in its visual center. I mean, if you were designing a vehicle to turn optimally, like you'd want the weight. You presumably want the weight in the middle and as low as possible, and then so you'd expect generally for a vehicle to rotate in its center. But I know people are talking about like the whole sort of drifting and controlling of drifting, I think is what they're more getting at. But there was that video of someone going, oh, in WRC, here's a car, look, here's a wall, and here's where it's rotating, it shouldn't hit the wall. And it's like, well, it's not necessarily that simple. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's I think there's people talking about different stuff. Yeah, you just talk about rear diff behaviour. Like if you open the diff, then the inside wheel can rotate faster than the outside wheel, or vice versa, so that the car will turn around. Yeah, I think the setups in this at the moment have got very stiff differential settings. Yeah, so I think what's happening is the diff is generally quite stiff on the fixed setup stuff in the online racing. People are then moving the brake bias further back to try and get the car to turn in, or they're having to trail brake a lot harder than they naturally would for longer to rotate it. And what's happening is they're getting snap oversteer from both rear wheels, locking up and going well over the limit, and that's why it does that rather than it rolling into the corners nicely. So that's what it seems like to me. It might be something else, but it comes across like the behaviour you'd expect from a setup that's a bit understeery and that has diff coast is more locked. Or the on throttle behaviour is also matching, having a locked diff on throttle. So the more open the diff is on throttle, the more progressive when you get on the power, the less likely the back will snap out if you have a more open diff on throttle for power diff. In modern race cars, you normally have a diff coast and a diff power setting, so you can affect the lift off oversteer or the braking oversteer separate to the on throttle oversteer. I mean, the cars might actually have issues. I don't know. There could be like a physics thing. There could be how these cars are made. I don't know. I'm just saying what it seems like. It's just like R Factor 2 force feedback. I might make a pastry. Shall I have a croissant or shall I have a almond pastry? What do I make in my air fryer? Should I have a croissant or should I have an almond pastry? I am trying to be morbidly obese and my skin is awfully pasty. Pastry pastry time. Pastry time. Pastry time. He is a fat bastard. He needs to stop eating puff pastry. Go outside for a walk. Stop eating, you obese shit. That's the obesity song. Well, this is based off R Factor 2, so you'd expect it to be pretty similar. Almond's not a nut. Well, what is it then? I mean, it does look like linear. Just warming up the tyres, guys. Yeah, we could do the classic. I mean, my wheel's set to 900, but yeah, we could do the. I turn this off. Do the classic 5. It was. Was it 540? What was the Momo Black wheel? And then loads of games use that same rotation setting as like a. You're a droop. I think it was 270 degrees. It didn't do 360. It was 270. Was it 540? Yeah, it's 270. Loads of games had that as a maximum. I can't turn that off. Oh, because I changed this here. This is good having a toggle button for on or off. rather than yes and no that some sims have, where it just says yes, on or no. And you're just like, what? Oh, that's made it worse. Now we are disconnected. Now the visual wheel's not lining up. Well, yeah, that was car. That's what I'm saying. I think there's some like weird dead zone in the center to some extent. I don't know. Not like a huge thing. I don't know. It's just weird. It just seems a bit off. Could be the car setup. To slow down. This is the Porsche, yeah. I know the tyres are cold. It just means that they'll have lower grip. Oh. I was trying to coast it to the... Yeah, like there is zero steering input in this degree of movement here. It feels like it could be from the geometry of the like caster or something. It could just be there's no force feedback applying to the wheel. Even though we're turning. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Have I managed to make this worse? Did I need to increase the percentage? Oh, yeah, I think higher is more open. Preload is, the lower this, the easier it is. Also, the more open it is. Well, it's not about the visual wheel. That's not the issue. The problem is that you feel like you're turning the wheel, but then nothing's happening with the car. So turning the wheel off wouldn't. The visual wheels are irrelevant really, because that lines up fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's more how the wheel affects the tyres. Hello. How's it going, Mitchie? Maybe you have a solution to this. It feels to me like there's some sort of like dead zone to the centre of the steering in terms of how it's then affecting the wheels. Not totally dead, but like the steering doesn't feel linear. Like there's no real initial feeling of the tyres. Yeah, no, I know the tyres are cold. There seems to be like a weird. Yeah, no, I know they're cold, but it's no. We're not talking about that. It's like the actual, just the basic input of the vehicle. It's with all the cars. I don't know what it is. It almost feels like it's speed sensitive steering as well. He's got a mushy dead zone. Welcome along, guys. We're just chilling out here, by the way. Just messing around. Thinking about what pastry to have. this was like this out of the box. The default setups are like really understeery. On, oh, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know what's. It's just a bit weird. I don't know what's going on with these default setups. No, it's not cold tyres. If anyone else says cold tyres, it's like this is every vehicle in the sim. It's not cold tyres. The cold tyres still work like tyres. Or maybe it's the cold tyres. That's another sim racing myth that. Apparently people think cold tyres just don't work at all. Could be cold tyres. I could get a t-shirt that says cold tyres. Like all that, I've just opened the diff, right? Right, we'll do it on the diff power. Every car in this, whatever they've done with the setups, drives as if it's got like a locked diff. I don't know what it is. I mean, I'm relative to like even R Factor 2 or whatever. I don't know why. Oh, this is so laggy. It's the same as R Factor 2. I mean, why can't all sims use the same values for differentials? Like, use like clutch angle or something, or just have the Newton meter value for each one, or I don't know. It's not really, yeah, I mean, we could try turning that down. I'm just sticking around here. Yeah, the multiplayer's alright. Does this, do not have tyre blankets? It would save us having to do 3 laps to warm the tyres up. Rolex. Yeah, it's because of the cold tyres. It's not like we've driven cars that have 1 tyres. It's not. Let's just ignore the 3 LMP2 and 2 GT3 races we did, where the exact same stuff applies. Let's just ignore that. Obviously, he's only talking about what he's currently doing. Shit, like. It's field of view, isn't it? I feel like you have to drag the brake so much in this to get the car to turn. Yeah, but we just used default game settings and we've just manually gone through wheel rotation settings. Visually the wheel lines up. So I don't know what if they're doing some stuff under the hood. I'm not the only person to be mentioning this. Well, strange. 2 other streamers have mentioned it, so strange. James Baldwin plays ACC, so you know. What can I say? What does he know? He's not the world's fastest gamer or anything. Jason Murphy, are you trolling or are you being a moron? Are you being a moron or are you just trolling? It's not like we've been playing this for 8 hours. Yeah, so it's to sell it both off the car he's currently driving. It must be talking about the car he's driving right now in the current exact situation. It couldn't possibly be talking about in general. It's like there's speed sensitivity to the steering or something. That's what it comes across like. We don't have any assists on. There's something weird with the steering. I'm telling you. I don't know what it is. No, it's not force feedback damping. There's something off with either the linearity of the input or speed affecting the input linearity. That's what it seems like. Or separate to that, it's almost as if the car setup, this setup, has like some like really weird caster setting on it. No, it's not to do with the wheel you're using. It's not that, it's not that sort of a thing. Stability control? I don't even have the setting bound. Don't think it's in the options settings. Where is it? No. I mean, I think we'd know. I know what the stability control feels like. Well, if the force feedback's pulling the car out of your hands, then yeah, it'll be inverted. Yeah, no, there's no...
The pace car is out of control.
I mean, we can try recalibrating, but it doesn't feel like that kind of an issue. It feels like the race room issue of when you have like speed sensitivity, or if you have a non-linear input. But then it seems to be in the center. But if you look at the animation of the tires, it looks linear. So then it could. The other thing that can also make it feel like that is car setup. With certain like caster settings, you can basically create like the wheel will feel quite dead in the center because of the way you have to overcome like certain amount of caster before you start feeling the wheel, if that makes sense properly, because you have to push the tires into a certain state. No, the steering torque would just be the strength of the force feedback. No, we already had all the auto settings. We were using all automatic stuff before. It's quite subtle. I think a lot of people just wouldn't notice it. I mean, someone that would put up with, if you could put up with how shit ACC is, you probably wouldn't notice it. But if you're used to the pinnacle, the summit, the crest of AC1, or even Automobilista 1, or I think rFactor 2 is fine. There's just something. Yeah, well, we had auto. We obviously used the defaults first. No, we've already done that. I wonder if he's done the most obvious stuff first. Would the person that lives on driving simulators and also worked in tech support possibly have done the most obvious default things first? Maybe not. I don't think so. I think he probably hasn't. I reckon it's caster settings causing it. We change caster on this. Oh, camber. Or toe actually. Caster's not adjustable on this. Thing is, toe. I think toes normally used more for temperature into the tyres. Yeah, I'm just trying to see how it affects the handling, to be honest. Oh yeah. If the tyres are towed inwards, it generally make it more stable. If they're towed outwards, it will generally make it looser, like a shopping trolley. Yeah, no, I know. We've already used default. We've already. Oh my god. We've already used the default settings. Now we were just tweaking. We were trying some other settings for the wheel input to see if it affected it. You know, the front is really wish-washy. I know we just reduced the... Actually, the front is on the same. We put it back. It's not to do with the bumpiness of the track. We're doing this with all the cars. Maybe it's the force feedback as well. Oh, I don't know. There's just something a bit weird. What does this steering resistance coefficient do? Is that just like a damper? Turn that off. No, it's the same thing is still there with the tyres are warm. God, tyres. It's the same with all that we've literally been playing for 8 hours. I'm just dialing. We were just ignoring it. Can't even read that. Oh, it's the steering saturation. It's all set up normally. Oh, hello. Hang on, is that affected the steering speed? Yeah, I think there's something off with how it's calibrating the linearity of the steering. This is like a... Like, you can force it to set it to like 900. So the problem is you have like the visual wheel, which is one thing, but then you have the actual input that's going on, which is separate in Gmotor. Because one's just an animation. Like now this... Oh, I don't know. And it still doesn't feel linear though. It feels like there's some speed. Like the centre feels super vague. I don't know. It's just weird. The other thing you can do in rFactor is match this with this. Then the car also has its own setting. No, see that's messed up the visual wheel. Well, let's see if this drives better though. In real life, the driver can have different steering sensitivity depending on cogs they use, or if it's got power steering, they can adjust it. Yeah, now I'm just going to go into the car setup and try messing around with the car steering lock. But it didn't. When I messed around with it before, it didn't actually line up properly. So if you go for steering lock, it didn't operate properly. So it probably, I think it might actually be a bug. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the setting for the steering lock? Okay, you're not adjusting this car. Non-adjustable. But it's set to 520. Yeah, we're messing around with it with the GT3 car, and we reduced the steering lock, which should make it more sensitive, but it made it less sensitive. Well, basically, it meant that the wheel, the physical amount you could move the wheel was stopping, and the car was less sensitive. Right, 527. So let's line this up with this other setting. Where's the car setup? Controls. 527. I mean, that should really be, that should be grabbing the car specific value. I mean, all I can say is it feels off. It seems off the wheel input. For whatever reason. But I mean, I wouldn't know what I'm talking about, so. I've not actually seen any clouds. So the thing is, there's no like initial force feedback as well for that initial movement. In a real car, if you're connected to the steering column, there will be some damper. There'll be some like whatever, you know, inherent like slack and stuff in the system. Should be pretty tight, but right. But that's going to be like in this tiny little range. As soon as you start moving,
the pace car is out of control.
You will like you're pushing against something. Oh yeah, I mean if it does have power, yeah, power steering feels like shit. So I guess that would make sense. But the thing is, in a real car, even if a sim's done it right, if you, in a real car, as soon as you turn, you feel G-forces, so it feels hooked up even when the steering's shit. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? Like... Oh, hello, Frosty Bird. Why are you breaking stuff? Always breaking stuff. So I think as you go faster in R-Factor 2, the force feedback gets stiffer, which maybe is to represent the maybe the gyroscopic effect of going faster, maybe the downforce load, making it harder to turn. I don't know. Why'd you break your wrist? You're always breaking stuff. Jesus Christ. Ah. Well, that's not good. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a fun car to drive. Just, yeah, I don't know. I seem to remember I don't know, was that the hypercars in R-Factor 2? Well, there's a few different hypercars, so maybe other ones aren't on the same, but... I don't know what's giving that impression of the steering. I think it is with all the cars. We'll see. We'll try this one again. I do need a croissant, yeah. Yeah, it might just be cold. So look, do you remember like in iRacing, every time like I'd say something like, "Oh, the grass is ridiculously slippy," and they go, "Ah, field of view, wheel rotation, cold tyres. Ah, the driving needs there's people are wrecking online in really stupid ways. Oh, it only happens to you." It's like, no, they're literally crashing into everyone. there's like 5 responses: wheel rotation, cold tyres. Oh dear. The FOV guys. Oh yeah, it's this other driver. They were live streaming or they were playing it and they weren't having any issues. And it's like maybe they're not as like critical. There's the people that play ACC for like 4 years straight. You know, like if you vaguely drive from force feedback, that would be physically impossible. Like you know, there's people that play iRacing non-stop. You can't drive on the limit, so yeah, they like that game, great. But it doesn't mean that they're making an objective point about one thing that's slightly different to something else. It's so bizarre how people say stuff without actually thinking what are they actually saying. But the only thing I can think of that gives that sort of vagueness in the centre is caster settings, sometimes tow, sometimes car setup can cause it. It doesn't really necessarily feel like that though. It feels like there's some kind of weird non-linear steering input, and it also part of the issue can be force feedback. If you're not getting force feedback straight away, it can give the impression that nothing's happening when it is. But obviously, I'm aware of that. I play a lot of Sims, so. Yeah, this has exactly the same thing with the input. It's exactly the same as the hypercar. This is like this huge... It's not a dead zone entirely. It's like a non-linear zone in the centre. Where it's as if you're like waiting to move for the tyre to actually start moving. As if you're pushing over tow or you're pushing over caster. I don't remember this being a thing in R Factor 2. I mean, I could just make my steering more sensitive and then it'll make that zone smaller. But it is weird. Like, there's also that, there's this sort of, so when you're in the straight line, or like when you're sort of floating around a bit because the car's sliding around, it's kind of dislocated from the steering. Like, it's like the car's moving around but not impacting the steering at all. Which might not, I'm not saying that's necessarily unrealistic, but like you'd expect to feel something. $50 1,514 laps to go. Carrying 12 tons of fuel. It's a really nice track model. Thanks for subscribing, welcome. Yeah, I wonder how much of it is to do with the force feedback, feeling a bit disconnected from the amount of slip. Like, there's moments here where we are quite aggressively sliding around. But you really don't have any subtle force feedback for it. Dirge, no. So look, let me explain the mistake you're making there. If AC has the most detailed force feedback for telling you what the car's doing at the limit, and it does that the best, then why would you not compare AMS1 as well? Why would you not use that as a reference? It's such a dumb argument. Oh, here we are. Here he goes again, comparing Sims or something to what is the best thing that currently exists. I went to a restaurant the other day and I compared the steak to the best steak that I've ever had. Oh, what an idiot! Oh, here he goes comparing this road car to. You're comparing this small road car to an MX-5. Oh God! Why would you compare it to the best ever road car ever made? Ah, what a foolish thing to do! Oh. Here he goes, comparing iRacing to R-Factor 2 and AC, where you can actually control the slip. Ah. Yeah, but it's not an opinion. You're being an idiot. It's not an opinion that AC has the AC, AMS1 or certain aspects of it convey what's going on in the simulator. That's not an opinion, that's an objective fact. Like, that's or like, that is not an opinion. You might like it or not. We're not talking about what we like or dislike. There's objective qualities to various things that make them different. I know the problem is, if you're a fanboy of a game or a thing, and then
I don't like ACC.
Oh no, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Ignore this guy. He's an idiot, noob. This is what a lot of people do when if they're a fanboy of something, they will then move to argument from I don't know if that's a technical term, but they go, oh, it's subjective. Yeah, Dirge, if it's someone else's setup, well, let's think. Do you think the sim racer, someone that's set up sims for literally, I don't know, probably like 50 plus people, someone that literally has 2 sim rigs in their basement with different equipment on it, owns 6 DD wheels and 10 different load cell pedals, do you not think that they might be aware of how setup affects how something feels? Like, it's just, like, really, it's just stupid. We're not talking, it's not, I don't know what to say. Like, what can you say? I wonder if the guy that was like literally, well, probably one of the first, if not one of the first 3 people to be promoting DD wheels and the impact that they have on sim racing back in like 2010. Oh, I wonder if they're aware of the differences. I mean, oh dear. Back in like 2010, where people would be arguing about whether or not a DD wheel was worth it. Jesus Christ. No, it's not about you saying if I'm right or wrong. You're pointing out the same fallacious arguments where someone goes, "Oh, it could just be subjectivity." Or everything's subjective, so you can't know. You know, grey shirt on. Well, it's every time you play a different sim or you point out a difference. I know some people are joking because the comments is because the comments are made so much. Obviously, it's a meme as well. But like, out of the like, how many people are joking? There's like, obviously, there's filthy regs are joking because they've been around enough to know the same comments that are made over and over and over and over again. So, like, yeah, I get some people are joking, but do you know what I mean? The reason those jokes exist is because there's so many people that genuinely say them. Ultimate AC fanboy. Well, as I said, if something genuinely is the best in certain ways, not in all ways, then that's not being a fanboy. If you can point out the specific components, that's not being a fanboy. Being a fanboy is if you're like ignore the blatant issues. So like, if you're an AC fanboy, you would ignore the pain in the arse it is to install all the shit. You would ignore. You would ignore the weird curbing stuff. You would ignore like how much of a mess LFM is with them having too many series. You would ignore like a whole bunch of stuff with it. How much of a cluster F content manager is if you're used to it.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Yeah, is what's the TLDR? It needs a bit more work. It's got aspects to it that are quite good. It's basically like R-Factor 2, but focused. Well, it is R-Factor 2, but focused on Le Mans content. The online ranking stuff seems to work quite nicely. But yeah, there seems to be like a weird bit of non-linearity to the steering input or something. Maybe it's related to the force feedback, or maybe it's the car setup. The general handling with the default setups that they've got in the game, at least, seem to require you to have to trail brake to get the cars to go into the corners more than you probably generally expect. Especially with the fixed setups, they're weirdly understeery on the braking and very oversteery on the throttle, so it doesn't even make sense from making it easy to drive perspective. The AI, thanks for following, guys. AI's okay, but has issues, isn't perfect. Yeah, it needs like 6 to 8 months of work, I think. Hello, don't blame Manny. For £25, if you do the ranked online racing in it, I think you can get that value. I know. I don't even know what steering resistant coefficient. I think that's just a damper. Well, it's not the whole point of the game. It's just the marketing. But yeah, we did drive it. The tracks are nice. Thanks for subscribing, Fat Boy Slow. Fat Boy Slow. Yeah, this sounds all right. no, well, I'm not even saying it is an issue. It just something just seems a little bit off with the steering. What's this steering bump stop degrees? Yeah, there's that's a G motor thing where the visual wheel rotation, then you've got and this is in race room, R factor 1, R factor 2, and maybe this. You have the visual steering wheel. You have the wheel rotation in terms of the sensitivity of the wheel rotation as it applies to the actual steering wheels. Then you have in the car setup, you have the steering sensitivity in the car setup and the wheel rotation of that. And so previously people would have issues with the visual wheel rotation, or the actual effect of the wheel on the rotation of the car in game working. Then there was a problem in race room with speed sensitive steering, that the setting would turn on and it wouldn't necessarily be immediately obvious that that's the setting that turned on. So you'd have to turn that off, because obviously as you went faster the steering would get less sensitive to make it easier for controls and stuff. You'd only use, so minimum steering torque is for lower end wheels, although actually, so the whole point of minimum steering torque is if you have like a G25 or something, the idea, or if you have a wheel that doesn't pick up a certain amount of force feedback before it starts working. Ironically though, if you use minimum steering torque with a G25, for some reason with R factor 2, I'm not trying this with a G25, but with R factor 2 it will add like a notch, like the wheel sort of ignores it and then suddenly it works. G25, G27, G293, they all have a dead zone in the center because they use two motors. It's to stop the wheel chattering. Same thing happens with the Thrustmaster T300. If you put minimum steering torque on it, you'll end up with like a notch at the center, probably due to how the wheels drivers work with that minimum force, and it just, because there'll be nothing and then suddenly something. For some reason it ends up being just a notch of input. If you've got a DD wheel, then you don't need it anyway. Like, I don't think you need it anyway in anything. It's some like weird thing. Steering torque capability. I'm not quite sure. We were messing around with this. I'm not quite sure what this applied to. For some reason, they've decided to name things differently. We did use defaults before. I think it was on 3 by default. So yeah, we played this with the defaults that the game applied to it before we've changed stuff. We've just been fiddling around with some settings, so.
Time 2:30.80.
So is that steering minimum thing designed to compress the force feedback into a certain amount of in a range of Newton meters, so that if you've got a lower force feedback wheel, it's compressed in the limits of that wheel? I'd imagine that's what it does. It's the same as having a Newton meter strength. I don't know. AI's just driven into me. I don't know, it's defaults, probably like 47 or something. Yeah, there's a weird vague center spot in the steering. Yeah, well, it certainly wasn't doing exactly that, Havner. Because if you put that on 1 with a 12 Newton meter wheel and it's compressing it all within 1 Newton meter, you're not going to really feel any force feedback at all. The grass is really slippy. F11, I think, is the mirrors. Yeah, well, the thing with AC1 is that the force feedback is really connected to what the car's doing, really obviously. So even if you're playing on a shit wheel, it's the same with, in many ways, it's the same with Automobilista 1. If you're playing on on a really crappy wheel, well, on a DD it's amazing, but even on a crappy wheel, as soon as like the car's doing stuff, it might be a bit simplistic in some ways. It might feel a bit too like smooth, or you know, but it connects with what's going on really, really well. No, it's F11, isn't it? No. No, it's 3. Number pad 3. Number 3. Yeah, sorry, yeah, it's 3 on the, not number pad, but on the keys. I'm in AC mode. It's 3 in R-Factor. The external sound of the LMP2 cars is quite nice. Here's your grass review. Oh, for some reason, it makes more. The Moser picks it up as so bumpy. I've got the jolt protection on the wheel, so it turns the force feedback off. It's quite a nice feature actually. It doesn't work perfectly, but on the Moser you can set it so that if the wheel's going crazy, or like, you know, if you're smashed into someone, it just basically limits the wheel from vibrating crazy. Or maybe that's happening. Maybe the force feedback's broken on the grass. There's normally a line in the text file that will they normally it's like a baked force feedback effect for grass. It's probably in here actually as well. It'd be like effect or something like a. Oh yeah, I'd highly recommend turning this curb pull effect down, because it pulls you off the track with the force feedback. It's really annoying. So I don't know, that's on like 150 by default. Thanks for subscribing, whoever that was. Big Fish Gaming, thanks for following. I need to get something to eat quickly here. I'm absolutely dying. We'll do some more online races. Bot Lewis, thanks for following. Welcome. I much prefer driving in this to iRacing. This is what's really weird. I say negative stuff about whatever game I'm playing, unless it's AC, because it's obviously nearly perfect. But like, I've repeatedly in this live stream said, you know, the physics in this are like on another level to iRacing, and it's way better to drive than ACC. Everyone's raiding us. they don't have the game of muscle stamina. Welcome, Ifratic. This is how I dance in the club. Thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I'm just going to grab something to eat in a minute. We've got 21 minutes till the next Fuji. We'll try more cars.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say we don't put things through the paces, you know.
The pace car is out
Welcome
of control.
along, guys. You won't enjoy it here. We basically play AC against subscribers, and I hope you all subscribe to Mitchy Hoyer, by the way. And I hope you all drink tea, because if you don't drink tea, you're not welcome here. This is the official tea drinking channel.
The pace car is out of control.
You're going to pick this when you get a PC for the premise of this game.
The pace car is out of control.
Yeah. What do I rate the game? I think, like, at the moment, 6.5. No, Joe, too slow. It's too overdone. But so the enhanced understeer effect is a really nice idea for, like, G25s and stuff. But the problem with that effect is when you understeer, the force feedback drops off, which is a really good idea to help explain understeer to new drivers. But the problem is, if this is like 100% force feedback, you're going through a corner, as soon as you understeer just a little bit, the force feedback drops to like 0 basically. Whereas what they needed to do is make it so that the enhanced understeer effect has like drops to like maximum 20 or 30, so you still get self-aligning torque and other effects. But in theory, an enhanced understeer force feedback effect is a really good tool to help explain to people that they're understeering. And you'll notice a lot of people playing Assetto Corsa, they go, and other sims, they go, I don't like the sim, it's understeery. I've heard people say that for Race Room, for AC. You know, basically, sims which are quite controllable, they go, oh, it's understeering. It's like, well, it's because they're driving too fast into corners. It's like, and the reason they don't realise is because they can't feel the understeer, or they're not, you know, they don't listen to it, or the setup they're using is an understeering setup. But even with an understeering setup, if you can feel through the wheel that it's got lighter, which is actually what happens in some real cars when you understeer, you can feel the steering gets a bit lighter. It depends on a whole load of factors. It's not always the case, but like, then you know. I mean, in a real car, when you start understeering, you feel it in your body that the grip suddenly disappears. So it's like it's like you could, if you were slowing down, if the tyres give out, you have less force, so you suddenly can start moving, or you feel the G's suddenly increase in one direction. What happens after 25 hours of Le Mans? You become a millionaire. Yeah, so as I said, that AC one is too strong. Yeah, thanks guys for raiding us. Welcome along, guys. We're just having a nice sesh here. We've been streaming since I don't know what time do we start? Like 11. This is the first 9 hours of the game with Game of Muscle. Appreciate everyone that's followed, subscribed, supported us, become members. You can link Amazon Prime. We have a donation link if you like my rambling and bollocks. I'd say it's not bollocks. It's all objective fact, obviously. What else? Yeah, you can watch our videos. You can there's so much stuff you can do. But just watching, I appreciate. Thanks for watching all the adverts as well, especially because I know the adverts are absolute shite. Oh, here you go again, talking as if you've actually ever driven a If you had £1,000, what wheelbase would I get? What you get wheelbase? PD. If I, for £1,000, if I didn't have load cell pedals, I'd probably get I'd get the Fanatec CSL V2 load cell pedals. They're like £250, and I would get either a SimMagic. The Mozart R12 I'm using is quite nice. They've got some good value wheel rims, so you could get a round wheel rim and a Formula rim. The SimMagic's, I think, pretty good, but I've not used it enough to really comment on it. I don't know if can you get an Acertec wheel for 800? I'm not sure if you can. I like the Acertec. So the Acertec button boxes feel really good, but it looks shit. Like the visual. This is subjective, obviously. That's my personal opinion. I think it looks terrible, but functionally, it objectively works really nice, and it's really good quality. And the quick release is good. So the Acertec stuff is really nice. So that'd be a good option. Okay, to be honest, I wouldn't get the Thrustmaster stuff because I don't know what they're doing. And I wouldn't bother with the Logitech stuff at the moment because I don't know what they're doing. But Fanatec, Acertec, SimMagic, Moza, Simucube, all seem to be fine from my use of them. And then people, when I live stream, if they were genuinely shit, I would get lots of people messaging going, "Oh, I bought this and it's crap." And those brands, I've not had anyone. You know, I've not had like more people go, "Oh, this doesn't work." Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to get some food and a cup of tea. Hello? In AC, should you use VSync with VR? VSync will only apply to your monitor in AC. VR automatically uses VSync because you can't have tearing in VR because it looks horrendous. So you'll notice when you play a VR headset, if you're using like a Quest, it'll be either 75, 80, 90, or 120, and that's the locked frame rate of the headset, and both screens are running at V-synced, basically. I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong about that, but you definitely don't want any tearing in VR, because it literally, it's really like, so with the DK1, I was messing around with this stuff, it literally looks like reality. It looks like if you've ever had a visual migraine, it's like that, which you don't really want. Yeah, some really weird stuff in VR when the screens mismatch. Oh, if you ever get a chance, you should try using in VR. So in OpenXR, you can adjust world scale. If you want to feel what it's like to I don't know how to put this. Let's say if you were to eat some types of plants that grow out of the soil. How do you eat 4 cream eggs? I can't even manage one of them. Too much sugar. Oh, I'm eating sweet potatoes. I accidentally cooked too many earlier. Oh, well, it's not potatoes, is it? What is it? It's not actually potato. But they're called sweet potato. Oh. It's not actually potato, it's something else. Lepomi batatus. It's related to bindweed, part of the morning glory family. Wow. It's more like a yucca type vegetable. Well, I think they call them sweet potato because most people perceive them as potato. Hello, Seaberg Duo. Too bad motion support isn't available. Oh. Yeah, I don't think it's terrible. I think the game needs just more polish. I like the general idea of endurance stuff. We've just been through this. I think it doesn't. If the rank racing is active on it, and they do endurance events, then I can see it being working out. And it's easier to understand than R-Factor 2. Well, Renge Sport's like not there's hardly anything in it. For me, the problem with Renge Sport is that it doesn't have a locked horizon, so I can't. It just makes me motion sick straight away. Is there brake disc wear? I think so. Yeah, Range Sport's weird. Like, I don't get why they. I don't know why the whole rush to get it out, and I don't really understand it fully. Like, I feel like if Range Sport has GT3, even if it was just the same as ACC, but with the esports competition, and then you launch with like 5 or 6 tracks and a full grid of cars, or even like 4 or 5 different like the cars they got, but then it's available to play online straight away, and you've got full grids. It's just a bit weird. Yeah, like, if the esports thing had happened for like 6 months before, or like if they did the first season and then at the end of the first season they basically had a game to launch that was ready, it's just strange. I like the people that are working on it, and I like aspects of the game. I don't mind the handling of it. I quite like the esports event, like the aspect of trying to do more sprint races and the components of it I quite like. It's just the... Put it this way, if Range Sport was basically exactly the same thing, but it was using AMS1, AC, R-Factor 2, do you know what I mean? Like, if it was like a full game attached to that big esports thing, or even like Race Room. If it was just Race Room, that would be fine. Strangest thing is how silent Kunos is for AC2. Well, AC2, they've just released the GTR content for ACC, and you wouldn't want to undermine the sale of that. I'd imagine that AC2 probably has the same issues that every game has now, in that it's bloody hard to... They're so complicated, and they probably want to release it as a later date as possible. So yeah. The problem is, a lot of sim developers in general, or just like, the whole thing is like, oh, we need to make, this isn't just Sims, this is all developers. They're like, we need to one up stuff technologically, or we need to do this, we need that, we need this, it needs to be bigger, it needs to be, rather than just going, let's just make a good game. Let's just make a good game. Like, if you look at films, we've talked about this before, but like, not every film has to be like a technological blockbuster. Like, granted, that does sell seats, and people do find it interesting when they're like, oh, this is the first film with CGI, this is the first film with like real planes being blown up or something. Fine. But generally speaking, a film can just have like a good plot to it, and it can be entertaining. It's doing stuff that's been done a billion times before. Like, it's the same 5 Shakespearean stories or whatever, but like the acting's nice, it's nicely filmed, it's a nice context, fantastic. Yeah, it doesn't have to be like reinventing the wheel. And I think the weird thing is, I think games should be more like that. But for some reason, games always have to, like, the culture of game development and games is that, oh, it has to be totally different. Whereas, like, why? I would happily play through Portal games that were basically the same game non-stop. I would happily play through, like, a really generic Half-Life game that was just a new story, but the same gameplay over and over again. I mean, I'm happy to play Counter-Strike on the same map over and over again. You know, I'd happily play another 10 Max Payne games with it just being stuff that's happening to Max Payne and you're shooting bad guys. And I just, you know what I mean? It's like, they don't need to be like... And ironically, like, Max Payne's a really good example of that. Max Payne 1 and 2, to be fair, those first games did actually do a lot graphically, but the second one didn't, the first one did. And then Max Payne 3, they like changed the graphics engine. They did all this advanced stuff, and it was using like the engine, the same engine from Grand Theft Auto. I think I don't know. It's like a Rare engine. and it's like, well, no, it was crap. Just do the same thing. Get to Skyrim again in the Quest 3. Yeah, you should get some McDonald's. Get an air fryer and put some pastries in it. Well, yeah, but ironically, Call of Duty and FIFA have gotten worse into actual gameplay. Like, the basics have gotten worse. So Call of Duty, they used to do, the thing would be map design combined with the weapon design, and then they gradually got the weapons ironed out. And then for some reason they were like, oh, you know what? Instead of doing nice designed maps, we'll just make it so that you spawn randomly and that the maps are just completely arbitrary. Like, it's just islands that everyone's running around, like roundabouts. So the same thing happened with Battlefield games. And then the FIFA stuff. Yeah, FIFA plays all right, but I think it went downhill from about 2010 onwards, where they made a focus on set pieces and animations and making it look realistic, and they moved away from the tightness of the gameplay. You call it dumb that you have no answer for what? And then FIFA's also turned into like a money printing machine for Ultimate Team. Oh, not me. Oh. I need to try FIFA. What put me off FIFA is the same thing with the golf games. I like to know that I'm buying something. I like to know what I'm buying, and I like to know that I'm playing on a fair ground. Not a fair ground, but a level playing field. And so, the FIFA stuff is just a bit confusing. Same with the golf games. Because I like grass. I really like the sort of PGA Tour type thing, and having a character just trying to hit a ball into a hole. But then you go in, you're like, oh, okay, the game's £20, but then it's like, oh no, actually you need DLC for this, you need DLC for that, and then you can't play through the single player, and then you need to buy this up. It's like, what? I'm quite happy to spend £35 on a golf game. I got one for VR actually, which is all right. I take spirit level to the playing surface, exactly. That's how it's done. We did drive the hypercar, but I didn't quite get on with it. We're just going to do this Fuji Speedway race. Hopefully survive the first corner this time. That's the plan. Last race we didn't survive the first corner. It keeps forgetting the fuel levels as well, which is a bit weird. Yeah, I think so. What happened was around about 2005 to 2009. So what happened in the? I was doing more stuff in games industry then, so we're sort of aware of it as well. Basically, that was when microtransactions became like a buzzword for investors, and DLC. Microtransactions and DLC around about 2007, 2008, because you just had like. MMOs had already been a thing from like 2005, so people were like investing in that whole sort of games as a service thing. But then there were a bunch of Korean like I can't remember, there was a go-kart game. Club Penguin was making a lot of money. They sold that to Disney. There's a few games where they were making hundreds of millions off microtransactions, and so all the investors were going crazy for it. And that's when they were like, oh, hang on, how do we shoehorn this into, like, golf games, FIFA, everything, cricket, didn't matter. And so that's what happened with all those. But I think microtransactions are fine personally, as long as it's just cosmetics. As long as you as a player know when you buy the game that you've got a game there to play, and the gameplay's not affected by like stupid grind mechanics and or microtransactions, then that's totally fine. So like Counter-Strike, Rocket League, it's great. They can make a lot of money, and it doesn't affect me as a player, so I can enjoy the game. I tell you what though, when I play in VR, when I play Pavlov and Onward, they genuinely feel like how games used to feel in the 2000s, because it's small developers that are focused on what they think are like fun mechanics. VR limits them from graphical bloat. Onwards is so fun. If you haven't played it, guys, if you've got a VR headset, you need to play Onwards. Even just playing co-op against AI. The AI is not particularly good, but it's fun, like just because of the VR, and you're with a team of friends and you're like playing through it, and it's super immersive. It's really, really good. Yeah, counter debate, but I'm talking about, so with that's not the case with Rocket League or Counter-Strike, because the DLC and the pay stuff is purely cosmetic, so you don't need to grind it to get stuff. It's a problem in games like War Thunder, World of War Tanks, Crossout. That's where the game mechanics are tied into the pay system. That's where it doesn't work. Hello, Gasper. 6.5. Right, here we go. Quality time. Think it will remember the fuel. I remembered it for quality. There we go. I don't know. It's just 6.5 out of anything. I should put my live stream camera on the in-car flag box. I'm sure it wasn't there before. Is this a different Porsche? It's like in the most annoying place. I haven't. I gotta sit lower. Oh yeah, this is a different... I think the car force feedback is associated to car skin as well. What? I don't want to pit. Why is it asking me to pit? I'll do a video. I'm sure other people have done videos. I can't reply to every single person individually. Oh no, I'm on pole. Why am I on pole? I'm driving shit. Oh no, why am I on pole?
The pace car is out of control.
There must be something wrong with the ranking. Oh no, there we go. I was going to say. Yeah, when we test things, we test them properly, you know. I'm saving up so I can go on a trip to Germany and pick up our German wife. We're hitting the clubs in Berlin, guys. We're doing a Game of Muscle in Berlin special. I'll get an Airbnb for like a month, and we'll live in Berlin. I'll lie to them. They'll be like, "Do you live in Berlin?" I'll go, "Ja, ich bin ein Berliner." And she'll be like, "Oh, ja, das ist gut, ja. Where do you live?" "Oh, I live in this house with a key code for the door." Das ist ein Airbnb, nein? Nein, das ist ein Haus. Keyhausen. Sehr gut. Yeah, well, I could do. Hamburg's only like an hour from Berlin. Hamburg. I can't say it. Hamburg. Yeah, I could go to Hamburg. Probably cheaper than Berlin, actually. What age range? Anything that's anything with enough brain damage to deem us acceptable. All right, here we go. It's right slidey through there. Well, that'll do. I'm going to turn the force feedback down, I think. Woo! What, we need a car-specific force feedback setting. There we go. Ah! Too high. Try 75. Woo! Oh, my pastry's done, I think. Oh, we'll have the pastry after the race. Beautiful. Game of Muscle will ruin Berlin. I don't mind Berlin to visit. It's nice in the summer. It's not so good in the winter. Great kebab places though, and there's lots of food options. And to be honest, the people I've met in Berlin are super friendly and nice. But Berlin has a bit of a pretentious art culture to it. Do you know what I mean? They're not even like aware of how it's not ironically pretentious. It's like the Brighton of Germany. You know. They really do. They're really pretentious. I met a DJ in Berlin. Oh, on the plane to Berlin. I was talking to her, and she didn't. She was not ironic at all. Like you know, the whole sort of haircut, the clothing, all the stuff. Oh, they play at the certain clubs. They play the techno, which I like techno, and like, fine. Like, I'm happy for them. Do whatever they want, but like, no, like, awareness of the irony of it, of like, it's a bit, like, I'm fully aware that sim racing is completely stupid. Like, everything in life is stupid. You can't, like, taking yourself too seriously. That's what it is. There's people that take themselves too seriously. They can't see that actually, nothing wrong with doing what you do, enjoying what you do, and whatever. Put as much effort into what you want to do and pursue what you want. But also at the same time, you've got to realise. You have to realise that it's ridiculous. Like, life is fundamentally ridiculous. Some people don't seem to understand that. Which is really weird when you have people like that, where they don't. Oh, here we go. They don't seem to. Right, so like if I had a mohawk and like dyed my hair and wore like leather and all like this stuff, like the goths I used to hang around with when I was a teenager, I'd be like, oh, this is awesome, I really like it, I like this fashion. And a lot of them were like that. They're just like, oh, it's cool, I enjoy it, whatever, they like rock music and stuff. It's fine, nothing wrong with it. Some of them were like, they might as well just been wearing like a suit and a tie. It's really, it's hard to explain in words. Alright, enjoy yourself at work, I'm sure you will. Make yourself a cup of tea. Yeah, people that take themselves seriously, that I've never understood that. I think you can do something seriously, you can pursue something passionately, you can get really into something, spend a lot of time doing something, get really deep into it, but at the same time, I don't know how you can take stuff actually totally seriously. That, I think I have a bit of a thing again. I don't like authority, I don't like pretentiousness, so maybe that's an issue that I have. Are we going?
Green flag, let's go.
This always goes well. Green! I think it needs to be more obvious. Green! Green! I'm a race driver! Green! 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 It's for Americans. Just in case you don't know what colour green is. Shouldn't the text be in green? Technically the text, you should say white, really. Oh, yellow! Oh, no. Oh, yellow. Yeah. Oh, where are you going? That's a right angle. That's not right. Green! I don't need to know if he's yellow. Green! It's so stupid. I'm a race driver. I drive cars. Green! I don't know what it is now. News, where did you find the energy? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't describe it as energy. It's an ability to root despair productively. Black. Boost loading. Hello. I thought. How's it going? Thought I was going to crash then. Batteries ran out. Biscuits and tea. That's where the energy comes from. No, what it is, I like continuing doing what I'm already doing. I find it really hard to start doing stuff, but I find it equally hard to stop doing stuff. So, like, if I go on a walk, I'll quite happily walk like 15-20 miles. Because I'm like, oh, well, I can't, but I've got to keep going now. I'm already going. I want to know where my feet fall off. It's not healthy, though. It's not good. It's not productive, really. It's not sustainable. No, nobody's enjoying this, really. Let's be honest. I mean, I'm enjoying the flag box. I'll be... This ginormous flag box in your face. I think a shirt that's green, that says green on it, would be good. I don't know. It's off. It's like a philosophical question. I want it to come back on now. The excitement of this race pivots around the flag box. I don't know why it has to have text on it, though. Like, surely it's self-explanatory. Are some race drivers colourblind? But like green and yellow... Oh, thanks for following, guys. You'd be able to see green and yellow even if you're colourblind. You wouldn't have a problem with that, right? Blues are, like, different tones are hard to see. Yeah, it's normally like tones. Okay, so green. So maybe green is useful then. Oh, yellow, yellow. There we go. That's nice. I mean, they don't have anything like this in aeroplanes. Don't land. Oh, we're in second place. I'm not. The ranking must be absolutely wrecked. No, hang on, I'm in third place. Why does it say second? There's another car there. I guess the good drivers are probably ranked up now. It is. If you cross your eyes, a big penis emerges in 3D. A dinosaur. I never got those magic eyes to work. They were always back to front for me. I think because I crossed my eyes too much. I was thinking about this the other day, actually, how now we have like VR headsets where you get like full-on immersive 3D, and then when we were like 12, we'd be like, oh, magic eye, it's 3D, 3D. Woo, it's a dinosaur, it's a watch. It was, what was it, a dinosaur, a dog, a bumblebee, a what? There was that book, what, the magic eye book. And none of them looked good. They were all shit. But it was like, oh, it's amazing. %8 of males are colourblind. I think colourblind people should feel bad for being colourblind, to be honest. I think we should punish them. Like left-handed people. This is... Mount Fuji Speedway. This is just about an hour, well, probably 2 hours drive from Tokyo, an hour and a half. You should go, if you get Microsoft Flight Sim and fly to the track, it's awesome. Fly around Mount Fuji. The Microsoft Flight Sim has a Japan tour. It's really good. because Japan's not too big, so it's like you can fly, you can see all the sights. Really nice. Yeah, I mean, if you're born without functioning rods and cones, it's not my problem. Yeah, yellow, yellow. Someone crashed and recovered it very quickly there. Oh, we can win this. What was on? I was reading something about colour blindness recently. It was like it was going more in depth into the. So there's like a back to front colour blindness test. There's a thing where if you're colourblind, you can see the pattern or something, but if you're not colourblind, you can't. So it's not just a case. So the standard one that most people are aware of is you have like numbers that you can only see the number if you've got functioning eyesight. But then there are these other tests where you can only see the number or the thing if you're actually colourblind, which is quite interesting. Oh, please don't pit me. Please don't pit me. Please don't pit me. Try and lose space. Please don't pit me. Please don't pit me. Please don't pit me. Please don't pit me. Please. Oh, I think the tires are going off a bit. Switching modes on the LED. That's crazy. I mean, imagine being visually impaired. It's weird though, when you're impaired with something that you're born with, you don't know any different. So like, for me, being like really quite dyslexic, and I have like really bad short-term memory for specific things, and I can't remember like new words describing stuff. I can remember stuff visually, but I can't associate like the whole thing of corner names or names of things. I just can't remember them at all. But that's totally normal to me now. But to other people, it would be insane if they woke up having been able to just remember stuff, and then they couldn't. They'd be like, ah! Whereas to me, it's like, oh, it's normal. I'm just a bit dense. But then on the other side of it, whoa, here we go. Oh, he's lost it. I knew that was coming. On the other side of it, yellow! I think this car was actually designed for dyslexics, to be honest. Some people can't just... Like, they can't just come up with stuff. Like, they wouldn't be able to just... You couldn't just say, oh, come up with a story or something, or make a piece of music or something. You know what I mean? They just would really, really struggle. But it's really weird. But I guess they just need to take some drugs and maybe they would. There's no cure for not having a short-term memory. Oh, he's so dumb. It's so dumb. The thing that I really don't understand though is how. So how can you have a really good long-term memory but not a good short-term memory? To the point where you can't remember. You can't remember stuff that just happened, but a year later you can remember the thing that happened when it's of no value to you whatsoever. What's the point in that? Yeah, it's so weird. I find it strange as well, people that can't remember locations at all. So like, say you've driven somewhere, or you walked somewhere, walked around somewhere. Like my mum's like this. She can't remember. So let's say we went out in the car for like a 1.5 hour drive somewhere. If I drove there once, I could walk back from where we were. I could walk home, right? I'm not thinking about it, and I think a lot of people are like that. I'm not talking about using the road signs. I'm just like, you'd be like, well, I know where we are geographically relative to north, and you know what, you could follow the roads, but you wouldn't need the road signs. You know what I mean? You can. It's like if you play a map in a game, Counter-Strike or something, you know exactly where you are. You could reverse walk around the map after a very small amount of time. But some people, they cannot build a visual image of 3D space at all. It's weird. Some people that play driving sims, they've got they've spent quite a lot of money on a load cell brake, and they don't realise that they can use it. It's really strange. You'd think after spending so much money on a piece of equipment. Oh yes, just pull out. That was very close. I think his tyres have gone. Oh, we're gonna win our first ever race. 3 minutes to go here. Nice battle. So this is really good. I mean, it's not exactly like the most intense racing. Oh, he's gone. He's cooked his tyres. Not the most intense racing ever, Oh, he's gone. Obviously, people are slow, but okay. It was a shame he crashed. Oh, we're gonna win, guys. Throw your computers in the dustbin. Yeah. All the pros have gone to sleep. Time for me to shine. I think the tyres are a little bit on the slidey side. I've reduced the head bobbing already, yeah. So the setting is in... I could go... GDK, we can go through the graphics settings. I'll tell you where it is. This is a video I need to do. Explain those sorts of settings to people. Yeah, there's a lock to horizon setting. There's also a head physics setting in another place. Well, I think it's... yeah, I think it's just to do with how the options work. But yeah, you'd think you'd want all that stuff in the same location, but I think they're aware they might be able to move it. I don't know. The problem is you might want you kind of would want to look to Apex. I don't know. In my mind, you'd want anything that's comfort related in one location. So like head movement, lock to horizon. That's because it's not really about gameplay. It's about raw comfort. And then yeah, then you could have the other settings elsewhere. Is this more? This is a simulator. I mean, this is more realistic than iRacing, generally speaking, I'd say. Well, it's clearly Simcade because I'm rinsing these guys. We'll see what happens. I mean, now I was going to say this is, given that I'm winning now, I think it's a 10 out of 10 game because it's now stroking my ego. I think the developers of this, what they did is they were like, shit, Gamer Muscle's been a miserable bastard. How can we make him not be such a miserable bastard? Let's rig it so that it says he's got a high rating, but it puts him in a low split. And then that will make him feel like he's not terrible after all the years he spent sim racing, and then he will feel a glimmer of hope for the first time in his life. He will feel like he's good at something, and therefore he will then give it a positive review because we realise how shallow and simple-minded he is. This drives absolutely nothing like iRacing. Just coded it a couple of hours ago. It's called the Gamer Muscle Gamer Muscle Moron Mode. I need this in more games. Graphically, I think they've toned it down to try and keep it looking like more realistic, so it's not oversaturated. Andy Long. Right. Easy win. What can I say? I'd like to thank all my fans. I'd like to... Oh, we get a checker, but we can play a game of chess. A very strange game of chess. It doesn't say end, though. Why would it say green and yellow and then not end or finish? Or, do you know what I mean? Just have the flag there. Is it an LCD screen? It looks like it's like a cardboard, a mechanical, like 1950s device. Well, we win. What can I say, guys? My first ever Le Mans Ultimate win. Should we have a fanfare in the game? We should get some fireworks or something.
The pace car is
UK West. I'm gonna have a pastry to celebrate. If game of muscle split equals -20. It puts ballast on everyone's car, apart from mine. De-ballast. Right, what's happening here? I mean, these guys were terrible. Actually, no, 2 of them were okay, but they crashed. What does AF Corsa stand for? It's the Ferrari team. But what is it actually? Michael. Here he is. Look at his spandex. Look at him go. Wibble wobble wobble wibble wibble wobble. That's not a sock in his trouser pocket. Thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate that. Welcome along, guys. We're just playing this. We're just winning. Now, if you're new to the channel and you've just come in that raid, you might not know this, but we pretty much win every time in ranked racing. Normally, I sandbag and give other people a chance, because when you're at my level, it gets boring, to be honest. Being like winning with hairstyles, winning with just raw sex appeal, winning with singing vocal talent, and winning at sim racing. It gets boring after a while. So yeah, but this time we thought we'd do a win. We got to test winning, you know. You have to test everything out, so we tested a win there. Not, you know. Welcome along though, guys. If you want to follow, you can do. Winning with a oh. Ah, my win's gone! Ah, the game's denied me my win! It's just crashed! Ah, come on, that's going to be my only ever win in the history of that game, and it's just denied me. Ah, Jesus Christ. I didn't even get to see my win podium, so I've been booted out of the racetrack. Absolute denied. Never happened. Format C drive. Oh dear. Alright, we're going back. We're going to do the LMP2. What win? Oh, I need a windscreen wiper button bound actually before I forget. Oh. Oh, online. Right. Did I... Oh, what happened? Absolute theft. Yeah, the game was like, error. Illegal. Error. Error. Game of muscle has won. This is unacceptable. Ranking system does not compute. Ooh. That's what happened. Right, here we go. Lumpa 2. These are all the same car, aren't they? All Orica. I should probably just stick to the very first one, that way we know. Oh, is it going to cycle through? No, there we go. What was I going to change? Oh yeah, someone wanted to know about the setting. Oh yeah, the camera shake setting. So you go to is it in graphics? Here we go. So you want to do horizon. You might want to set. You probably be all right with ultra rather than locked, to be honest, for most people. I know my face is in the way, but at the bottom of graphics settings, there's lock to horizon. Set that to ultra. And then in gameplay, was it in gameplay? No. It was in controls, I think. Yeah, controls, then calibrate, and then it's this setting. You want to turn head physics to 0 and head vibration. Oh, God. Head vibration. Oh, she does love the head vibration. It's what she always asks for. There's tools for that. That's how we got. That's how we got cancelled. No, it's based on R Factor 2. Unreal doesn't have any head vibration. Hypercar is faster, I think. LMP1 I think was faster through corners, but Hypercar had faster top end speed. So I think LMP1 would beat Hypercar on windy tracks. I believe. I could be wrong about that. Someone that knows can answer that. Let me get my pastry. I'll be back in a second. Cup of tea and pastry. Bloody beautiful. They will have multi-class ranked racing once you've got your safety rating higher. Oh.
Okay, let's go.
I wouldn't say the performance is the best, but I can tell you some settings that will help for. If you go into graphics, if you put post effects on low, and I use MSAA on 2x, circuit detail medium. I turn the reflections down as well. Shadows on medium. Shadow blurs on fast. They seem to help. Why is this not working? Um, 16x anastrophic shouldn't take any performance, really. Unless they program this, unless this game engine is mental. It would basically be free. Are you mixing up anastrophic with MSAA? Anastrophic filtering, texture filtering is basically free on modern graphics cards. Should be. Well, if I do a YouTube video on it, someone will go, "Oh, I used these settings and they weren't very good, and you don't know what you're talking about." How's the sim so far? I've not... Funnily enough, you're the first person to ask us that question. Which is a surprise, because you'd have thought we'd be asked that at least a few hundred times today. We'll do a video. Connor Dickman. What a name. I ain't one of those sissies. I'm a real dick man. I hope that's his real name. I wish I was called Dick Man. I'll put that on my shirt. Dick Man. Oh, it's so good. You're a real dick, man. Also, Connor in French. You know, those of you that speak French know what that is. He's got to be making that up. I mean, it's spelled... Is it a real driver's name? Connor in French. Not spelt that way, but read the same. His name's genius. It's covered all bases. Dick Seaman. Oh, I've got the maturity of a bloody toddler. Oh dear. Why is that funny? Like, what is wrong with what's wrong with us? I mean, maybe just me. Oh. Turn the fan up. Tico Nevis, man, Game of Muscle, you're such a stud. Oh well, I know. Your channel is way more funnier than other racing related channels. Well, obviously, I'm a bloody comedian. Oh, it's so hard being a streamer with these people coming in and complimenting us. Thank you for the kind words. I don't like to be compared to other people. Everyone's doing their own thing, but I'm glad you've got enough damage to enjoy it, so it's good. Appreciate it. Enjoy water sports. What was it? Golden Shower is one as well, which comes up randomly, and I'm just like giggling to myself. Oh my god, what's the time? Shit, it's 10 o'clock. Probably have to finish soon. It's been a good it's been fun streaming now. It was fun last night actually. AC was really good fun yesterday. We did only did 3 or 4 hours, but we did 5 races and I won every race, so you know, obviously it was good fun. But it was a nice stream. This has been alright. Oh yeah, let's promote the Varoufakis documentary again. Guys, you need to watch this. Really good. Really worth watching. If you're into politics and economics, this is a really good general rundown. I agree with most of what he says about stuff. I have the very similar philosophy. Also, he's a good-looking, bold man. What more could you want? Well worth watching. It's 6 episodes. The first few episodes, the last 3 are probably better from a sort of I don't know what words to use. Like the first few episodes are more about his political journey in Greece, which is interesting. But The last 3 episodes are more pertinent to general economics. You never want to meet a master abatement specialist. How's this game? Well, Car's Creature, I'm really glad you asked that, because you'd be surprised. So few people have asked us today. In the 10 hours and 18 minutes and 45 seconds of streaming, so few. We'll do a video, 6.5, and I think in 6 months' time, I think it will be like an 8 maybe. As long as there's still people playing online, I think it could move to an 8. No, so I don't do this. Like, I didn't refund Forza Motorsport, even though I probably should have, because it was terrible. I am the champion of the ninja. Thank you, Atom. I do tend to get given keys to stuff, but like generally, if I buy a sim, I will keep it. I mean, I guess you could sell it and then rebuy it. I guess it's probably better for cash flow, but I mean, to me, it's easier for accounting to just buy it and then you put it as a. I mean, it's a business expense, but anyone else that does YouTube would do it that way. So you know, I don't know why you wouldn't. If you do content, like, so I'm not talking about individuals. 100%. If you're like a rando person and you bought a game and you're like, oh, I don't enjoy this, 100% refund it. Makes total sense. But when you get like streamers and YouTubers that are like, I do refund it, sir. it's like a pride. Oh, I installed it. I'm like, well, fine, I get it. You know, they might. Fair enough. I'm not against them doing that, but personally, I just if I like £20, it's not. Yeah, like I would. Because it'll probably get updated at some point in the future, and then I'll have it on Steam and it'll be updated, and I won't have to waste time going through the buying process. Although it's very easy on Steam, buying, updating it, and whatever is probably going to take. I'd have to think, oh, I need to buy that because an update's come out. Oh, now I need to download the update, which will probably take at least an hour. And it's like, well, I could have just, if I didn't do that, I could have started doing a video. I could have probably recorded a video in that hour. so like, if the game's not like really expensive, you might as well just keep it. Again, if you're just a random person buying it, 100% just refund stuff if you're not going to play it, obviously. You're out of salt. Well, I've just had some salt on my chips, so. I mean, yeah, you might find salt here. I'm pretty critical, but I'm not normally salty, to be honest. For me, it's just low blood sugar. I get tired, but I'm not. Unless it's people going on about bloody vaccine shit, or that winds me up. Steam review said it's horrible. That's interesting. Up. Turning circle of a elephant. Yeah, there's definitely a bug with menus. At the moment, using VSync is the best option, but yeah, it definitely isn't optimal. Oh, sorry. I've literally got a button to push. There you go. I can literally push a button so you don't have to listen to me sneeze. I've never used it. I always forget to push it. Oh, funnily enough, on the subject of vaccines, there was a peer-reviewed study yesterday that showed that the adverse effects of the COVID vaccines were in line with what was predicted. Well, what a surprise. But let's ignore that. I think I've got myocarditis. Must be the vaccine. Fake news. Oh dear. I don't want to go on about vaccine stuff in general, but like, it seems that a lot of people really struggle with the idea of any medical intervention versus any like disease. This is for anything. I'm not talking about COVID. You have to pick your poison. So it's like, as we said before, if you're going to get vaccinated against malaria, there's quite a significant risk associated with malaria vaccine. Just in terms of, it could be like really chronic stuff you can get from it. Could be quite mild things. But you go, well, I'm going to an area where there's really very likely to get malaria. So you're like, well, you know, that you just look at the statistics and you go, right, well, statistically it's better for me to take these, get a vaccine or get anti-malarials or whatever, which have well-known pretty bad side effects statistically for quite a lot of people, but just less than what you get from actually if you get malaria, which is often fatal for a lot of people, or really not nice. And also, even if you survive, it can have quite long-term things. So it just seems that there's a bias in humans for taking affirmative action versus no action, and effectively it's like an argument from nature where they go, well, oh well, I was unlucky, I caught this thing, and it happened to mess me up, but you know, it was nature that did it, so at least it wasn't at least it wasn't from, you know, some manufactured thing. It seems to be something that's very, it's not a small number of people. Like I think I even have a bias to it, to be honest. Like there's loads of, like there'll be loads of things where I probably should do something. I'm like, oh. And then there's that broken computer thing. I don't know what the actual thing is called, but like, if you've ever done like IT, or you're the person that knows computers and how to fix them, if you ever fix someone's computer and then they have an issue in the future, they're then like, oh, it was fine until you fixed my computer. And it's like, well, no, I was just the last person to use it, and I literally removed all this shit you had on it. And now, rather than you attributing it to the noise or your actions or it just being broken, you now directly attribute it to the IT technician. That if you've ever worked in IT, that is so common and infuriating to the point where, like, you just go, well, I am not going to help fix your computer. No. It was perfectly fine until you uninstalled that or installed this. Christ almighty. So I don't know what that is. It's attributing a thing that's occurred falsely because you're aware of something else that's happened recently. That must have a name. That must be like a fallacy as well. Yeah, well, yeah. Imagine being like I'm sure garage people scam people. Thanks for following THX4. But yeah, imagine doing anything on a complex system that has multiple things that can break. And yeah, they'll be like, oh, it wasn't making that knocking sound before. It's like, well, maybe because you couldn't hear it because the brake pads were like rubbing or something. I don't know. Why religion? Yeah, well, what is it called? Well, religion's a whole complex system of things, aren't they? They're not just one thing. I just run a single screen. If I'm going for immersion, I play in VR. But I just run a single screen here. for live streaming. It means that I can see what you can see, and it also means I can run 120 hertz VSync out to a capture card, and yeah, it works nicely. And to be honest, you can drive perfectly fine. It's a really nice 55-inch OLED that I'm using, so I do have triple screen still. I have the two side monitors, but I use one of them's a remote into my streaming PC, but it's just like I'm looking at it directly, and the other one I just put shit on it. The only reason I would say to do triple screen for sim racing, right, is if you really can't do VR, maybe feel like an esports driver or something, but generally I think a widescreen, because that's what most events have, would be better. If you're like a YouTuber recording content, it looks really good. But yeah. That was a bug. It doesn't refresh until you go out and then back into it for some reason. Yeah, if you're filming stuff, it looks good. But I think it looked good when I did the behind the camera behind me filming of the game. It looks really nice, but then what's going on with this guy? Whoa! Cars are mating! Oh dear. Not sure what happened there. Yeah, I like to just keep it simple, really. They could use real life forecast. I don't know if it works yet. There's no reason why it can't use that. No, I've had the game crash after a race. Oh, Corey Reynolds. It's great that you've asked that question, because I haven't actually been asked that this evening at all. So yeah, I'll answer it in a video. But it's good you're the first person to ask that, so I will. Thanks for reminding me. It's a bit harsh. Yeah, it's like a 6.5. Probably needs 6 to 8 months worth of development. I think you can have fun with it if you like R-Factor 2. It's got there's some bugs in it. There's some performance issues. It's like R-Factor 2, force feedback and handling. The online ranking's got people in it at the moment, even though it's the first day. It's quite fun online. To me, there feels like there's some weird input stuff going on. But oh my god, these guys.
Green, let's go.
Playing silly games. Oh my god, they were going to turn into that regardless. Yellow. Hello. Oh, we made it. What a send. A bit slow there. You've got safety rating, and there are mods. So if people go around wrecking, they will get banned. Probably by Steam account. Order! Oh man, I really want some more tea. It's a shame. I think this LMP2 car is one of my favourite cars in sim racing as a spec of vehicle, but it's they really need to make this default setup more oversteery on brake, not on throttle. More open diff. Maybe stiffer anti-roll bar on the rear. I don't know. It's just you have to trail brake really aggressively to get it to turn, and at low speed this be good. This car is awesome on Road Atlanta. It's true. Road Atlanta, Road America, VIR, really good tracks. No! He absolutely sent that. What a sausage. He lost it on the curb in braking and then fired his car. That would have been terrible. That looked pretty good. Yeah, I really don't understand why America has such good racetracks. It doesn't really make any sense. I guess it's a big country and they've got lots of tracks and they're bound to get some right, but VIR, Road America, Road Atlanta, Watkins Glen, even like Indianapolis, Daytona Road Course, the Indy Road Course. They're not, you know, I mean, there's only so many road courses, but it's
The pace car is out of control.
I guess they just built the tracks nicely. They never have any. Yeah, I mean, Brands Hatch is good. Silverstone, I think, is worse since they changed it, but it was always just an airport track. Sebring's all right actually as well. Donington's stayed pretty much the well. It's changed quite a bit, but I mean, since the tarmac proper track layout, Donington's largely been the same since like at least like the 80s. Oh yeah, Laguna Seca. Yeah, really, really good tracks. Which is weird. I can't think of other countries that. I guess America's huge. I guess UK's alright. Like Alton Park's fantastic. Brands Hatch, Cadwell Park. Sorry, guys. Germany's got Nordschleifer. Oh, actually, Hockenheim is really good. Nordschleifer, Hockenheim. Oh my god, this car does not go around corners. Yeah, I know there's a mod version of it for AC. Because Donington started off as a grass motorbike track. And then they tarmacked it for like 1940s cars or something. Yeah, there's a really good old mod version. Niels, didn't you do that car for AC? That what was it? Was it Auto Union or something? There's like really old cars for AC. But they're good fun on the old Donington. Is it Auto Union? Can't remember. Oh yeah, I really like Mid-Ohio, but most people don't, and I don't really know why. I think maybe because they're playing it in shit sims. But Mid-Ohio in R-Factor 1... get out, Niels. Mid-Ohio with the McGann Trophy that was in R-Factor 1, yellow, was so good on the R-Factor Central Bros McGann Trophy service. R-Factor Central and Bros McGann Trophy. That's where it was at. Until bloody, what was it, Race On or whatever took it. Goodwood's not a really good track, to be honest. I mean, it's alright. It's alright for what it is, but it's just another... It's a runway circular. Cool detail if you get Orbex UK add-on for Microsoft Flight Sim or X-Plane 11, the Goodwood airfield has race cars driving around the track, around the airfield, which is quite a cool detail. They've not done that for any other track, just Goodwood. But I think it looks awesome. I'm surprised they don't do that with more with flight sims. When you're flying over a track and you see cars racing, it's just cool. I guess you could mod it yourself, actually. Maybe, yeah, I'll tell you what it might have been, Niels. Someone probably converted the R-Factor 1 Auto Union and they converted it to AC. And so they'll have said, oh, it's Niels' Auto Union cars. There you go. So basically, what I'm saying is, I fraudulently downloaded a RIP of your diligent work in R-Factor 1 that someone had converted into AC without your permission. And there you go. So I was basically just admitting to my fraudulent ways. You wouldn't download a car. These tracks are updated for this game. But I mean, there's no reason why they wouldn't also be in R-Factor 2. I think some of the textures and stuff are different though. Don't know. The graphics are nice in this. Look, they're really nice versions of the tracks. Man, my hands are hurting. 12 Newton meters for 10 hours. Not good. I need to... they're going to hurt tomorrow. I've not been wearing my bloody hand thing either. I need to put it back on. Mind you, we've only done like a few hours worth of driving. I'm using the Mozart R12 at the moment. It's a really nice wheelbase. Then we'll probably put go back to another Fanatec wheel with a QR2 soon. No, it worked out the box for me. there seems to be like in the centre there's a bit of a steering, a bit of a sort of wish-washy centre bit to the steering, but I don't think it's force feedback. It's I think what I do is just adjust the steering rack to make the car faster, and then I'll hide it. I personally like really fast steering in cars. Probably because I learned to sim race with a Momo Black on R-Factor 1, so I always preferred faster steering. Also, obviously, also as well because I'm really talented like Max Verstappen, so that's the real reason. Oh, he almost got us. Nice try. It's very kind of him. He didn't need to, he could have just run us off the track there. G-Trick it. He's got better pace than me. That was good netcode there. If that was iRacing, I'd have been dead. Some GT3, Ferrari, Porsche, or GTE, Ferrari, Porsche, Aston Martin, LMP2, and a couple of what are they called? What are they called? The LMDH or whatever. Like, I don't know what you call it. It's, you know what I mean. They're like the weird prototypey hypercar thing. It should work on a G25, but R-Factor 2 doesn't play that well on a G25. Like, you really notice with R-Factor 2 based games, they play a lot better on a like a T300 or anything better. The G25 and the G293 and the G27 tend to work really well on older sims that were built when those wheels were like the best wheels you could get. So like Richard Burns Rally's really good on that wheel. Live for Speed's really good on the G25. Netcar Pro, Assetto Corsa, GTR Evolution, Race 07, GTR 2. All those games are really good on the G25. Like, it's pretty funny because when the G25 came out, it was mind-blowing compared to the shit that we had before, which had so much damping. And the G25 is like quite loose, so it allows you to be precise. This is from R-Factor 2, yeah. It's built on the R-Factor 2 game engine with improvements and adjustments. I did not defend the inside. I'm a muppet. Oh, okay. This guy's been way too clean. That guy's run out of fuel. He could have just sent that. I don't know why he didn't. Right. No, this is the Tom. This is a fixed setup race. An LMP2 car is not they're quite planted and stable vehicles, like you can see from how they drive, but they don't they still like turn in on the brakes, you know. They're still not necessarily as understeery as this. They're not, but yeah, they're not like an LMP2 car is not a Radical SR3 or like a Formula 3 car or an F4 car. They are quite lumbersome in their handling. Well, they seem that way from everything I've seen. What's the telephone number thing about at the end of the race? Is that the race session ID? Can I gift you Le Mans Ultimate? No. I mean, technically I could, but I don't tend to give people stuff because I'm a selfish bastard. I just have people send me money. Normally I don't do gifting and giveaways because you do it once and then you have people complaining, then people go it's not fair, and then you have all this other stuff. We might be able to do giveaways in the future though if we get some keys. Tell you a good streamer to follow actually, if you like giveaways. Love46 does a lot of giveaways. Lawrence de Soswa, he does a lot of giveaway stuff. He's doing a big event on the 7th of February, which will be worth watching. We're doing equipment giveaways and prizes and stuff. Boosted Media sometimes does giveaways, so that's a good channel to follow. He does reviews as well. Mental health's important. Is it going to crash or will it actually save the result here? We've got 8th place. Alex Issel, thank you. Yes, it worked that time. Seven places gained. Oh, here we go. How do I get to the next safety rank? We're on bronze 2. My driver rank's moving up as well. I quite like this where it says expected you to finish X. Expected you to qualify. It's quite nice. It gives you, so even if you didn't win it, you get a nice, you know, you're like, oh, well, I did shit, but I did better than expected, so. Oh, 10 laps is that race length. Right, I'll do another GT3, then I'll probably have to stop. Then my body is going to be... I'm going to be wrecked tomorrow. I might have a day off tomorrow, just go for a walk. I really need to do a video on this as well. I need to go outside. Is it sunny tomorrow in the UK? It's been such shit weather recently. I'm going to stick with the Porsche. Well, we won we won the last one. Should we try the Aston Martin? Let's try another car. What's this? Corvette. Oh, actually, this car's really nice in other sims. Let's give it a go. Let's have a look at the weather. Answer the questions. What's the question? The weather. Tomorrow, 7 a.m. cloudy, 9 rainy, 10 rainy, 11 rainy, 12 rainy, 1 rainy, 2 rainy, 3 rainy, 4 rainy, night time. Thursday, 10 a.m. rainy, 11 a.m. rainy, 12 a.m. rainy, 3 a.m., 3 p.m. rainy, 2 p.m. I can't even read the clock. Windy at 3 p.m, 4 p.m. rainy, windy at 5 p.m, night time. Oh my god, we get some cloudy sunshine on Friday. There we go. Well, we've got to wait till Friday. That'll be the one day of sunshine this week. Oh, it might be sunny, cloudy on Saturday as well. Jesus Christ. Well, yeah, I mean, I probably need to do some other stuff as well. How many hours have we got? 10 hours of LMU. Oh, we've passed the refund window. You get like one sunny day a year in the UK. Actually, it was sunny the other day. It was nice, and then I didn't go outside, and then I was like, oh shit, I missed it. I really want to go out on my kayak. To be honest, not been out on it for ages, and I want to see if my tennis elbow issue is a problem. Hopefully it isn't, because I want to do more kayaking. I really would like to kayak from London to where I live. Would be nice. From like Hemley on Thames through central London, out round the coast,
The pace car is out of control.
and then down Kent Way. That's like a 6-day kayak, 7-day kayak, and I'd have to stealth camp. Totally legally, and we have to. There's a nuclear power plant in the way, and I know that they, if you go within 2 miles of it, the police come out on motorboats and they tell you that you shouldn't be there. You get one warning and then you get arrested. So we'll get one chance. We'll get one chance at this. And I'm not kayaking 2 miles out to sea. It's too dangerous. So the tide will have to be perfect. The weather will have to be perfect. And it'll have to be when it's warm enough, and I'll need to factor in like 3 or 4 days ahead of time to do the first part of it. Exactly. And so I'm only going to get one chance. I've got good enough equipment for it. We're legally fine. It's just it's murky. Like you technically can go close to it, but it's one of those things where they don't like people going close to nuclear power plants, so they'll basically tell you to leave. And if they tell you to leave in the UK, once you've been told, you can then, if you go back again, then you're trespassing. We have really weird trespass laws in the UK, actually. Like, you'd be surprised. Like, UK trespass laws. Like, you can like walk as long as you've not broken and entered into something. As long as you leave when you're told to and you don't come back, it's a bit murky. It depends what sort of land you're on, and it's not trespassing is not criminal. It's really weird. It's different to other countries, I think. Well, also weirdly, the UK has. Oh, did I forget to? Oh no, we're right. The UK has surprisingly lax laws for certain things, like kayaking. Like, for example, if you want to kayak in France, you have to have like a bilge pump. You have to have a flare. You're not allowed with X distance of the coast, and you have to be X distance out. You need a radio. You need there's this bloody license you need. There's all this shit you need to tick off, and there's no way that the people in France actually follow it. They're just like, it's so that they can go, you didn't follow the rules, you're now in trouble. Look, trespass to land involves unjustifiable interference with land which is an immediate and exclusive possession of another. You really need to be a lawyer to understand this. Well, because the problem because you have stuff like fox hunting, which is, I think it might be more illegal now, but their whole thing is that they jump over fences and go willy-nilly everywhere, right? And they're the really rich landowners, and they want to be able to do fox hunting. So if they had to get actual permission from everybody within the remit of a fox hunt, well, they'd only ever be able to do fox hunting on their own land that they happen to have. They wouldn't be able to just a farmer could go, no, I don't like fox hunting. You can't go through my fields. Then if the fox happens to go that way, you're not going to be able to chase after it, are you? So I think this is probably what it's to do with. It's because of landowners and wealthy people in the UK wanting freedom, which accidentally then gives freedom to peasants. Were you doing that in the UK, Gundam? Yeah, it seems so like arbitrary, and I'd imagine it's one of those. Is it one of those things where basically there's no like absolute clear logic to it, and it's just whatever cases happen to have passed in the past, and then so there's some kind of logic based out of previous stuff rather than anything that makes sense. I don't know. That would be my guess. I think it's more clear cut in America though than the UK, to be honest. The other problem in the UK is we have shitloads of walkways and paths that are public right-of-way paths that landowners have then half covered up or like tried to like act that they're not there, and so it's really hard to know. You'd be totally like if you were on someone's land and you were following a path and you were clearly a walker, not like a vandal, and they were like, oh well, you're trespassing, you'd be like, well, here's the footpath. Stole a lot of our laws. Oh shit, I need to try this car. I've not actually driven this yet, I'm just assuming I'll be fine. Full quality. We need to change the setup on it, which is in this. Isn't the. Hang on. We have a car specific force feedback setting here, but you think this should be on the car setup page, really? View. Yeah, that's different though. So, I mean, yeah, you can technically walk into someone's house, but I think there's other laws there in terms of, well, first of all, you're filming in someone else's property, so that's not. I think that's a whole separate thing because someone has an expectation of privacy in their own property, so you can't film it. If someone left their front door open and you walk into their house and you don't steal anything and you're clearly not robbing stuff and you don't touch anything, I mean, I think the thing is, you'd then have a thing if the person that owned the property told you to leave, you'd have to leave. And if they felt threatened and they defended themselves, then they'd probably have a whole court case around it. I'm sure there'd be a lot of subtlety around it. But it's not in America. If you go on someone's property, they can just shoot you if they feel threatened. Like, that is still the same in the UK though. Like, there was that case where that farmer. Some guys went on his land. I think they were trying to steal stuff, and it seemed like they were. And he shot them, and it was fine. Like, it was like, well, yeah, no, he could defend himself because he felt threatened. So I think it's just one of those case by case things. Yeah, in the UK. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Oh shit! I think the game's crashed. Oh no. But like, so the stuff I know is largely related to kayaking, for example, and like, so in the UK you need a license. Basically, if you become a member of the kayak association or club or whatever it's called, you get basically a waterway license. You can buy a license for each individual river if you want to. It's quite expensive, or you can just become a member. You would renew it every year. But that's all. That's for anything that's anything that's non-tidal. But the banks aren't part of that. So if you get off on a bank that's not a public walkway, you're trespassing technically. But then tidal water, anything that's like not tidally controlled, that is basically you don't need any license for that as long as it's basically below whatever's below the first point where it's tidally controlled. Typically is a public, completely considered public right of access. But these are all things that I think are left over from like hundreds of years ago. yeah, technically you need a license. It's just a bog standard. It's not a test or anything. It's basically you're registering your boat. It's not for the individual. So if you've got a boat or any type of watercraft, you technically need a license for it. It's like £70 a year. It's so that basically there's an association with, so if you're on it or like if you drown or something, that it's related to something, and it helps pay for upkeep and things. A lot of people, they don't ever check. That I have never, not once have I had my license checked. I think they'll check it on the larger boats. They probably check it, but like, why would they bother checking kayakers? Like, you're not doing any damage. If anything, the waterway people are probably really happy when you've got more people on kayaks, because you tend to pull shit out of the water, literally, in the UK. Or like, you know, if someone was to fall into the water, if you're on a kayak, well, you can pull them out of the water, can't you? So why would you discourage them? I mean, I've seen the water patrol people go up and down the river quite often, but it's to pull. Normally people, they die. They get drunk, they fall in the water, they drown, and then they have to pull them out of the water. Like, it happens like once every 2 months. I'm sure, and in London it'll be even worse. It'll be like every day. Apparently it's people's hobby, drowning whilst drunk. Yeah, as part of the kayak membership though, you get like a magazine. I think you get some indemnity insurance included in it. So it's worth getting. Like, it's as I said, it's more a formality than it being you know, it's not really about the actual license. They check on Norfolk Broad. Like, yeah, I get the rivers near me is not a particularly crazy. I imagine the River Exe. I think they check that a fair bit. There seems to be a lot more people doing. Well, there's a lot more volunteers doing waterway stuff there. Yeah, you qualify in your own session. You get like 5 minutes. So a good way of doing it. This car seems to handle quite nice. The Porsche has a really loose rear end, which is quite good for getting the car around the corner. This seems to drive more like a Ferrari than the Ferrari though. This Corvette GTE car in other sims is absolutely stuck to the road surface. But I'm dying to get out of my kayak. Just need some sunshine. Like, the water, I literally checked the other day, the water temperature is 7 degrees. So, from my understanding, if you fall into 7-degree water, you have about 25 minutes, 30 minutes before you get hypothermia. I mean, maybe a little bit longer if you're wearing a life jacket. But it's cold enough that I need to take thermal blanket and emergency stuff.
The pace car is out of control.
But yeah, kayaking's super chill. It's really nice. The water near me is basically still. It's not flowing particularly, like a few knots maximum. I'm surprised that it's not a hobby that's promoted more, because it's really cheap. Like, you can buy an awesome kayak for second hand for like £200, and that lasts forever. And it's super relaxing. I've taken friends out kayaking that have mental health issues, and it's really helped them. Because it's so relaxing. If you're in the countryside on a bit of like canal or river where it's just trees and it's like you've got water that's like 20-30 meters wide and like sunshine and fish jumping up and stuff, and it's completely calm. It's awesome. Well, you don't really go in the water. People swim in, well, where I am, it's a river. It's not really a canal, but it's controlled with locks. But people do swim in it. I wouldn't. What river was that? Yeah, I would be careful because if you just get water splashed in your mouth, it's like Viles disease. Just there's a whole bunch of stuff you can get. But the main thing is if you know that you're on the waterway, most of the stuff that you can pick up from rivers and things, if you're on it and you get sick the next day or within 2 days, well, you go to your doctor straight away. Or you go to the emergency room and you say, "Oh, I was kayaking in this water. I was swimming in this wild water." And there's lots of stuff like you take antivirals and things, or antibiotics. Frank Zappa, you're looking for a great 300mm round rim in Canada. You want to pay 300. Round, well, for me, so would you go to like a 270? Because for me, the OMP Trecento is like the best circular wheel. There's Motomech do really good circular wheels that are quite affordable, but you then have to add the price of the button boxes. What wheelbase do you have? Or do you already have a button box? You're just looking for a wheel, the wheel rim. The Moser round wheel, which it has its own quick release and its own buttons, but I think it's proprietary. I think you can get that for like 270. That's really good. I'll show it to you after this qualifying. It's a really, really nice round wheel rim. Oh, you got the VRS. Oh, you got a button box. Oh yeah, well, yeah, Motomech, or well, Momo's a bit overpriced. Oh, look how consistent we are. Jesus Christ. Oh, great, good job, me. Well, Porsche definitely seems faster, but it's alright. We had too much fuel. Yeah, no, I think it's all right. I still have this weird sensation of lack of steering in the centre, but I'm sort of just trying to ignore that. It's just R-Factor 2, but with this Le Mans content. So my feeling is if they patch this, fix the menus. I keep saying it. I said it like immediately. 6 to 8 months of development. Then I think this will be like. You'll be like, oh, I want to do some endurance type racing. £25. Good job. There you go. I think if you're already a fan of AC, well, you might as well just keep playing AC. R-Factor 2 players will like this. But pretty much all the people I know that like R-Factor 2 are quite happy with it. If you're more a casual sim racer, like you're sort of a bit new to stuff, then you're probably going to get better value out of AMS2, driving against AI and stuff. if you're looking for absolute competition, then you're gonna go for iRacing. Oh, what's the poll? Do you want to do a new poll? I managed a prediction. Is it worth getting? Yeah, I would say it's worth getting. To be honest, I would say it's worth getting for £25. I mean, I haven't enjoyed every moment of the last 11 hours.
Okay, let's go.
But I have had some fun racing.
The pace car is out of control.
So I'd say, yeah. I'd say it's worth getting. Ladies and gentlemen, please start your news. Sounds like the guy from the Swedish support. Was it Fast Show? The tech support, or was it from IT Crowd? The problem with your computer. Well, tell me what is wrong with your computer. Was that IT Crowd? What is the problem with your computer, sir? Oh, we're going to help you with your problem. Right. What else was I going to do? Oh, blah, 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 fuel. Bloody hell. Oh, I was going to do wheel. Oh, it's fine. Whatever.
The pace car is out of control.
Do a new poll, Novotny. Do a poll. Top 10. Let's go for top 10. Oh, this wheel, absolutely. It's a bit heavy, so I mean, this weighs like 5 kilograms, which is absurd. But this feels so good. If you had a 12 Newton meter or more wheelbase, this feels so good. Really nice shifters. And it's a cheap wheel. Buttons feel really nice. Smells nice as well. It's like leather, fake leather, but it feels great. This is such a good, I would say this. Fanatec's McLaren wheel rim and this are like the best, cheapest wheels I've ever used. This wheel is actually why I bothered wanting to work with Moser stuff, because I was like, oh, I really like the price that they did a bunch of their stuff for. This is online ranked racing. Oh, here we go. Go! Oh, here we go.
Green, let's go.
I really don't want to be on the outside of this corner. Oh, hello. There it is. Got to the inside eventually. Bloody hell. Bit feisty. Ah! Sorry for the crunch there. I was trying to slow the car down and turn it in. Few deaths. few drivers perished in that corner. Why are you facing the wrong way? What is? Nice clean driving. What are they doing? Jesus Christ, guys, calm your tits down. Oh, people are going for the absolute sends, but there's not enough grip. You've got to appreciate the aggression now. Oh, I'm stuck on the curbing. That's weird. The curbing pulls the car if you can't get back on the track. The grass is very slippy in this. It's not as bad as old iRacing grass, but it's pretty close. I'm really struggling with the braking in this game though. I feel like I can brake later, but then it's like the car doesn't slow down as much as I want it to. Oh, don't reverse when you've lost it, you penis. Stay on your brakes. Christ, it's impossible to avoid you. God damn, what is wrong with people? Make it impossible to avoid them. At least that's not. At least you can have contacts in this without it being race over. You know, if that was iRacing, the first crash we wouldn't have been able to avoid because the car would have train lined into them, and we had that contact which would have totally wrecked the car, and then that crash would have been game over as well. Maybe it's unrealistically forgiving, but. Oh, it squeezed me onto the grass. But you know what I mean? It's more fun as a game, isn't it? In real life, you can... GT3 cars drive into each other quite aggressively in real life, and they're fine. You know, it seems to be totally lost on iRacing developers. If you watch... I've watched quite a bit of GT and GT4 racing on TV and in real life. And sometimes it's like 90s BTCC. R-Factor 2 and Race Room are always really good with that. ACC, iRacing's really bad. Like, iRacing's bad. AC1 is kind of passable, but it has some really annoying... Like, if you're mid-corner and you're tapped, then you just keep rotating and not really much you can do. I think R-Factor 2 probably has the best netcode for collisions, actually. Yeah, have you watched the onboard? If you haven't, go on YouTube. I mean, I'm sure you have, Will on Tyres, but if you're watching this channel and you haven't, Google 90s BTCC Brands Hatch and watch like the raw onboards, and it's insane. Like the cars had like mental amount of steering torque, and so the drivers are like full on wrestling their cars, are like because they had to really chuck the cars in. So and then you have them like driving into each other and banging off each other like estate Volvos. That's another game that would be perfectly fine. Literally like a 90s touring car racer. Even if you didn't have the license, it was just called like 90s touring car. That with a bit of damage, you got a cracker of a game. Yeah, if you haven't, you should try the Nissan Primera mod for Assetto Corsa. That's really, really, really good fun. We'll do some make sure you're subscribing at the bell, because we'll do some racing with that soon with subscribers. Really, really fun. It's a little bit unhinged. I don't think it's realistic, but it's really fun. If you still play Project Cars 2, the Clio Cup in that is really good fun as a front-wheel drive car. Oh, is the stream still live? Are we still live? Oh, it's the video stopped recording. Half of OBS crashed. I think probably ran out of space. Oh. Well. Oh, we're going to battle. Bloody hell, just as OBS decides to... Mate. Just as OBS decides to stop, we have a nice battle. Oh, well. Yeah, I'm recording while streaming to Twitch and YouTube. But probably ran out of hard drive space. What a fight! This is awesome. How good is this? Because they're properly knocking into each other. It's fantastic. Bloody, why is OBS not recording this? I hate computers. I absolutely hate computers. Because this is a really good demonstration of the car contact. Computers. I cannot be bothered to rip this out of a 10-hour live stream. That's not going to be easy. Go to sleep. Well, it's only 11, but yeah, I will get some rest after this. I need to do some stuff after this stream as well. I woke up at like 10 after going to bed at like 2 in the morning, and then I was like, oh, LMU, let's stream. Why not? That's been good. We've had some really generous donations. Someone donated $50, which is mental. They need to see a doctor. We've had quite a few people doing like £5 and stuff, and quite a few members on Twitch. We don't have any YouTube members, but yeah, it's good. And then it's been nice. Chat's been pretty good as well. Hello, I'm here. Don't be a cheeky boy. Yoink. That's called the understeer overtake. I think we had that, you know, we were well alongside. He drove into the back of me. I think it was a good overtake.
Okay, let's go.
This is good racing. Try out doing that in iRacing with that amount of confidence that your race is going to just be wrecked. Oh, this last corner is such an understeer fest. Yeah, we're not rowboating like AC, which is nice. He's not making that. Where's he going? Oh, there he goes. he was never making that. Ah, yeah, well, you know, iRacing fanboys are the worst. Man, you really do get the tyres wearing out in this after just 10 minutes. Yeah, I just play on a single screen for live streaming. I do have nice triple screen set up. If you go on the YouTube channel on Game of Muscle and you type in insane Game of Muscle triple screen or something, you'll see triple screen setup. But I just use one monitor; it's easier. You don't need to be able to see. It's 355-inch LG OLEDs. They're really nice screens, but I just use one. I prefer having higher frame rate, and it's easier to capture. And if I'm doing immersion, I prefer, if my goal is to feel like I'm in a car as realistic as possible, I'll put the VR headset on. Yeah, no, I know it's using the software. Yeah, Dan Suzuki's a good channel. He's one of my favourite reviewers. He's a total dickhead in real life though. He's a really nasty piece of work. He's one of the worst. He's one of the worst sim racers I've ever met, actually. It's surprising. No, yeah, he's good channel. Yeah, no, and he's got a few videos on it. For doing it. There's different ways to do triple screen with depending on different games. Some games have good in-game settings. Some you need to use separate tools if you want to run in window mode and use G-Sync, and then there's a whole load of stuff. But I'd rather just race on a single screen, to be honest, or use a VR headset. I really struggle with the whole of Fuji. It's like the whole track's a sodded drift track. It doesn't matter what car you're driving, it's sideways. It's such a bastard. You knitted your mother a teddy bear. Yeah, but it was filled with it was filled with asbestos. So you thought he was doing your mother a favour, but you fell for the trap. You fell for the classic asbestos teddy bear. Everyone falls for that. It's one of the slowest ways of dispatching of someone. The old asbestos teddy. You know when someone's been attacked by the asbestos teddy because it's the only thing that survives the house fire. They did actually fill Teddy's stuff up with asbestos back in the day. Oh, it's safe. It's fireproof. Yes, but it will also give you lung cancer. Oh wow. At least it's not going to burn us to death. Oh, I was reading an article recently. They've, I think they might have found some kind of treatment for what's it? What is the condition you get from asbestosis? There's a specific disease that you get from asbestos or inhaling stuff. It's pulmonary something. I don't know. But anyway, there was a research paper recently that looked like they've actually made quite a lot of progress on it.
Lap 140.85.
Going to Japan for your 40th, nice. Yeah, I want to go to Japan. I was looking at, you can actually get there pretty cheap, and it's not too bad to stay there, but it's like a 20-hour flight, so. I think it's the kind of thing where you'd want to stay for like a month or so. And that's it. Mesothelioma, that's it. So the mesothelioma has some really good new treatments, which is good to hear. I don't know about you guys, but with the whole COVID thing, if you ever struggle to breathe, it's like, shit, I don't want to have anything wrong with my lungs. If I ever like get really old and you get a lot of elderly people die from their lungs not working, bloody hell, just put a pillow over my face or just shoot me. I'm like, pillow is in your lungs. Oh no, he's going to drag race me to the finish line. No! No! Oh, we got it. That was good. Good racing. Top 10. Not a bad result. Oh, that I saw a video of that that JDM thing. Yeah, I think for me, yeah, the countryside in Japan. It'd be nice to. I'd like to stay at someone's house that's like a local. That's the best way to experience countries like that. Not bad result there. We were the fastest Corvette. Get in there. We got a cluster of Ferraris doing good lap times. We were quite a bit off the pace, but still. This guy got 39.8. So I mean, we were pretty far off it, but it's alright. Oh. Every time we do alright, the game crashes. Oh, let's see if it's saved the result. There is a sim racing culture in Japan, but Japan has a much bigger like arcade culture in general, so they don't really have the space for sim rigs. They have like like venues where they have people doing sim racing. There's quite a few people with like wheels on desks and that kind of small solution. Frex is based in Japan. They were like one of the really early high strength force feedback wheel manufacturers. And they still do stuff. They do a lot of thing with motion rigs and stuff for driver training. You're welcome, Favre. Glad you're enjoying it. Right, let's see our results here. Yeah, the coffee race thing could do quite well. The guy that runs the coffee racer company is nice as well. Actually, they always start joke around whenever I see him. Yeah, that coffee racer thing. It'd be good. I might try and. I wonder if we could get one of the rigs off him. It'd be good to promote more, because I think there's a lot of people that would. It's genuinely a good solution, and I think there's a lot of people that it's just a marketing problem for that coffee race thing. Obviously, I think people in the sim racing scene know about that coffee racer rig, but that's not really the market. The market is like people that would buy a steering wheel for Gran Turismo. So people that are sort of 30 to 40 plus years old, have disposable income, would happily buy a wheel for Gran Turismo because it's, you know, they don't care because they've got disposable income. But then they're like, they don't have anywhere to put it. But that's a really, I think there's a lot of people. I think you're talking like tens of thousands of people. But where like you'd have to target the advertising at those people, and it's not really obvious how to get it to them. It's really weird. How am I not tired of streaming? I'll feel it tomorrow. This is normal. I often do like 14-hour live streams. This is not Oh, you look, Daniel Morad. This guy. I was saying earlier, Daniel, how much you suck at everything and how much of a dickhead you are. You're looking for a coffee table that turns into a race car. Yeah, when we did that iRacing challenge, we did like 12, 13-hour live streams for 30 days. And yeah, but that gave me like nerve damage, so that wasn't good. Yeah. I mean, you could put wheels on your coffee table and ride it down the hill. That's good enough. Ooh! Are you in this game, Daniel? You're not, are you? Because these are all GTE. You're a pathetic GT3 driver. Aren't you doing... Weren't you doing some LMP2 or something? Or LMP3 or something? Or were you sticking to GT3? I'm out of the loop on who's doing what. Yeah. Daniel's not cool enough to be in this. But, like, you know, I would like to take responsibility for making sure that Daniel Morad's picture was in ACC. People say I don't care about ACC, and yet I was instrumental in making sure that Daniel's face was represented in that simulator. That's my contribution to ACC. Without me, that game would have been a failure. But I made the dream happen. I transformed that title. Unbelievable. And people say I'm of no value to sim racing. Oh, imagine if British weather was 26, cloudy, sunny, the dream. Why is Daniel more... Oh, look, it's Daniel Gray. You can be a mod. I don't trust you, but you can be a mod. To be honest, it's because I'm actually... I don't like Australians. Here you go, Daniel Gray, you pathetic moron. The only bigger dickhead than Daniel Morad, Daniel Gray. Here you go, let's make him a mod. Mod Daniel Gray. Ah, here we go. Now they can't ban each other. I've protected them both. You're not that special. You're both special now. Well, you can't ban other mods, unfortunately. You could have banned the other Daniel to be the Supreme Daniel. My name's Daniel. Hello, I'm Daniel. I mean, you got to be careful with Dan Gray, because he, if you go out on a date with him and you become his girlfriend and you sleep with him a few times, when you split up, he'll run you over. So you got to be careful. Then he'll deny it and he'll say, "Oh, it's not a real story. Please stop repeating the story." Okay, you can stop telling that story now. It's totally not a true story. Everyone will think I run over ex-girlfriends, which I don't do. Why do you keep bringing that up, Gamer Muscle? Oh. Don't be a Daniel Gray. I think you should do you know, what's his name? Dave Gorman, where he found everyone called Dave Gorman. And then he did a Dave Gorman meetup. It's genius. Ah. Thanks, mate. Right. Are you live streaming, Daniel? Aren't you like starting live streaming? If you start live streaming, I can raid you. I'll wait until you start. If you're about to start live streaming, are you gonna live? Are you live streaming? Be good to send you off to my cousin. The moral of the story is don't go to Australia. It's not a real place anyway. I know. Who runs over his girlfriend? Evoluvalivlin, thanks for subscribing. You're not going live for an hour. That'll be half past midnight. I can't keep streaming for another hour. I'd keep streaming just to raid you. Because I know how much you're struggling with viewership, you know. And I know how many of the viewers watching this stream are totally not going to fall asleep soon because they're all in Europe. Who's live at the moment? Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? That's it. That's the end of it. You're not going to make any ad revenue, all because of me. That's no dinner for Daniel Gray. Guys, go and follow Daniel Gray. So when he goes live, you can go, "Oh, hi. Gamer Muscle forced me to follow." So make sure you follow him and then harass him. All right, Channel VR, have a good one, man. Is Red Eye Warrior on? Who can we raid? Right, yeah, I need to. I've done nothing today but play this all day. Who's on? Oh, Sadakis on. Red Eye Warrior's a legend. I'll raid Red Eye Warrior. I know he's playing a different game, but this guy deserves way more views. Really nice guy. He's a bit mental, but like mental in a good way. So it's nice. It'd be nice for him to get more followers. So it'd be awesome if you follow him. He's like I'd say he's like one of those sort of chill streamers. You know. Follow the Venus. So yeah, guys, thanks for watching and taking part today. Really appreciate it. As I said, we had some like really generous donations. I don't follow Daniel Morad. He's don't ignore that guy. Yeah, we had lots of donations. Appreciate all the views as well, and members and follows and all that shit, all the stuff there. Yeah, off to the Venus land. He's only been going for 2 hours. So
Okay, let's go.
cool, let's go. Hopefully I see you soon. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. It depends how tired I am. Often I feel pretty wrecked after a 12-hour stream, so we'll see how it's going. But right, see you soon, guys. Goodbye in a bit. Well, I've got to wait for it to tally up. Tally ho. Yeah. I appreciate it, guys. Thanks. Right, off to Red Eye. I'll be in his chat as well. And follow Daniel Gray, as I say. Get that done. And flag Daniel Morad's content is inappropriate. Bye.